Chapter 1. The Race Begins. Dake! Ake! Drake, you filthy, lazy dullard! Wake up, damn it! Drake shot up with a start, his aura and senses kicking into overdrive as he felt out the situation. Nato, why are you screaming in my ear? Drake sighed, rubbing his sensitive lobes. You are going to fail in receiving the first system-sanctioned town at this rate, you imbecile. Check your notifications and make your way to the nearest system center, she screamed. Drake blinked and took a moment to check his surroundings. His hand pressed against the soft blankets beneath him. His head turned to see familiar light blue-colored walls, a desk housing a large drawing tablet, computer, and several monitors. We're back? Drake asked, stumbling slightly over his words. Yes, good for us. Now hurry, Nato shouted again, jabbing him in the side. Drake chuckled and picked her up before quickly pulling the entire room into his inventory. Okay, so it wasn't all a dream. Looks like all the functions work here too. Aura's working, magic. Drake flexed his will, summoning a fireball from a circle in front of him. Working, nice. All right. I don't hear any screaming, so I hope that's a good sign and doesn't mean that everyone is simply dead. Drake moved to his closet, pulling out a large hoodie that was several sizes too big since he had lost so much weight during the tutorial. Damn, I was a big boy, but it's crazy how much bigger this is. Whatever, it's a nice cozy feeling. Them buffalo winters. Speaking of, Drake mused as he slipped on the hoodie over his Ashuran garbs and looked out of the window. He let out a low whistle. He hadn't expected to see any of this again. Then he noticed his reflection in the glass. Oh, so this is what I look like now, huh? Drake smirked, moving his mask to the side to get a better look. In the translucent reflection, Drake studied himself. His familiar black hair extended well past his shoulders. His jaw was much sharper and well-defined, giving his face a chiseled, statuesque quality. His naturally blue eyes shifted to green, then yellow, and back in a constant, eerie flow that hummed with power behind them. His most striking new feature was that his skin tone had taken a few steps down in saturation. His creamy tan had become a deeper caramel with a few light spots where his scars remained. After a few more seconds of admiring himself, he went over his full status before his eyes refocused on the outside. Drake Wallen. Race, Ashuran, F rank. Profession, minor, P5, 0%, F rank. Jeweler, P5, 0%, F rank. Class, unique, elemental miller, level 25. VIT, 438, 15 plus 215%. Strength, 442, 55 plus 10%. Dex, 360, 30 plus 20%. Int, 996, 90 plus 15%. Wistons, 436, 10 plus 215%. End, 354, 750 plus 225%. Free points, 80. Skills branches, primary, elemental master of Ashura, P3, 0%, F rank. 5 out of 5. Ashuran's Magic Insight. P3. 0%. F rank. Mind of the Mad War God. P3. 0%. F rank. Ashuran's Magic Prowess. P3. 0%. F rank. Elemental Battle Endowment. P3. 0%. F rank. War God's Element Conflux. P3. 0%. F rank. Secondary Shield Bearer of the Battle Hall. P3. 0%. F rank. 5/5. Assurance Inner Key. P3. 0%. F rank. War God's Movement. P3. 0%. F rank. Command of the Mighty. P3. 0%. F rank. War God's Martial Prowess. P3. 0%. F rank. Indomitable Ruler's Constitution. P3. 0%. F rank. Primary Subtree. War God's Inner Roadmap. F rank. 5/5 Apex. P3. 0%. F rank. Assurin Battle Instincts. Weak Point. P3. 0%. F rank. Tempered in War. P3. 0%. F rank. Assurin's Prideful Aura. P3. 0%. F rank. War Tyrant's Indomitability. P3. 0%. F rank. Secondary Subtree. War God's Soul Roadmap. F rank. 5/5. Assurin's Mana Mastery. P3. 0%. F rank. 5-point Inner Atrophy. P3. 0%. F rank. Cower Before the Mighty. P3. 0%. F rank. Honed Assurin Physic. P3. 0%. F rank. Inner Sanctum of the Assurin Soul. P3. 0%. F rank. Tertiary Subtree. War God's Weapon Blessing. F rank. 5/5. Weapon Vault. P3. 0%. F rank. Battle Ready. P3. 0%. F rank. War God's Chosen Armament. P3. 0%. F rank. Assurin's Battle Acuity. P3. 0%. F rank. Submission of Magic. P3. 0%. F rank. Courtier Subtree. Assurin's War Book. F rank. 0/5. War God's Battle Right. P1. 15%. F rank. Assurin's Constitution. P1. 94%. F rank. Assurin's Punishment. P1. 0%. F rank. Line in the Sand. P1. 20%. F rank. War God's Battle Fervor. P1. 70%. F rank. Titles. First Blood. 2 vs 1. 1 vs Many. Monkey Slayer. Living on the Edge. Close Call. Dead Man Walking. Dual Class. Punching Up. Improbability. Rounded. Dog Hater. One-Man Army. Dog Killer. Battle of Attrition. First of Your Kind. Goblin Hater. Goblin Slayer. Murderer. Serial Killer. Vanquisher of Kings. Tutorial Forerunner. First of Many. Well on Your Way. Glory of the Patriarch. Highest Contributor. Expectations of the Host. Dawning of a Tyrant. Insecticide. Marked by Dragons. Race Change. Birthright. Vanquisher of Kings 2. Exterminator. Named in the System. Dawning of a Tyrant 2. Hated by Many. The awe of many. Bounty. First completionist. Top 3. Top 1 outside. It was snowing lightly, flecks drifting to the ground and covering everything in white fluff. The streets were covered, and the houses he could see from his apartment window were likewise fully clothed in a pristine white blanket. But what concerned Drake was what he didn't see. The houses in his area were supposed to be tightly packed. However, what he saw instead were spacious lots of land, types of trees he had never seen, and even some buildings split half down the middle. Huge gaps of land between the pieces. Guess they weren't lying about the world expanding, but that is nasty. If people still lived there, Drake muttered, then realized his words. His jaw tightened as he ran from room to room in his apartment, pulling everything he could into his inventory. Food, books, furniture, toiletries, soap, cleaners, anything and everything went in. Nato clung for dear life on the edge of his hoodie. Drake, stop! The notifications! Drake's brow raised as he heard her, but he didn't stop moving. Completing his task of collecting his home into his inventory, he made for the door as he opened the screen. Welcome to the new and improved Earth. Your planet has completed its overhaul of integrating several other planets to form one of the 2 remaining planets with life in your solar system. New planetary quest. Planetary upgrade. Defeat the 4 cardinal beasts. Reward, experience. Planetary rank upgrade. Access to E-grade permanent large dungeon tower. Access to first interplanetary travel nodes. New quest. Be one of the first to establish a system-sanctioned town. Reward. Experience. Nobility ranking based on placement. Basic system buildings based on placement. New limitation release. 9 years, 364 days, 13 hours, 34 minutes. When the limitation is released, your planet will be introduced into the vast system network, allowing for planets above E-grade to travel to your solar system. New worldwide quest. Defeat the waves. Begins in 99 days, 13 hours, 32 minutes. Your first test against adversity in your new world will put its new citizens to the test. Will you band together and overcome the endless waves of monsters as you fight for control of land, protect your loved ones, and conquer this new world? Or will you create the biggest schism between your new norm? That is an excessive amount of information, Drake agreed. Nato, any info you can give me on them. He reached the bottom of the stairs and put his hand on the doorknob. Nato exhaled as she relaxed on Drake's shoulder. She gave him a death glare before shaking her head and merging with him. As of now, nothing is of relevance. Once you establish your town, we may go from there. Until then, reaching the system center is your priority, she implored. Fine, but where do I go? Before Drake could finish his sentence, he heard the loud crackling of a building across the street beginning to splinter. In the breaks between that, he heard screaming. A child scream. Drake instantly shifted into his lightning endowment, his feet melting snow and nearly burning scorch marks on the ground as he rushed to the house. Navigating the collapsing building, he spread out his aura, happy to see that because it was a pre-system structure, it didn't block the skill. He then pinpointed the room with 2 children inside, huddling together as they looked around in abject fear and confusion. Drake pulled the door open, their eyes snapping to him in disbelief. "Where are our parents?" one yelled. Drake bit down on his lip, feeling a lump form in his chest. The few words from the kids made him realize what he had suspected in the tutorial was a reality. Their parents hadn't made it out of their tutorial. Leaving the children alone, confused, and scared when the tutorial was finished. "I don't know," Drake lied with a hint of sadness in his voice. "But you are coming with me. It isn't safe here." "No, our dad told us to never go with strangers," the others shouted. "I'm Drake Wallen, see? Not a stranger anymore. Here, I even have candy, Drake said, trying to give a diffusing smile as he reached out his hand. The house rumbled more and more. Our dad said that's exactly what a stranger would say. Smart man. Sorry, kids. I don't have time to do this gently. Drake grimaced as the house began to split underneath his feet. He pointed his palm towards the opposite wall of the children, a green magic circle quickly manifesting. Impact! The magic formed and burst out with incredible force, blowing the wall from its foundation. Drake scooped both children into a fireman's carry and leapt from the room. He landed safely and smoothly with the crunch of snow. The children flailed in protest as he set them down. The three turned and watched as the house collapsed into ruin. Our house, they both said, sinking to the ground on their knees. Drake held a solemn gaze as they began to cry, his mind racing on exactly what to do about this situation. He knew very well they wouldn't be the only ones left alone on his street, in his city, or even the state or country. Drake, Nato chided, reading his thoughts. I won't leave them, Drake responded in his head, biting down on his lip in frustration. Before they could argue, the ground rumbled once more. Drake's instincts went into overdrive as he scooped the children up once more and jumped backward. The ground shifted with a sound of grinding metal, then splintered, revealing the head of an enormous, faceless, slithering thing worming its way out of the ground. Mana Worm, Level 12, F rank. Drake's eyes widened. No quest? He muttered as he landed on the ground, putting the kids down again. He quickly summoned a barrier of earth around them despite their screams and protests. He couldn't have them running off and getting killed. Nato? Drake asked again. Quests and skills are handled much differently outside of the tutorial. Excluding world quests, system-wide quests, and individual-specific quests. In the case of class quests, you must go to the system centers until you are able to establish a town. You will still experience, however, drops will be far more scarce, as will skill stones, she answered. Good enough for me. Drake frowned, looking at the worm as he pulled his staff from his inventory, his hair changing to white with a shift of his endowment skill. You aren't even good enough for a warm-up, Drake sneered, cracking his neck. Going after kids? Dick move. Drake pointed his staff at the worm. Bararak, Saika. From Drake's staff, a flash of yellow turned, forming his magic circle as it instantly changed to a violet streak of lightning, jumping from his staff to the worm. It rained down with such force that it scorched and cracked the earth around it, burning the worm to a charcoal lump. You've subjugated Mana Worm, Level 12, F rank. Experience earned. Drake spat on the ground near the pitiful husk of the monster. Is it worth anything, Nato? It is not. Good, let's go. Turning, he let down the barrier around the children, their faces still in fear as they looked from him to the burned monster. What was that? What are you? One child shouted and pointed at him. Drake tilted his head as he placed his staff over his shoulder. I already told you. I'm Drake Wallen. They call me the Tyrant. And your names are? Get off me! The girl shouted at the man who was pressing her against the wall. His strength was as unbelievable as the tricks, magics, superpowers, and whatever else he had shown before. I have to get to my house and find my brother. Get the fuck off me, creep! Now. This is the new world, girlie. The strong get to do whatever they want. The disgusting man chuckled. No! Get the hell away from me! Someone please help me! She shrieked, despair welling up in her chest as she desperately tried to push the man away. No one's gonna help you. Didn't you get the memo? This world is for the strong, and we take what we want now, he howled, laughing again, tightening his grip around her wrists. The sound of someone clearing their throat came from the end of the alley. The man turned his head from the girl, still pinning her to the wall, his face sneering as if someone had interrupted his dinner. "Who the hell are you?" the man growled. The other man stood stoically at the end of the alley, wearing a gray hoodie, the hood pulled down over his face, obscuring any discernible detail. "What was that about being strong? Only level 10? You haven't even scratched F rank yet, and you're already going around doing sickening B-rate villain acts while saying you're strong? You're the 10th one in the last hour. There have been so many of you, I'm starting to lose hope," the hooded man said, his voice dripping with cold venom. "What's it to you?" the other man sneered, focusing in on the hooded man, his eyes shining with a weird light as if he was looking determinedly for something, but his face slowly shifted and curled into a frown. "Level 14? How are you so high?" The hooded man took a single step, and the next instant he was gripping the other man by the throat, a beautiful four-leafed staff in his other hand. The attacker dropped the girl, and she scurried out of the way. Thank you," the girl stuttered. Looking back, she saw the man's hood fall, revealing his fiery red hair and striking white mask as he raised her attacker several feet into the air, seemingly without effort. The girl stood for a labored second, staring at him before his eyes shifted only briefly to her from the other man, their color shifting from brilliant blue to yellow. "Leave." Yes, sir." Drake turned, holding the man up against the wall. "What kind of sick fuck gets off kidnapping a kid? Never mind, I don't want to know," Drake spat, looking at the man in disgust. "What were you even doing in your tutorial to not get above level 10? Then you want to preach about being strong?" The man looked down into Drake's eyes with horror, his hands manically clutching and clawing at the grip around his throat as he began to drool, his body begging and pleading for air. I'm sorry." "No, you aren't," Drake said evenly, his eyes that of someone looking at pure garbage. "But you will be." Please, don't kill me." "Kill?" Drake said, his eyes flashing. "I'm not killing anyone. I'm simply doing my civic duty, cleaning up the neighborhood, making sure the streets are nice and tidy. I'm taking out the trash." Chapter 2. Names? The girl ran from the alleyway, hearing the sounds of, well, something she'd rather not describe. Pleading, begging, and eventually something that sounded like a lightning strike. She exited the alleyway out of breath after the man gave her a death stare backed by something uncanny she couldn't explain. It had power behind it. Once outside, she bent over, her hands on her knees as she gasped for breath. When she rose and looked out into the street, she saw a school bus. In front of it, there was something she couldn't explain. Is that a man made out of electricity? No, lightning? She stuttered. "Oh, him? That's Stevie," a boy shouted from the window of the bus, hanging out of it. "He doesn't talk, but he's cool." "Stevie?" she asked incredulously. "Yeah, we all just call him Shiny, though. What's your name?" "I'm Landon," the boy answered. "Charlotte," she said warily. "Well, Charlotte, what are you going to do now?" a voice asked from the alley. "And I told you kids to stop hanging out of the windows. It's harder for Stevie to protect you if you do that shit. Stay in the damned bus," Drake shouted. "And stop calling him Shiny. You know how hard I had to work to make him?" A scream came from the bus. The head of a small girl with pink hair and animal ears poked out of the window next to Landon. "Drake, help me! They are animals! Animals, I tell you! Save!" Nato cried, but was cut off, sucked back into the bus with the cheers and laughter of children. "Ignore her. Well, what's it gonna be? You can come with us, and I'll keep you safe while I sweep the rest of the city. Or you can take your chances on your own and maybe find another Mr. Touchy-Feely." Charlotte looked between the being of lightning and Drake. "What is it?" she asked first. "He doesn't talk, and he is not a he. It, or Stevie, is a magic spell," Drake replied. "Well, a culmination of magic spells, because I'm awesome like that." "Magic?" "Yes, magic. Like in cartoons, movies, and anime. You kids still watch that stuff, don't you?" Drake asked, snapping his fingers and forming a puff of fire in his hands. What? That can't be real." "Oh, it's very real. You're real, aren't you, Stevie?" Drake smirked, moving his mask to the side. The elemental spell moved over next to Drake, standing emotionlessly. "I don't understand. What is going on? Where are the rest of the kids on the street? And the people? Why is it snowing? It was fall just a second ago." Charlotte's face went through a series of emotions: confusion, fear, anger, then desperation. I have to get to my brother. He's home all alone." "Okay." "No, you don't understand. He's... What?" "I said okay. Where is he? I'll go pick him up before we hit the rest of the city," Drake said evenly. What do you want in return?" Charlotte asked pensively. "Ugh, gross. Let's just say I have a soft spot for helping people. I'll explain what happened later, but the gist of it is, the world has changed. And how old are you?" "I'm 15. I don't know if that is a blessing or a death sentence for you." Drake's eyes softened. "When you turn 16, you will be indoctrinated into the system. I am a survivor of one of the system tutorials, and I will protect you until you know what you want to do or where you need to go to find your family. All those kids in there," Drake pointed to the bus with his chin, "are in your same situation. They came back when the tutorials were over. Their parents, siblings, and guardians are all gone." "I don't understand." "You don't have to understand the full scope of it now. But you need to stay safe, and I'm providing security. You just have to decide. Do you want to go get your brother and keep him safe? Or do you think you can do it on your own against more people like that guy in the alley?" Drake asked, pointing a thumb to the alley and pulling back his hood. Charlotte's face hardened, and she nodded, walking to the bus, but turned around as her hand went to the open rail of the door. "Wasn't your hair red earlier?" she asked. Drake smiled, shifting his hair color from yellow to blue to red and back. "Magic." Charlotte's face slackened in amazement. "Magic, huh?" Both Charlotte and Drake entered the bus. The place was more rambunctious than Charlotte would have guessed, considering what she had witnessed happening recently, as well as what Drake had told her. "Pipe down, you little animals," Drake roared from the front. "Where's Nato?" The kids quickly calmed down, all of them ranging from a few years old to 15 like Charlotte. Charlotte clamped her hands over her ears from Drake shouting right next to her. She winced, moving down the aisle to find a place to sit. She noticed someone waving to get her attention. It was the boy from earlier, Landon. He had dark skin and short hair, wearing a shirt that said, "Old Soul" on it. But before she had a chance to sit down, a desperate voice came from the back of the bus. "Save me. No more. I beg of you, Drake." "Ah, there you are," You can't handle some kids? Some help you're going to be when we actually have a town. Drake smirked, walking down the aisle to her. Charlotte squeezed into the seat with Landon, letting Drake pass as she followed him with her eyes. These are not children. They are savages. They have stolen my food and, worst of all, my candy, Nato screamed, pushing forward through the aisle. That wasn't even yours to start with, you little glutton. You need to learn to share. We have more than enough food to go around. That reminds me, Charlotte. Are you hungry or thirsty? Charlotte flinched at being addressed. No, I'm fine. Thank you. Drake shrugged and carried Nato to the front, her complaints louder than the children on the bus. Drake's all right. He's a bit weird and he can do the magic thing, but he's good people, Londine said from Charlotte's side. I mean, he saved me, but it's a lot to take in, she answered. A girl from the other side of the aisle said, It is, so take your time. You're totes safe with Drake. He's protected us against anything that's come so far. Low-key, we were even more devastated than you when he found us. Charlotte turned to see the girl with light brown hair holding a baby who was somehow sleeping in her arms. Oh, a baby? Is it yours? She asked. Mine? No, this is another one that Drake found on his sweep through the city. It looks like all of the adults are gone. All of our parents. He found Sid and me in a house that was crumbling. After that, we were attacked by something Drake called a mana worm. We've seen at least 10 of those disgusting things so far. Charlotte's face darkened. I'm so sorry, she said, looking down at the baby. I'm Charlotte. It's nice to meet you. The girl smiled and stuck out a hand. I'm Janie. She pointed with her thumb to her brother behind her, who was looking out of the window, scowling. That's Sid, and this little guy, we don't know what his name is, so we just call him Baby for now. Londine laughed. Drake wanted to call him Gohan. Janie frowned. We aren't letting him name anyone. His sense of names is so far off. It's like awful, really. Londine snorted. You know he was joking, right? He's been making references to movies the entire time we've been here. He even called this the magic school bus. He tried to tell us Nato's name was Miss Frizzle. Charlotte's face screwed up in confusion. Isn't that a kid's cartoon from the 90s? Londine pointed at her. Exactly. I think it's funny. Janie scoffed. More like ancient. It's totes lame. Charlotte looked at Janie. How old are you? 14. You? 15, Charlotte answered, then turned to Londine. 15, but I have an old soul. Charlotte gave an awkward grin. Right. Janie rolled her eyes so dramatically they could almost hear it. Then the speakers turned on, overtaking the noisy bus. All right, you young whippersnappers, this is your captain speaking, Drake said over the intercom. If you would look to your left, there is nothing. If you look to your right, there is also nothing. But now look to your left again. There are now 10 earthen magic circles. Drake quickly summoned the circles outside of the bus to the left. From them, bodies of elementals just like Stevie began forming. These will be your escorts for the remainder of your ride. Please treat them kindly and tip well since they don't get paid and I don't offer health benefits. The bus erupted in cheers at the display of magic. What is this about? Charlotte asked. Oh, hell yeah! Landon cheered as well. These are some of his magic spells, like elemental summons. Stevie is special, I think. These look like they're made of earth, but they're black, so maybe something like iron? But either way, better. Correct, young Landon, Drake shouted over the intercom, pointing at him. Fasten your seatbelts. Drake smiled, his hair turning blue. "It's going to be a bumpy ride." After a moment, Drake added, "And we are not done yet. Please look now to your right." To the left of the bus, 10 more magic circles formed, bathed in brilliant yellow light, as 10 bird-like entities emerged slowly from the circles. "These are my Thunderbirds. Do not touch or feed them. They will bite and zap you worse than Pikachu did to Ash. But they will also take care of anything mean or nasty that comes within spitting distance of this bus. Good? Great. Let's get going." "What's spitting distance?" a child shouted from the back. "No questions," Drake snapped. "I think I may have made a mistake," Charlotte whimpered. "He is a little weird, isn't he?" Janie agreed. "He's like a child." "Where was that cool, cold guy that saved me in the alleyway?" "Oh, I think he does that to stay sane. He's killed quite a few people since we got here," Londine said, pursing his lips. "What do you mean?" Charlotte asked. "You aren't the only one who has almost been taken. I don't know why, but most of the kids here are being forcefully moved for some reason. I was almost snatched up by some crazy lady in a store, but Drake stopped her. And, well, she wouldn't let me go without a fight." "That's awful, but to—" Londine cut her off. "No." His face turned serious for the first time since they had talked. "You don't know what she was like, or what she was going to do to me. You experienced it yourself, right? That man who tried to take you. Did he deserve to live after what he was going to do to you? That woman, she was crazy and she was strong. If Drake wasn't there—" He shivered. "But to take a life!" Charlotte yelled, only to feel eyes on the back of her head. She turned around, Drake kneeling next to her, his gaze soft but solemn. "The world you knew is gone," Drake said, looking right into her eyes. "I know what I've done, and I will do it again to protect every one of you. I am not righteous justice, but right now I am judge and jury, and you can hate or fear me for it if you want to, but you only get to do that while you're still breathing. This new world you kids are being thrown into, I'm sorry, but it is harsher than anything you could imagine. But as long as you are under my care, I will do my best to keep you safe. Until I can't anymore." Drake stood up, the bus surprisingly silent, as if a calm had come over the place. "If you still wish to leave, I won't stop you. But if you want to get to your brother, find him, and protect him, you are going to need my help for now. Murderer or not." I'll stay. Don't have much of a choice," she answered, biting her lip. "If there are more psychos like that out there—" Then she felt a pang in her chest, looking at Drake, his eyes cold but strained. Thank you, again, for saving me," she said, looking him in his eyes this time. "Don't worry about it. It's an adult's job to protect kids. Just relax. Nothing will hurt you while I'm around." Drake turned, heading for the front of the bus again, his jovial demeanor returning. "All right, you brats. We're off." The bus lifted into the air, raised by the earth elementals, but only for it to halt. Wait, Charlotte," Drake sighed, pointing to her. "Where is your brother?" Charlotte blushed from being addressed out of the bus again. She answered in a soft voice, 55 Fifth Avenue, the last house on the right." Drake thumped his staff on the ground, saying one last thing into the intercom. "Remember to put your seatbelts on, or I'll bring out my belt like my mother did to me." "That's child abuse," someone shouted. "Only if the bruises show. Now sit down, Johnny." Chapter 3. The Doctor. It had been only a few hours since the tutorial ended. Drake swept the city as best he could, but there was only so much he could do. He had already done most of his own neighborhood, but there was still so much left. Not to mention that the city had stretched out, with way more space between structures, thanks to the system fusing who knew how many worlds together. Drake had not forgotten about his original objective to reach the city's system center, which Nato had told him and constantly reminded him of. His mind raced, thinking of the rest of the children that might need his help. Since starting, he'd filled several buses with not only children, but several adults stranded by themselves, some with kids of their own. "Drake, you are simply running a moving shelter. You must prioritize the forming of the town. Once you do that, you can come back here and save more. The faster you do this, the faster you can help them," Nato chided from his shoulder. "I know. Damn it, I know. We'll head there soon. I just need to make a few more stops." Drake sighed, pushing down his boiling frustration. What can possibly warrant going somewhere else now? "The schools," Drake said, looking at the kids behind him. "They'll need books to learn properly, not to mention with most of the industrial infrastructure down, anything kept in a database is gone for good. Electricity is spotty at best. I guess it has to do with whatever dams are still intact, but we will need all the knowledge we can get. Not to mention we need to raid the supermarkets if they haven't been cleaned out already. Baby formula is a rare commodity." Drake sighed, looking at little Gohan. "You must make it quick then," Nato conceded. "We may run into more problems along the way, and we certainly do not— Damn it, I still cannot say. But hurry." Drake raised a brow, sure that the system once again stopped her from telling him something. But her attempting to circumvent it again only proved to him just how urgent this town was. "Fine. It won't take more than a few minutes," Drake said, willing his elementals to move them to the nearest supercenter. A few minutes later, and the bus creaking from the speed, Drake announced what was happening. "All right. I'm going shopping. Everyone stays on the buses. The elementals will keep you safe as long as you do not leave them." "What if we need to use the bathroom?" Drake groaned. "Fine. You get 5 minutes, then back on the bus." Drake and the other passengers formed lines and got off the bus, tightly surrounded by the elementals. Drake didn't fail to notice the other people in the vicinity, but it seemed his spells had kept them from being too interested. "Stay where the elementals can see you," Drake shouted, then pointed to Janie. "Janie, you're in charge with Charlotte. Make sure no one gets lost or strays too far." "What? Why us?" Janie stammered. "Yeah, why us? I have my hands full with my brother as is," Charlotte added, grumbling. "Because I said so, and you two have something to lose, so you should be more motivated. I'll be back quickly." Drake sighed, turning to the market. He had no time to lose. Drake quickly shifted to his lightning endowment, his hair shimmering to a vibrant yellow before he stepped forward in a flash, entering the market. Not wanting to exhaust the goods, as he already had plenty of food for now, thanks to the tutorial and the seeds he received there, his goal was to get medicine and other essentials that might be needed by the children most. Clothes, toys, books, supplements, and most of all, soap and cleaning products. Drake stopped in front of the wrapped packages on the wooden dock, tearing up. "I never thought I'd see something so beautiful again. It doesn't take much to make me cry anymore." Drake sniffled. "Must be my old age." He shook it off with a laugh, wiping away a tear before stuffing everything into his inventory. He was through the supermarket in a flash, taking most of the clothes and non-perishables. But what surprised Drake was that most of the food was still good, as if the world had been half suspended in time during the fusion process. Thankfully, as well, the store had been spared from being split in half by the planet's growth and the mana worms that seemed to be scattered throughout the city. Leaving most of the food and taking what he needed, Drake was back out of the market in record time. Only to see some of the children fighting in front of one of the buses, Nato in between them with a scowl.
Nuh-uh. Uh-huh. Nuh-uh. They're fake. There's no way they can do that. Yeah, huh? I watched them do it, stupid.
Drake walked over, his aura spreading out harmlessly to survey the area as he checked up on his elementals, making sure all were still up and in position. Reaching the kids, he listened in for a moment, then sighed. Really? That's what you two are arguing over? Drake smiled, bending down to get eye level with them.
Ronnie said that your magic thingies aren't real, but I saw them save us. Dolly said they can blow stuff up, but only superheroes can do that, and they don't have capes.
Drake's head slumped as he snapped his fingers, causing capes to magically sputter from the backs of all the elementals. Better? Drake laughed. The kids' eyes widened as their grins lit up their faces, and they both nodded enthusiastically. Drake waved his hands. Magic. Now, onto the bus, you two. I have cookies for everyone if you can make it there in 5 seconds. The kids scattered and ran for the bus as Drake counted aloud. He double-checked that no one was left behind before he handed out food and snacks to the several buses under his care, then got inside one and took to the intercom. All right, this is your handsome and super-duper amazing captain speaking. We have 2 more stops on this crazy train. And no fighting over the cookies. There's more than enough to go around. I said no fighting. Damien, I swear to the Holy Mother I'll come back there. Don't think I won't. Good. Next stop, the university. With a snap of his fingers, the buses all lifted up and began moving speedily down the street in the direction of the university. More specifically, the library of the university. The trip took less than 10 minutes with Drake's elementals at the wheel. Literally speaking, they were acting as wheels themselves. When they arrived, a troubling realization caused Drake to stiffen and quickly turn the buses around. Stepping out and climbing to the roof, he made sure to be loud enough for the other buses to hear. All right, no one leaves the buses. There are some nasty things about, and I'm going to deal with them. Anyone who steps outside, you are going to be in danger. My elementals will protect you like always, but you must stay here. Understood? What happened? Charlotte asked, sticking her head out of the window. Nothing you need to worry about if you listen, Drake snapped. Get your head in that bus and close the window. Charlotte's eyes widened as she shivered, retreating back into the bus, a pink-haired girl replacing her. Drake, what is the matter? Nato asked. There's a lot of mana in the air. Foul mana. Poison, I think, Drake whispered, pulling her up to the roof with him. I'm not sure what the source is, but there's something or someone at the center of it. I'm going to clear it up before anyone gets hurt. Drake, you cannot keep stopping to do as you please. I beg you to hurry. There is only so much time before a town goes up. Don't worry, I won't be holding back. This will only take a minute, Drake said evenly, his hair changing once again as he put Nato down. Heretical endowment. Septenarios. Drake pushed off the roof, lightly hitting the paved street before launching himself into the dense, poisonous mana surrounding the university. You've resisted Doctor's lullaby. You've resisted Doctor's inching poison. You've resisted Doctor's paralytic mist. You've increased Asuran's punishment to proficiency 2. Drake frowned at the notifications as he pushed forward at a blistering pace. He ran up steps, through hallways and rooms, until he reached the library wing where the mana was centered. "Oh, did someone make it in? Interesting," a female voice cooed. "You get one explanation. Why have you set up something so dangerous in the city?" Drake asked. In front of Drake, lying down on a couch, was a woman in a white coat, her hair fiery red and well past her hips. In her mouth was a cigarette, and on her left eye, an eye patch that looked to be an item based on the gold embroidery. She sat up, seemingly unimpressed with his threat. "I don't like to be disturbed while I read, and I was hoping to find something or someone interesting to fill my boredom," she said, smiling. "And you look plenty interesting," Drake sneered, flexing his aura. "You have poison spreading in the area. What if someone without resistances got caught up in it?" "Not my problem. We've all been through the tutorial, and most people who have will see the mana signature and leave. You are quite the rebel, barreling through it like you did." "What about children who don't even have classes or skills?" "Not to worry. I can move the mana. I'm not evil, simply bored. Well, evil is relative, but I am pragmatic, so I have done some evil things in my time." Drake was fed up with the woman's games and musings. Bridget Lovegood, level 10. Bridget flinched, feeling Drake's eyes pierce her. "Naughty, naughty. Don't you know that's rude? You could have just asked," she said, standing up. "Level 14? Oh my, aren't you just checking all the boxes?" "Didn't you just say that was rude?" Drake sneered back. "Reciprocation, Mr. Wallen. It's the basis of any healthy relationship. May I ask your class? You look quite like a mage, but it is doubtful you could make it through my concoctions as a pure one." "No, you may not, and I don't have time for this. I'll be taking these books and leaving. Remove your poison and I won't do anything to harm you." "Pity. I am a non-combat class physician. The system doesn't seem too keen on giving us our specialties, though." She pouted, taking a puff of her cigarette. "I was an infectious disease specialist before all of this." "My eye, you ask?" "I didn't." Drake sighed, understanding now that this woman moved at her own pace, even more so than himself. "Glad you asked. It was from a nasty little creature in our tutorial. I made the mistake of not believing the impossibility of being transported en masse to a separate dimension with the rest of the world. This led to me being careless, unfortunately. Cost me my eye, it did. Ruined my stunning face," Bridget pouted. "My condolences," Drake mumbled, turning to begin inventorying the library. "You know, Mr. Wallen, your brother Atticus was quite interesting as well," she cooed behind him. The room turned cold, and Bridget froze as the air was sucked out of her lungs. The lit cigarette in her hand went out like a light before she fell to the floor, gasping for breath. Her playful manner was gone as she desperately looked up at Drake, a cold sweat beginning to form on her skin. "What did you say?" Drake growled, his aura shaking the entire room. Chapter 4. Back to Business. "You're lying," Drake growled, looking down at the woman from above. I'm not," she croaked. Please, let me explain." Drake eased his aura, allowing her to breathe and sit up. "Make it quick. I don't have any more time for your games." Bridget gave a breath of relief, her hand rubbing her neck as if she'd just been released from a hand choking her. She coughed, clearing her throat. "I was in his same tutorial. He was unpleasant, but interesting." Bridget looked at Drake, seeing that his eyes were cold like a predator who had already caught his prey, but was quickly losing interest. She understood it was no time to lie, but to tell him at least the bare minimum to keep him from killing her. She had met these types of people within their tutorial when Atticus had begun recruiting. Men and women whose eyes told their whole story, the fights or wars they had seen before the tutorial, and the horrors they faced thereafter. Impossible. He died 6 years ago, Drake said in an icy tone.
I don't know anything about that, but the man's name certainly was Atticus Wallen. He goes by the Grand Sun Mage now. His followers call him the Emperor, Bridget added.
The Grand Sun Mage? Drake said, rolling the words around on his tongue, his eyes going sharp again as he addressed the doctor. What else? Bridget smiled, knowing she had him.
Sorry, I won't be saying anything else.
Drake's aura flexed again. This time, Bridget simply smiled and took the brunt of it. What makes you think I won't just kill you here? After what you've already done, I can tell you are only in this for your own amusement. His aura lessened once more, allowing her to breathe and speak. After a fit of coughing, she looked back at him, smiling.
That's twice.
Drake's brow rose. That's twice you could have killed me. No, 3 times. And you let me off just before... She clicked her teeth. You aren't like your brother, Drake Wallen. You don't enjoy killing, I can tell. What do you know about me? Drake sneered, becoming more and more fed up with the woman. I know you are stronger than a level 14. I know you are most likely not a mage as you appear. And I know you are most interesting, she reiterated with a smile. If you want to learn more, how about striking a deal with me? Deal? She nodded. Yes, I get to tag along with you as long as I see fit. In return, I'll tell you everything about your brother that I am able. What's in it for me? Your deal implies I will need to protect you, if not more. While I'm interested in what you have to say, my brother isn't a person you can use as leverage, Drake scowled. He left my family when I was 15. He's been long dead since before he was actually dead. Bridget flinched, realizing her calculations about the situation were slightly off. But she continued to press Drake. Fine. How about this then? For everything I said previously, I will also be your exclusive doctor. Why would I need a doctor? There are healers who can do your job easily enough, Drake countered. Bridget waved her finger. No, my good sir. Healers can, of course, restore lost muscle and replenish health points. But most are limited in their areas of specialization, she smirked, lighting her cigarette before continuing. Did you know diseases have also improved thanks to the system? Maybe not as much as we have, but a common cold is now on a whole new level compared to before. Any number of diseases have increased in severity. Chronic, infectious, environmental, dietary, and, of course, hereditary. All of these are now different and stronger than before. It's an interesting world we live in, and I want to be entertained. And I think you are going to be at the center of quite a few interesting things. What do you say, Mr. Wallen? Drake mulled over her words. Thanks to his own specialized skills, he could resist any number of diseases. But what about the children? What about the lower-level people who haven't learned a resistance skill, and the people yet to even gain a class or first advancement? He hadn't accounted for diseases possibly increasing in strength. What about new diseases that were brought with the introduction of the system and new races? Would their skills be enough to hold off new infections and germs brought by other worlds? Drake clicked his tongue. Fine. Good. What are you doing? Drake wrapped Bridget in a full-body earthen straitjacket, a rope made of lava extending from her to his staff. You are still too dangerous to let near the kids unsupervised. And honestly, I don't trust you. Drake smiled. So hold on while I clean up. Clean up? Bridget said, her cigarette dropping from her lips. Drake's hair turned black, then quickly back to a light green as he smiled. Bridget's face paled as she realized what was about to happen. Enjoy the ride, Drake sneered as he took off at full speed, pulling her along as he went from bookshelf to bookshelf, inventorying the literature en masse. Once he was done, he exited the area, looking back at the large mass of poisonous manna surrounding the university. Cleanup time. Hey Doc, clean it up. Oh. Drake frowned, looking back at his prisoner, but she had passed out, foaming at the mouth. Drake sighed, letting her down temporarily so he could use his staff. Pointing at the university, he began channeling power into a green magic circle as his hair shimmered white. Bathe this land in cleansing wind. Let the howls of this gusting torrent break the shadow of this foul air. Maelstrom. Drake's mana infused into the circle, summoning a tornado that spun outward, steadily growing in size and speed. Once large enough, it broke with an ear-shattering crack as it thrusted a piercing gust throughout the area, pushing the poison mana upwards and dispersing it. He gave a satisfied breath. Phew, that wasn't so bad. Now, off to the center before Nato screams at me again. Who's that? One of the children in the front seat pointed to the unconscious Bridget. Oh, she's no one important, Drake smiled. Is she dead? Asked another. No, she's sleeping. She looks dead. No, she's sleeping, I promise. Yeah, sleeping. Sleepy, sleepy. So tired. Drake chuckled nervously. Drake! Nato shouted, running down the aisle to the front of the bus. I have had enough of your dallying. We must go to... Drake stopped her, holding up a hand. Yep, that's exactly where we are going, right now. Oh, good. Well, let us be on our way then. She nodded, her face twisting in confusion despite her agreement. Drake opened the side window, waved to his elementals, and shouted out to the other buses. You heard her. To the system center. On the double. The buses rose in unison as the clicking of belts rang out. Bridget's eyes winked open, just barely coming out of her stupor from being flung around by Drake previously. Where am I? She stuttered, looking up to see a child smiling down at her. Why is there a child? And why are you smiling? You need a seatbelt, lady, the child snickered. A seatbelt? Why would I need a... The bus snapped forward, rubber banding her down the aisle and flinging her back towards Drake as she reached the end of the magma leash, only to be stopped dead by Drake's hand. Stay still. You're going to hurt someone moving. Oh, she passed out again. I wonder if that's kind of her thing, Drake scoffed. The streets zipped by outside the windows as the elementals matched their speed, weaving and stepping over abandoned cars and the like. A stern expression settled on Drake's face as he was reminded once again just how many people had been ripped from this world, never to return. The sound of cheering and whooping from the bus behind him alleviated it slightly, but he was still stuck in a conundrum. How was he supposed to break it to these children that many, if not all, of their parents and siblings would never be returning? While his mind raced, they eventually arrived at their destination, the bus stopping at the intersection of Main Street and the boulevard. Without instructions this time, Drake left the bus. A large crowd was forming around the building that had replaced the large business center that he remembered being there. All heads turned to the buses that had appeared so suddenly and the lone man who exited.
Who's that guy? Trying to show off? He looks like a mage. How does he have so many spells working at once? He must be strong. No, inspect him. He's level 14. He must be a legendary class. Shut up, you idiot. You know how astronomically rare those classes are?
The murmurs and whispers of the crowd reached Drake's ears easily, but he paid them no mind. He had to get into the building quickly and turn in his quest as Nato had told him. He also needed to exchange his cores for currency if he had any hope of purchasing items, quests, and the like inside. Drake turned, sticking his head back into the bus. "Don't leave. That means everyone." "Charlotte!" Drake shouted.
Yeah?
She answered, peeking up from behind a seat. "You, Landon, and Janie are in charge of this bus." Drake threw her a small crystal that he had used before, a communication crystal. "Anything happens, you use this. Nato will tell you how it works. Won't you, Nato?" Drake smiled. "No, I will not stay here any longer. Besides, you certainly need me to advise you inside," Nato pleaded. "No can do on that one. You have to stay here and watch them. No one will suspect you of being anything other than a small child anyway,"
he said with a laugh. "I'll be sure to tell the other buses. I only have one more pair of crystals, so you have to keep an eye on everything. All right? I'm counting on you three." Landon, Charlotte, and Janie nodded their eyes, wondering at the still observing crowd outside. Drake ignored the people staring and walked to the other buses, letting them know what was happening and leaving his other crystal with them. Once done, he pressed through the crowd to the entrance. Just before the door, a large man stood like a tree rooted there. Drake looked up, and surprisingly, the man was well above 8 feet tall. He could give Bjorn a run for his money.
"Hello there. Care to move? Or are we doing the classic guild scene?"
Drake asked. The man scoffed, looking down.
"No one enters till boss is done."
Drake inspected the towering man. Isaac Burgundy, level 12. Drake raised a brow.
"Is everyone just a low level?" "You're only 2 above me, and you're a mage,"
the man said, pointing to Drake's staff.
"You lose."
Drake smiled, snapping his mask into place.
"Hard way it is, then."
Isaac took the words as a cue and pulled 2 swords from his back. It reminded Drake of the gnoll he faced in the tutorial with the dual scimitars. Drake chuckled and snapped his fingers as he dodged the man's slashing attacks with ease. The bystanders screamed and scattered to make way. A white magic circle formed at Drake's feet. Isaac growled, his face turning to a frustrated scowl as he swung horizontally to take Drake's head off. Drake bent down, touching his hand to the circle. The blades passed harmlessly over his head just before standing back up. From his hand, the body of a frozen man formed and rose beside him.
"Summon primal ice elemental,"
Drake chanted, the spell forming a moving human made of ice.
"Try not to kill him. He's only doing his job," Drake ordered. "Kill me, you puny," Isaac began saying before he was pushed backward, the elemental having rushed forward with its icy hand reaching for his throat. Drake chuckled as he walked past them casually while they continued to fight, Isaac cursing behind him. "Even my elementals have bad personalities. It's playing with the poor guy," Drake thought as he entered the door. Inside, there were counters stretched across the building, enough to house all the people outside and more. A person stood behind every counter, each of them well-dressed. Drake looked them over, surprised. Some aren't human, but most are. Are they people? Or... "Who let you in?" someone shouted. Drake knew the person was there, but he chose to ignore them in the hope that they would just let him get his business done and be on their way. But unfortunately, it seemed there were still more clichés to get out of the way. "No one let me in. I presume you are the so-called boss?" Trace Morgan, Level 15. Chapter 5. Destination, Sa-ul-Rak. "Yeah, that'd be me. Who the fuck are you, bro?" Trace asked. Drake ignored the mob character and shouted past him to the people at the counters. "Is there a rule that I can't fight in here?" Drake asked. "There is not," one of the people at the counters answered. Drake smiled. "Looks like you're out of luck and I'm out of time." "What?" Before Trace could get out a single word, Drake moved, gripping the man by the face and throwing him to the floor. He had tried to keep his power in check, but Trace would have to settle for some broken bones as opposed to being flat-out dead. "I'll be honest, I'm kind of surprised his head stayed on. Even if I was holding back, he must be some kind of tank variant." Drake stood, snapping his fingers and encasing the man in a stone tomb like he had with Bridget, just to be on the safe side, in case he woke up before Drake was done. The sound of glass breaking made Drake whirl around, just as a tall, tree-sized man skidded across the tiled floor. Drake looked up to see his ice elemental on the other side of the door. Dropping his eye, he scoffed. "I don't think I told you to have that much fun with him, did I?" The elemental shrugged from the doorway, some people looking in curiously and gasping as they saw the other man on the floor, covered in a black earthen tomb. "Don't let anyone in until I'm done. I'm on a natto tight schedule right now," Drake instructed, walking to the counters. He approached one of the non-human people, interested to see the other races. "Hi there," he greeted. "Hello, sir. How may I help you?" the man asked. "Straight to the point, I see. You and I will get along swell, buddy. I'm more concerned with what I can do here. I only know very little." "Oh, and I have this coupon," Drake said, pulling the slip of paper from his inventory and showing it to the rather impressive-looking elf man. "I see. You have a quest coupon?" the man said, then took the slip of paper. His, or its, face paled. "This is a coupon from the Dragon's Tutorial." Before the man went pale, Drake didn't fail to catch its face shifting, almost like a glitch in a game where the graphics get pixelated. "Yeah, it is. And she was a cunt. And you're a construct?" Drake asked, his eyes thinning. "Indeed. How can you be so rude to a primordial, taking their name in vain? Please let this not find its way back to my superiors," the man whispered, then cleared his throat. "I have received the coupon for the E-ranked quest. Please confirm." In an instant, a window popped up like it had normally for Drake. "New quest, E-grade, a land all your own. You must stake your claim to specified land and complete the following tasks. Commute to the designated area. Defeat 100 E-rank entities or subjugate 300 F-rank entities. Place F-grade honing crystal and protect said crystal for 168 hours. During honing and pairing, nearby monsters will be drawn to the area, and a beacon will be lit, informing a stakeholder that a claim has been issued. Reward: nobility rank, nobility experience based on placement ranking. Entry into the World Summit. Access to the town's specific system center. 1x system building of your choice. Drake read the description and raised a brow at the specific wording for the requirements. So there's a subsequent quest afterward. That's new. Then it takes a minimum of a week for defense. I can see why Nato was urging me to start. Every hour counts. And E-rank entities, huh? Will there be anything else? The man asked. Can I do anything else? Drake asked, taken from his thoughts. You may exchange your cores for currency if you so wish. There are also basic F-rank quests available. You may also issue quests as long as you have the collateral to put up for the reward. Drake's ears perked up at the last sentence. Is there a restriction on the number of quests that I can issue? As long as there is sufficient collateral, there is no issue. But please remember that quests may not be taken if reward collateral is not sufficient, so please keep that in mind when issuing them. Wow, I wish the other construct I met in the introduction was this helpful. Please also keep in mind that the quests will not be cancelled even when the non-town system centers leave in a year's time. Drake's eyes thinned, remembering the flavor text including that information. The construct confirming it cemented his suspicion. That means that war is soon to come then. Once these free centers are gone, I'm sure people will monopolize the town-sanctioned ones. That probably means they will compete to keep the resources. Drake clicked his tongue, realizing once again how foul the system was in forcing conflict at every turn. Would you like to issue a quest, sir? The man asked. Drake's family flashed through his mind, as well as the children and people on the buses. Yes, you said there was no limit? That is correct. Then I'd like to issue quite a few. Hope you have nowhere to be. Drake exited the center nearly 30 minutes after entering, dispelling his ice elemental as people waited for him to clear the area before storming the center. Looking at the buses, he was relieved. There had been no trouble and no need for him to abruptly stop his issuing of quests, as well as picking up every F-grade quest he could from the center. He looked at his inventory window as well, seeing the item he was forced to purchase for his town quest. Honing Crystal, F-grade. Allows an entity to lay claim to a specified territory. Anchors a system-sanctioned honing crystal to pair with the claimed territory. Should the crystal be destroyed during pairing, the quest will fail. The description was simple enough, but the price was considerable. Thankfully, it was out of his remaining tutorial points as it was linked to a tutorial bot quest. But doing so had cleared him out of his remaining points. You know, it was kind of suspicious how he knew exactly how many points I had left. But at least I got everything I needed and converted a lot of my cores to currency. Drake digressed, holding out one of the coins. In his hand was a nearly clear, whitish coin that hummed with mana that he could physically feel pricking his skin. The coins had been traded with the cores for a 1-for-1 value, leaving him with an even 10,000 of the amount he converted. He had asked how many coins it would take to convert the coins into an E-grade coin, and he was surprised by the conversion. One E-grade coin was worth 100 F-grade coins, but he couldn't get any information beyond that, so it was hard to say whether the conversion stayed constant with the increase of rank. But it was safe to say that he regretted giving Nato the E-rank core now. That little garbage disposal is going to eat me out of house and home, Drake grumbled. Getting back on the bus, he was greeted with a scowling Nato, who was once again surrounded by children. Drake smiled and burst out laughing at the sight. What are they doing to you? Nato growled. They are braiding and styling my hair. You look ridiculous, Drake guffawed. The children frowned, looking at Drake. No, she looks beautiful. Yeah, Nato is a princess. Yeah, princess, Stinky Drake. Stinky Drake, they all chanted. Drake scoffed. Unfortunately for them, he was a professional man-child and knew exactly how to deal with the situation. I know you are, but what am I? Stinky, they chanted. But I'm rubber and you're glue. Whatever you say to me bounces off and sticks to you, Drake rebutted. Stinky. Drake frowned. No, that's not how this works. Stinky, Stinky Drake, Stinky Drake. Whatever. Drake laughed and walked up to Natto, nodding and thanking Charlotte, Janie, and Londine for holding down the fort while he was away. Drake had made sure to issue as many quests as he could to locate the children's parents, offering a substantial reward in cores to anyone who brought him information or the parents themselves. He had also issued a quest for his own family, where he offered several rare weapons he was not using. And of course, he used the location they were going next as the destination to find him. Holding up the quest map that came with the town quest, Drake smiled at Natto. All right, ready to go claim a town? Natto jumped from her seat, knocking off the braids and other things decorating her head.
Finally! Now we can be rid of these blessed animals.
Wude.
Yeah, Wude. Wude princess.
The children started chanting, exchanging their insults at Drake to ones at Natto. Oh, how the tables have turned, Drake grinned.
That is not the saying, and you know it,
Natto roared, storming to the front of the bus. Drake laughed and followed her, taking the intercom in hand. All right, ladies and gentlemen, big announcement. I have put out quests to find all of your parents and families. The bus shouted and cheered in glee. We are now going to go to the town where they will meet up with us if they are found. Everyone on their best behavior, and we will be in nice, cozy beds in the next... Drake trailed off, opening the map and looking at the destination. Well, at some point... The shouts turned to boos. Don't boo me. I'm right, Drake chuckled.
Holy shit crap. This is way further out than I expected.
Drake sighed, his feet kicked up on the dashboard as he looked out and flipped through his quests. I have told you that your world is far more expensive than you remember, have I not? Natto sighed, picking from a bag of food as she sat on the exit step. Yeah, but this much? I'm pretty sure there wasn't a mountain or fudging plains here. Drake exclaimed as he waved his arms, pointing to the grasslands covered in snow. We are in New York. There are no plains or mountains in this area. What wonky world got shoved into my backyard? Most likely a world with large grasslands or mountains. It certainly seems to fit, Natto snickered. Not helping.
Obviously, moron.
Good to know you haven't changed since the day I hatched you.
Natto hatched?
Don't you mean born? Charlotte asked over Drake's shoulder. No, I mean hatched. She came out of an egg, Drake reiterated. Did she come out naked? Londine asked, peering over Drake's other shoulder. She did not. She was fully clothed. Honestly, I was pretty surprised myself, Drake answered. Weird. Is that normal? Londine asked again, putting his chin on his crossed arms. Dunno. She's the only one I've seen hatch, so I couldn't say.
It is very normal. Why is it so weird that I was clothed? Natto snapped.
I don't know. Birds come out of eggs naked. So do reptiles and amphibians. It's just weird, Londine shrugged.
I hate children,
Natto mumbled. Now. We are pretty much on cruise control until we reach our destination, so rest up, kids. We only have to worry about something if my elementals can't handle it, but that doesn't seem like it will happen anytime soon. Although the monsters are getting quite strong compared to the ones in the city. And quickly, Drake muttered under his breath as the notification from his elementals rolled in. You've subjugated Hidearound, level 19, F rank. Experience earned. You've subjugated Ratman Warrior, level 17, F rank. Experience earned. You've subjugated Ratman Sentry, level 18, F rank. Experience earned. You've subjugated Lesser Slime, level 15, F rank. Experience earned. You've subjugated Frogman Hunter, level 21, F rank. Experience earned. Racking up the experience, but I guess it's still slow going. I'm not killing higher-leveled mobs anymore, so the speed is down by a large margin. Looks like I'll need to punch up against E ranks if I want to progress at the same speed. Hopefully it won't be a problem, Drake thought, lying back as he kept his aura sense at maximum expansion to make sure none of the several buses being pulled were in any danger. He opened up his status after a long time, giving a small whistle to the stats. Drake Wallen Race, Assurin, F rank. Profession, Minor. P5, 0%, F rank. Jeweler, P5, 0%, F rank. Class, Unique. Elemental Miller, level 25. VIT, 438. 15 plus 215%. Sturt, 442. 55 plus 10%. Dex, 360. 30 plus 20%. Int, 996. 90 plus 15%. Wis, 436. 10 plus 215%. End, 354. 750 plus 225%. Free points, 80. Titles, Well on Your Way. Glory of the Patriarch. Highest Contributor. Expectations of the Host. Dawning of a Tyrant. Insecticide. Marked by Dragons. Race Change. Birthright. Vanquisher of Kings 2. Exterminator. Named in the System. Dawning of a Tyrant 2. Hated by Many. The Awe of Many. Bounty. First Completionist. Top 3. Top 1. Top 3 awarded to participants of the tutorial who have finished within the top 3 in the level ladder rankings. Increased overall stats by 10. Top 1 awarded to the participant who finished first in the tutorial point ladder. Increase overall stats by 20. First Completionist awarded to the participants of the first completed tutorial of their interaction. Increase overall stats by 50. Early access to tutorial shop and exclusive quests. Wow, surprised I never checked those titles. Those are some choice stat boosts, Drake mumbled. What are you looking at? Charlotte asked curiously. Can't see it? Drake asked. No, is there something there? Drake turned the window to show her, just as he had with others. How about now? Charlotte shook her head, making Drake look over at Nato. She has not been introduced to the system yet, and will not until she has turned 16 years of age. She cannot benefit from the system, and cannot interact with any of its features until so, Nato explained. Makes sense, Drake nodded, waving away his status. What's the system? She asked. Yeah, you keep mentioning that and stats. Is it like a game? Londine asked. It's exactly like a game, Drake grinned. Cool, Londine smiled. I don't get it, Charlotte frowned. Nor me. Drake cringed, then coughed. I'll tell you when you're older. I'm turning 16 in a few days. Fine. I'll tell you when we get there and I finish this quest. Quest? So do you get a reward? Londine beamed. I do. I level up, maybe. I'll explain it more at a better time. Dope. I'm finna try out being a mage. That was my go-to. Or maybe a swordsman. Londine smiled, swinging an imaginary blade in the air. Oh, to be young, Drake chuckled. That was literally you but a few months ago. Nato snickered. Still younger, Drake said, giving her a raspberry. Child. Garbage disposal. Moron. Black hole. Weeb. You take that back. That's a compliment, not an insult. Charlotte and Londine exchanged confused looks.
"Are we sure we're safe with him?" she asked.
"Probably," Londine shrugged. After an hour of traveling and back-and-forth conversation, the journey to their destination took them deeper into a large plain, with mountains Drake had never seen before off in the distance, and the reflection of a lake just as far. The path had taken them out of the city to the west, and even further still, off any road or highway that Drake was familiar with. They simply followed the map that was provided by the quest into what was essentially the unknown. Drake closed his eyes, focusing on his senses as the energy on the bus died down, with many of the kids beginning to doze off after their hectic day. The sounds of the elementals blowing up and cutting down monsters became the raindrops in the background as they fell asleep. That was until Drake felt one of his windbird spells disappear. Getting up quickly, he stopped the buses. Slowing down to a gentle stop, he quickly got out, Nato trailing behind him. "Get back on the bus," Drake said tersely.
"You will need my assistance,"
Nato countered as she hopped onto his shoulder. "I need someone I can trust to watch the kids and bring the buses out of danger."
"There will be no danger here, Drake. I know where we are and what planet habitat we have wandered into."
Drake looked at the other end of the field, a woman in tribalistic clothing holding a serrated axe 3 times her size on her shoulder. Her hair was a deep maroon, almost black if not for the reflection of the waning sun. Bones and other ornaments donned her side braids, but the rest of her hair was waist-length, the top draping down and blowing in the chill breeze. Her clothes only covered the essentials, exposing her lightly green-colored skin, with a small snaggletooth poking out of the bottom of her mouth, or better called a tusk. Saul Rock, level 22. The woman named Saul Rock looked furiously at Drake and Nato, her mouth turning into a snarl.
"Our owner of pesky small bird? Trespass on Rock Tribe land, outsider."
Nato nudged Drake.
"This is a planet that contained orcs."
Drake didn't look away from Saul as his mouth opened slowly. "Yeah, I got that much," he mumbled, his eyes drawn to her exposed abs. "Help me. I think I might awaken to something serious." Chapter 6. Chieftain of the Rock Tribe. "Ask again. Our owner of pesky birds trespass on rock territory," Saul said evenly, the sound of her hand tightening around the leather strap of her weapon. "Oh, she's not happy," Drake mumbled, then turned to whisper to Nato. "Is she a monster that I can just understand now? She is an orc, after all. What's the difference between her and a goblin?" Nato sighed and then spoke into Drake's ear.
"The orc race, when you boil it down, is the same as the goblins, yes, but she is no mere orc. If I am correct, she is a lowland plains orc. They are one of the more potent species of orc, and of course, much stronger, as well as smarter." Drake looked at her skeptically. "Then why is she missing entire words when she speaks?" "That is just an unfortunate price of using the myriad of languages. The book will allow you to understand, but the nuance of language is lost if you do not learn it from scratch, at least until you become used to the language over time." "Oh, that kind of makes sense. Then this is what the quest was getting at. I'm assuming her village or tribe is smack dab in the middle of the quest location, right?" "Yes, I would assume so," Nato nodded. "Then what? They don't, or you don't expect me to just wipe them all out, right?" "They aren't monsters, Nato." Drake frowned. No, I expected you to force them into submission through a duel with their chieftain, she said, looking at Saul. I am guessing this young orc is just that, which is surprising.
Why's that?
Normally, well, as far as I understand it, before the system, the men of the orc tribes were considerably bigger and stronger than the women. She must be quite the anomaly.
Guess that makes two of us then. So I just challenge her to a duel? Drake asked, watching Saul grind her teeth as she glowered at him.
Yes. In lowland orc tradition, the winner of a duel must submit to the winner.
Their war rules are also quite similar. They take pride in honor and strength. Drake nodded. Good fit, then. Nato infused herself into him, and he walked forward, waving placidly to Saul. Hi again. I am the owner of those birds, and I'm here to challenge you to a duel, apparently. My quest needs me to take over the location ahead, he said, pointing behind her.
Small child? Challenge me to mock rule?
Saul asked incredulously. Yep. I'm not a child, though. I know I'm under 6 feet now, but that's just insulting. Drake sighed.
Will not. Turn back before lose life, Saul said through an annoyed growl.
Oh, this isn't good. Is she allowed to refuse? Isn't it like normal plot progression for her to just accept? Drake asked. This is troublesome. She should have to accept any challenger, but I guess she believes you are actually a child? Are you the first human she has encountered? Nato speculated. Well, that makes sense since we're so far off the beaten path, and there are pretty strong monsters here.
Oh, I know.
You have an inspection skill, right? Drake asked, smiling. Saul didn't answer, only her yellowish eyes flashing a deep red before she barked a laugh.
Small, weak child. Go back home.
Okay, that one was personal, Drake said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Then a notification struck their ears. The first honing crystal has been placed by Atticus Wallen, the Sun Emperor. 24 hours until completion. Drake's face turned serious. What is this about? Ignoring the fact that a dead man just used a honing crystal, why is it 24 hours instead of the week-long like mine? Drake asked. Each tutorial had a coupon for a different length honing crystal. His must have been from a lesser sponsored tutorial, meaning he will start with less influence and land. But that does still mean if his crystal anchors, he will be the first to achieve it. Nato sighed.
This is why I told you to be quick.
I assumed yours would take much longer after we confirmed the dragons as sponsors.
But that wouldn't have mattered. I can't make it anchor faster.
Drake looked back at Saul, his eye color shifting through his skills as he gripped his necklace. Sorry, I don't have time to waste anymore, he growled, placing the equipment into his inventory. Saul's eyes shone red again, her face twisting into a frown as she lowered her stance.
Deceiver. Dishonorable. Make Saul think Deceiver our child?
Drake gave a derisive snort, entirely pissed. His smirk was replaced by a hard, unreadable stare. I didn't say shit. You made that assumption all on your own. Are we doing this then? Drake snapped his fingers, his elementals converging on him in an instant. He turned to them as he instructed, "Take the buses to a safe distance and protect them." The next instant, they returned to the buses, the children waking from their naps and looking outside the windows. Some boos, gasps, and shouts reaching Drake's ears. Now then, duel? Mock rule, was it?
Saul accept. Die now for deceit,
Saul snarled. Sorry, but even if you are a woman and very... Never mind. Don't expect me to pull my punches. I took off the necklace, so there's no sense in hiding anything for now. Drake tried to continue his monologue, but Saul wouldn't allow him. She careened forward at a speed Drake was surprised to see, his assumption from her weapon that she was a strength-based class. But she moved lightly over the distance between them, raising her enormous axe just as easily. Shouting as she brought it down in a cleave, the weapon glowed in a red light. "Heavy crescent cleave!" she shouted. Drake changed endowments instantly, his hair shimmering to a deep setting sun orange, his staff dropping into his inventory as his skills went into action. Bulwark, unbreakable, Guardian's reprieve, for the thrill of battle. In the second that it took for her foot to leave the ground, Drake was already prepared. His hand rose as his skills activated, and his new tattoos flared to life in a golden hue. He caught her axe mid-swing, stopping it cold as easily as if it were a child's toy. The force of the blow shredded his hoodie, revealing his battle garb beneath as his hair whipped in the turbulence. Saul's face said it all. Disbelief flashed through her eyes as she ground her teeth, putting more and more strength behind her weapon. But to no avail, Drake did not budge. "As I said, unfortunately for you, I don't have time to do this fight with proper big battle scene etiquette. You are going to have to lose here pretty quick." Drake's arms crackled with power as he fed the new tattoos with mana, the golden light pulsing brighter with the influx of resources. He raised his other hand, a white fireball forming instantly in front of his open palm. Heretical attunement, fire. Throwing his fist into the caught blade, he snapped it in half. Saul's face contorted into fear as she jumped backwards. Drake crushed the rest of the piece he was holding before he addressed her, her bravado nowhere to be seen. "Do you give up?" Drake asked. The words hit her like a ton of bricks. The fear vanished from her face, replaced by courage, duty, and indignation. "Can't let win. My tribe counting on me. Not let you harm them," she shouted, holding up the broken weapon shakily. "I see. Pity," Drake said in an icy tone. "If it wasn't for that notification, I might have gone easy on you. I'm sorry, but don't die." Drake clapped his hands together, then spread them apart as a colorful array of magic circles formed in the space between. His spells began to grow, white fireballs, purple-hued spikes of ice, and jet-black lances of earth. Lighting crackled with violet fervor above him as if it was angered by being held back from destroying the opponent in front of him. Saul's face paled as she saw the display, but Drake was not done. The full brunt of his assurance prideful aura came down on her, stripping her of her will and a number of any beneficial skills she was currently using. She collapsed to her knees, sweat beading down her exposed skin as she struggled to both breathe and stay conscious. In front of her was an insurmountable opponent she was simply not prepared to face. She had truly misjudged him. "I promise no harm will come to your tribe. Surrender," Drake asked one more time, the halo of spells ascending above him as he looked down at her. "Don't believe you," Saul croaked. "I respect your pride, but you are about to die," Drake said with a scowl. "It is honor to die for tribe. We'll see the Great Mother and live in the eternal hunt. Win only if kill Saul." "So be it." Drake was about to throw his hand down, willing his spells to converge on her, when he stopped his pressure and spells winking out of existence. "Why did you stop?" Nato asked. "She passed out," Drake laughed. "Guess I win by TKO?" "Is she dead?" "No, she's just sleeping." "She's pretty, but why is she green?" "She ate too many green veggies." "That's a lie.
My mom told me that can't happen.
Fine, she's an orc. Hey, don't poke her. Nato, control your children.
They are your kids, you doofus.
Saul could hear the conversation around her, her consciousness slowly coming back as the voices came into focus. Her head was on something soft. She blinked, trying to wash away the blurred vision, only to see the man she was just fighting above her. Yo, good morning, Sleeping Beauty. Sleep all right? Drake asked, grinning. Saul got up abruptly, her hand going for her blade, but it was nowhere to be found. Drake stood up with her and, in a flash, was behind her, his arm catching her in a chokehold. Sorry, but I'm going to need you to calm down.
There are actual children here now, Drake said calmly, his hair now red instead of the black it was earlier.
Saul began a slight struggle, forcing Drake to summon restraints of earth at her feet and arms. After a few more seconds of resistance, she tired herself out and began looking around, seeing the smaller humans surrounding her, and a few more the size of Drake. If you haven't noticed, you lost Sarah, Drake said calmly, walking out in front of her again.
Sarah?
Saul asked. Yeah, Saul Rock is a little hard to roll off the tongue. You okay with me just using Sarah?
Do not speak like familiar with Saul.
You're right. I'm not. But you lost. That means I'm in charge and you have to listen, right?
Saul, breathe still. Have not lost, she growled.
Drake sighed, his aura coming out in full force again as his eyes glowed with power. Do you really want to go again? I already spared you once. The pressure froze the air and came down on her with more force than before because of their proximity to one another. Her face went from a light green to a pale gray. After only a few seconds, the wind in her sails emptied, and she shook her head. Drake released the pressure, heaving a sigh. I'm getting more precise with that, but wow, it takes a surprising amount out of me. Anyway, are you going to behave now? Drake asked, then looked around, double-checking that the kids were okay and not affected.
Not child. Warriors not go back on word, Saul said evenly.
Good. Oh, and someone wake up that lousy doctor, Drake shouted. I got it, Charlotte yelled from one of the buses. A second later, she poked her head out of the door.
She's awake, but she said she can't move and needs to,
Drake snapped his fingers, going back to his ways of trying to limit how much information was revealed regarding how his skills worked, as well as having already replaced his necklace that changed his level. He dispelled Sarah's restraints as well. Once free, she rubbed her neck, arms, and feet.
How so strong? She asked.
That's a story for later. I'm in need of getting this quest done. So you are going to take me to your tribe, and we are going to plant this crystal and get this quest done, he instructed, then shouted at the doctor coming out of the bus, her hair frizzled and a cigarette already in her mouth. Hey, Doc, he shouted. Her head turned towards him. You're in charge of making sure nothing bad happens. If anything does happen to these kids while I'm doing this... Drake motioned to one of the lightning elementals. The elemental snapped with power, burning a hole into the ground. Her face paled as she nodded slowly. All right. Now that is out of the way. Let's go, chieftain, Drake grinned. But Sarah looked confused.
Saul is not chief of Rock Tribe. Saul's father is.
Drake's eyes widened. Oh, son of a bitch. Chapter 7. Revul Sa Rock. So you're not the chieftain? Drake asked once more, following Sarah on foot.
No, Father Chief. Am just strongest fighter in tribe. Felt strong presence coming within territory, moved to stop it, Saul said, slightly irritated. Tried to stop it.
Drake smiled, casually putting his hands behind his head. Sorry about your axe, but I had to make it clear you couldn't win.
It is normal. In mock rule normally lose life. Losing weapon is best.
That's pretty brutal. Is it normal to have duels often? Drake asked casually.
No. Duel used for serious matters. Duel between man and woman never happen often.
Drake hummed, curious by her wording. What do you mean by that? I assumed women fight just as much as men based on you being so strong. Sarah blushed, which took Drake aback. Seeing such a strapping woman who still had such feminine features blush put him on the back foot.
Pushover,
Nato spat. Shut up. I'm seriously awakening to something here. I didn't know green came in that shade. Fucking damn it. Drake cursed internally, Claire's face flashing in his mind.
Almost there,
Saul pointed. A small distance away, an opening in the tall, snow-covered plains grass came into view with the peaks of circular tents poking up. It reminded Drake of certain tents he had seen in a particular game. Do you guys scream, "For the Horde," by the way? He asked with a grin.
Horde? Are but few hundred, not horde, Saul said, raising a brow, one of her small tusks poking out of her mouth.
Okay, that went over your head. That's fine. You're from another planet, so you get a pass.
Pass?
Never mind. Which is the chief's tent? Drake sighed.
I take, follow.
Drake resumed walking behind Sarah, looking around at the gazes of the tribesmen he was quickly picking up. There were men, women, elderly, and children all pointing and staring at him. The children watched curiously. The elders scowled, and many of the men looked at him with fury-filled hate. Ah, I see what's going on. You're pretty popular, huh, Sarah?
Don't understand. Am chief's daughter. The tribe is family. Tribe is most important.
That's cute. So you're the airhead earnest type, huh?
Airhead? Don't understand.
She grunted with irritation, pointing to a larger tent that was adorned with more colorful paint and pelts than the other. The skull of a large animal or monster at the peak that Drake was unsure of. Nice digs, Drake whistled. What are digs? Saul asked. A cool place? It is quite hot inside here. Drake slapped his forehead. Never mind. A few moments earlier, a runner made their way into the chief's tent, gasping for breath. What is it? Why are you so out of breath and rushed, my child? The older man asked. The older man had graying hair, but it didn't detract from the rippling muscles on his body and stern gaze that hinted at years of experience.
Chief Ervul, a man,
he began, catching his breath.
A man, with your daughter, is entering the village.
Ervul's body tensed as he processed what the runner was saying. The only explanation for his daughter bringing someone into the tribe would be because she lost mock rule. That alone made the man stronger than anyone in the village. But Ervul let out a relieved breath. His daughter was still alive, even after losing the duel. Not only that, she would only bring someone here that would not harm the tribe. Of that, he was certain. If my daughter is bringing someone here, it is fine. She knows the responsibilities she holds.
Chief,
You must be more cautious of bringing an outsider here. And now? What if he is a spy, or brings more to take us by surprise? One of the other men inside the large tent asked, concerned. As I have said, my daughter knows her responsibility to the tribe. Or are you saying I am wrong, and my daughter does not know her duty? Ervol asked pointedly. Of course not, chieftain. By the mother, you are the guiding light. Then we shall receive this man as a guest. Ervol waved the runner back outside. He gave a small bow and left. A moment later, his daughter entered alone. Saul, you've returned. I heard you brought a man, Ervol said. I have, chieftain. It is complicated, she answered. Complicated? Is there a problem? Does he bring war? No, he has defeated me in a mock rule and has spared my life. But he wishes to... It is better if he explains it, although his tongue is still that of a child, which makes him hard to understand. It is fine. Tell him to come in. I will see him happily. Saul nodded and exited the tent once more. This time, a man entered who was clad in armor Ervol had never seen. The man's hair was long, well past his waist, and left to freely move as he did. Across his body were also pieces of cloth that Ervol noticed were scraps of something larger. His skin was covered in markings and scars, a noticeable one across the left side of his face and another on his right shoulder and side. The flesh was slightly discolored from the rest of his tan skin, likely from an old wound. But what shocked Ervol the most was the aura of the man. It turned his blood cold. His years of experience facing warriors in the wars they fought in the plains had honed his instincts well. Despite the man's attempts to conceal it, Ervol would not let himself be fooled. The man walked with a warrior's gait. His face seemed calm, but Ervol knew he was taking in the surroundings, measuring up each and every person within the tent. Despite the man's disheveled appearance and the strange red hand-shaped mark on his forehead, Ervol was cautious. Sweat began to form on Ervol's face as his mouth quivered, his tusks chattering ever so slightly. "Get out!" he roared, then repeated himself when the other tribesmen in the tent looked at him confused. "All of you get out. Leave me with this man. Go back to your homes, quickly." He had known this feeling many times on the battlefield. The aura, the gaze, the breathless calm before the storm that was washing over him. It was something that eluded him all these years. But here, in this tent, he knew it would find him again if he made the wrong move or misspoke. Certain death. Ervol gazed at the man, who stood there looking confused at the tribesmen leaving the room. Drake Wallen. Level 14. Drake looked down at the chieftain, feeling slightly lost in the conversation. He was able to understand the chief, Ervol, better than he could Sarah, but it was still apparent that there were things lost in translation. Is he going to jump me or something? Drake thought. He is obviously being cautious. Look at his face. He is desperate to get the others away from you, and for good reason. This man obviously knows you are a bad influence. Nato snickered. Hey, I resent that. The chief bent down and placed his head on the floor. I'm sorry. Have we offended? Ervol asked, his shoulders shaking slightly. What? Drake asked back, surprised. Ervol brought his head up to look at Drake. Why have you come to our tribe? War? Woman? Resources? Now Drake was wholly confused. What? No. Did Sarah not explain anything? Sarah? Your daughter, Saul. I fought her thinking she was the chieftain of this tribe. I have a quest in this area, Drake said, continuing to explain the situation quickly. After a few minutes, Rvul sat up, even inviting Drake to sit down by the fire. Drake wouldn't say that the old, yet very bulky and fierce-looking, man relaxed, but the conversation was going smoothly. You want to claim Rock Tribe land for own? Rvul asked seriously. When you put it like that, wow, that sounds so much worse. Drake sighed, but nodded. My quest requires this area, and there isn't any other way around it, unfortunately. I don't want to displace anyone, but I may not have any other choice if you don't wish to be under my jurisdiction for the time being. A switch seemed to be flipped in the old orc's head when Drake mentioned being under him. You wish to rule Rock? He asked, putting his hand to his chin. In a way, Drake answered pensively. I'm getting a bad feeling about this one, Drake thought. You defeat Saul in duel. We cannot match you. This I understand. Do you know meaning of defeating Saul in mock rule? Rvul asked back. Kinda? The face of the old orc turned into a wide grin. Then you must take responsibility, he said, taking off his necklace. Drake looked at it as Rvul passed it over to him. It was a leather necklace strung with what looked like tusks of mismatched sizes. What is this? Drake asked. He was unable to identify it, meaning it was not a system item. Mark of the Chieftain. You are now new chieftain of New Rock Tribe. You are patriarch, Rvul grinned. You take Saul. Protect her and tribe. Clever old man, Nato muttered. What is this about? Drake asked, confused. Moron, he is letting you take the position of leader. Okay, cool. In exchange for marrying his daughter. Wait, not cool. I can't accept this. I have a girlfriend, Drake grimaced. Rvul frowned. Look at what you have done. Now you have offended him, you dunce, Nato shouted. I don't care. I can't cheat. It hasn't even been a few days, Drake yelled back at her inside his head. Do not be a fool. You need this area, and he is handing it to you on a silver platter. No one says you must cheat. You just have to get married. Royals do it all the time. I'm not royalty. Drake, Nato said, her tone turning serious. At some point, you will need more people here to defend the crystal, as well as the children, and eventually your family. These people are a tribe of veteran warriors. Saul alone is basically that, oaf. Ew, don't say that. What the? Now I won't get that image out of my head for days. Be serious. I get your point, but it's still cheating. I'm not that type of guy. There is no other choice if you do not wish to kill every other person in this area. Do you actually think they will let you just take their land and home willingly without the previous chieftain's support? Or do you wish for this to end bloody? Damn it! Drake clicked his tongue, taking the necklace from Rvul. Are you really trying to pawn your daughter off on me like that? Drake asked furiously. Rvul surprisingly didn't look offended, but instead smiled back at Drake. Men of our tribe propose to their wives through mock rule. Orc women only accept if man is stronger, he explained, then looked at Drake with the eyes of not just a man, but of a father. Saul, my shining star, she my world. Her life with strong man was not possible. She was too strong. But you win duel and are strong, I can see. Her life is in your hands, like rest of Rack tribe. Drake clenched his teeth in frustration. Do you really think your tribe is going to be okay with someone from the outside just magically becoming chieftain? Ravul nodded. Orcs only care about one thing: strength. Drake grumbled, unable to come up with any more excuses. I've been fucking swindled. Honey trapped. I want a do-over. Where's the DeLorean? I need to go back to the future too, right now. Drake screamed internally. Chapter 8. There's a new chieftain in town. Drake walked out of the hut, lamenting his inability to say no after being pressured by Natto's reasoning. Just like in the tutorial, he had found the need for people despite being one of the strongest participants. He couldn't argue that it was impossible to be everywhere at once. Exiting the tent, he sighed and looked around to see a slightly confused Sarah, and then the more expected gasps, scowls, and threatening gazes from the other tribesmen. Oh, feels just like home, Drake smirked mirthfully. Why wearing chief's necklace? Thief! Return the chief's sacred symbol. Before Drake could respond, Ervil exited the tent, roaring. Silence! Ervil bared his teeth as he looked around. This man defeated Saul in combat. He earned right to lead Rock tribe, and will take her as his woman. For Rock to survive this new land, we must follow the strong. Father, Saul protested. Oh, she looks mad. Hey, it wasn't my idea, don't look at me like that. I've had enough of sleeping with one eye open in the tutorial already. Drake sighed. Please, you barely slept as it were. Natto laughed. That doesn't change the fact that when I did, I was always on edge. The uproar around them turned into a frenzy. Many of the tribesmen shouted in protest against Ervil's abrupt decision. Drake sighed again, raising his finger to intercept the man charging him from behind. The clash of Drake's mana-empowered finger with the orc warrior's axe kicked up dirt and pushed out a shockwave in the area, silencing the crowd. Attacking from behind, not very honorable of you, Drake sneered, holding back the axe. Won't accept outsider as chief. Saul will not wed some child, the man roared, screaming louder. Drake frowned, gripping the axe. Take your petty complaints up with Ervil. He crushed the axe in his hand, surprising both the crowd and the warrior. Piss off. Before anyone else could respond, Drake stepped forward, laying into the man with his fist and knocking him out cold. The orc man slipped from Drake's strike, falling on the floor with a thud. He casually turned around, addressing the crowd. I don't want to be in this position any more than you want me to, but I have a duty to my own family to see this quest through, and to see that everyone under my protection is cared for here. If anyone wants to stop me... Drake's voice was cold as he unleashed his aura and mana, letting it wash slowly over the crowd and linger before the next words left his mouth. You are welcome to try. The crowd went silent, many of them falling on their backsides in the face of Drake's intimidating aura that was now boosted with multiple titles and stats behind it. Faces that had shown hate and anger now looked at him with fear and awe, their expressions making their thoughts unmistakably clear. They understood there was no opposing him. Satisfied, he walked to the destination specified on his map, leaving only a few words with the group of people behind him. In 10 minutes, I will place my honing crystal. See to it that the tribe is there in time, or you may not survive what's to come. The first to break from his stupor and respond was Ervil, placing his hand on his chest. Yes, Patriarch, he shouted, looking over to his daughter. Saul,
You must accompany him. You are strongest here. You must fight with him." "But father," she began, but he cut her off. "Enough. This is our way. Or would you dishonor the mock rule and rock tradition?" No. Understand, father." Drake pretended not to see the exchange, but waited for Sarah to catch up with him as he made his way through the tribe's small village. Sending a mental command to his elementals, Drake continued to his destination, expecting to see them there when he reached it. Looking back at Sarah, he felt slightly frustrated with the situation.
"Drake, do not," Nato warned. "Sarah, look, I'm sorry that your wagon is hitched to mine," he started. "Idiot! But I have someone I love, and I'm going to go find them as soon as I can, if they haven't found me first. I'm sure you have someone you love as well. After how the tribe responded to what your dad said, I wouldn't be surprised." "Love? Do not have," Saul responded. "Oh," Drake said, surprised. "Rock only respect the strong, but have not recognized you as strongest." Is that so? Even though I kicked your butt?" Drake hummed. She frowned and growled, her snaggle tusk poking out. "That's kind of cute." "Wait, no, focus, Drake. Quest. First the quest," he thought, shaking his head. "You are hopeless. Do you truly not understand your position now in the multiverse?" Nato asked. Drake mulled over her words as he walked past many smaller tents where fire pits crackled and the scent of food cooking in pots filled the air. Nearby, tanning beds and furs lay out to dry. "I understand I'm going to be a focus in the world now, but I don't get your meaning," he thought in response. Nato sighed as if she had explained this many times already. "No, there is a reason so many races of the multiverse only respect strength, and the primordial races have been watered down to such an extent in some parts. Every race, weak and strong, will be vying for your blood. You must be prepared for it." "Blood? Oh, you mean that blood?" "Yes." Drake winced. "Yikes." "Yikes," Saul parroted. "Nothing. Means damn." "Damn? Like lion beaver dam?" "No, like oh shit or cringe." "There no scat here?" Drake groaned into his hands. "She's my enemy, mortal enemy," Drake screamed into his hands. "She doesn't understand a single reference." The sounds of Nato's snickering became louder and louder in his head. "Are all right?" Saul asked from behind him. I'm fine," Drake grumbled as he continued walking. Looking around, Drake began appreciating the scenery. The tents were fashioned in a way that reminded him of what he had seen in games for tribes, painted in reds, blacks, and yellows. Most of the tents were covered by furs or bones of what he assumed were monsters and animals. To him, it really felt like he was stepping through a village in Wall. Coming to the end of the village, the space opened up and, spotting a body of water, gave him pause. "There wasn't a lake here before," he muttered. At the edge of the village was a large lake with a moderately sized island in the middle. Looking down at his map, he saw that his destination was at the center of it. Drake gazed eagerly at the island, but waited until the orc tribe gathered around him outside the village. Then several buses arrived, drawing confused chatter from the orcs. "Yellow monsters!" some shouted. Drake raised his hands. No, these are mine. Don't attack them, you hear me?" The buses stopped, and the elementals holding them faded away after delivering them. First off the bus was Charlotte, Landon, and Charlotte's brother, whose name Drake had still not learned. Following behind them soon after was Janie, holding little Gohan and her brother as well. Soon, everyone began to exit the buses warily, looking around in amazement, some in fear and confusion. "This will be interesting," Drake muttered, slightly worried. He then spotted Bridget exiting the bus, her unlit cigarette dangling from her lips. The doc looked around with mild disinterest at the orcs, raising Drake's suspicion. Drake walked over to the doc. "You aren't impressed?" he asked, gauging her answer. "Huh? Oh no. In my tutorial there were quite a few different races. That was until... Well, we can talk about that later." She smiled, nodding behind Drake. "Seems you have an admirer." Drake turned around. Saul was behind him, standing with her arms crossed but her eyes darting around between the newcomers. "They're just kids, a few adults, but these are actual children, Sarah," Drake explained. "They aren't even level 1 yet. They won't do anything except maybe get a bit mouthy." Turning back, he looked at the doc. "Yeah, she's apparently my wife, and I'm the patriarch now." Bridget's eyes bulged as her cigarette dropped from her mouth. "What? You were gone for less than 15 minutes. How?" she exclaimed. "I work fast," Drake shrugged casually. "More like trouble is attracted to your idiotic face," Natto sneered. "My face happens to be quite above average, thank you," he countered. "Above average in stupidity, maybe." Drake frowned and then coughed as a group of kids approached him from the buses. "Is she following you around now?" Londine asked. "That she is. I have a ball and chain now," Drake said, almost whimpering. "No way," Charlotte shouted, then blushed at her own outburst. "I mean, there's no way. You two met like a few minutes ago and just fought." Drake shrugged. "Is what it is. You guys seem okay with the circumstances right now. Not confused with the orcs?" he asked. "Not really. They're just people, right? Green, but people," Londine said, putting his hands behind his head. Drake smiled. "Good kid." "That's right," Drake agreed, then raised his voice for everyone to hear, his wind magic helping project his voice. "Listen up," he shouted, getting everyone's attention. "I'm going to place something in the center of that island there. It's going to bring more monsters than I can count to the area." Drake's words began to stir the crowd, mainly the children who had just been through so much. He looked around firmly, keeping his voice even as he spoke. "I promise on my life, you shall not be harmed. Everyone here, now, is under my protection. There is nothing in this world they will throw at us that I won't fight and take down to keep that promise. You are different people, but you are now here together in a new home, a new world, and I will give my utmost to make it a safe place for you. I give you my word." The surroundings still seemed unconvinced by Drake's speech. He understood it would take proof to earn their confidence in him. He had wanted to wait before he revealed himself, but he needed everyone to stay calm and not go into a panic when the monsters arrived. "I know you all don't believe me, but I have faced monsters day and night for months in the tutorial that were several times stronger than me," he began, his hand going to his necklace that disguised his level. "And I have beaten every single one." Drake placed his necklace back into his inventory, revealing his level to those who could identify him. "My name is Drake Wallen, and I will become king of this world by necessity to protect my family. Choose to put your faith in me and my strength," he said with a breath of confidence, his body shimmering with power as he activated his heretical endowments, his hair cascading in a spectrum of his elements, his arms glowing golden with the infused mana he placed in them, putting pressure on the surroundings. And I promise you will not be disappointed. Drake stood tall, every eye in the area fixed on him. The tribe was once again awestruck. Even Saul, who had fought him previously, instinctively stepped back. Her father, Ravul, smiled nervously, unable to parse what he was witnessing, his warrior heart shaking furiously in his chest. Turning, Drake walked to the end of the lake, walking out as each step that met the water froze the lake until he reached the island in the center. Once on the island, he found its center, looking over his shoulder to see just how far away the shore was, and was impressed by the size of the lake. Opening his inventory, he pulled the honing crystal out, the massive shard falling to the ground with a thud. Embedding itself into the ground to stand upright, Drake exhaled and placed his hand on it to activate it. Do you wish to pair this honing crystal with the land, claiming ownership of the area? Yes. Confirmed. Please select a name for the claimed land. Drake looked at the prompt, taking another breath as he typed the name. May we be reunited, he said in a murmur, hitting confirm. Name selected. Reunite. Confirm? Confirmed. Starting pairing process. Time remaining, 167 hours, 59 minutes, 55 seconds. Announcement. The second honing crystal has been placed by Drake Wallen, the Patriarch Ashurin, the Tyrant. 167 hours until completion. The notifications forced Drake to smirk. Well, shit, so much for hiding. You've increased War God's battle fervor to proficiency 2. Chapter 9. Waking Up. Claire struggled to wake up, with a drowsiness she couldn't shake. It felt like it was pushing her back into sleep every time she was on the brink of rousing. With difficulty, she finally pushed past it, sitting up groggily in a familiar bed with light blue sheets and a room with pink and robin egg blue walls. She saw the same wooden vanity at the corner of her room, holding her books and notebooks. At first, she was calm, but then the quietness of the house began to overwhelm her as she teared up. Mom? Daddy? Jared? Claire whispered the names of her family to the quiet, hoping, begging for a response, but none came. She sat there weeping as once again she came to the realization that everyone she loved before was gone. Even after several minutes, her tears would not dry, but she knew she could not stay here in this state forever. She gripped the ring on her neck, the last thing that Drake had given her before they parted. Clasping her empty hand, his touch felt like a deep and distant dream. Claire rose, placing her things into her inventory. Going through the house, she collected photos and small mementos to remember her family by. The stuffed toys her parents gave her brother's sports equipment that were battered and worn, his shirts that still had his smell lingering on them. She took the whittled toy horse her father had made from her parents' room, the small vanity that looked like her own, one that she remembered her mother fondly in front of whenever she came to tell them good night. And finally, she took her father's Bible, locking it away in a chest she found in their closet before placing it with the rest in her inventory. Bracing herself, she looked at the front door, her heart heavy but racing as she placed her hand on the knob. Then she heard it. Announcement. The second honing crystal has been placed by Drake Wallen, the Patriarch Ashurin, the Tyrant. 167 hours until completion. Claire smiled, her face turning to eager joy. I'm coming, Drake.
Don't get into too much trouble while I'm gone, okay?
Hudson woke with a start, grasping instinctively for the gun at the side of his bed frame, like it had every night in the tutorial. But this time his hand curled around the cold metal grip of the pistol instead of air. Sweat beat down his face as he aimed it, surveying the room. Fuck, that damn tutorial did a number on me. Thank God that idiot. Shit, I still have my accent, he cursed, getting off his bed, placing his head in his hands as he calmed his mind and breathing. After a few moments, he got up and started collecting his clothes and other weapons from his home. Don't know how much these guns are gonna help now with all these monsters, he scoffed, snapping his fingers as a metal-colored magic circle formed next to him. A large, sleek robot rose from the floor. So, wasn't all a dream after all. Good to know I at least have this for protection till, well, whatever happens. Hudson sighed, looking from the robot standing next to him to the mirror in his room. He no longer wore the scraps of armor that he used in the tutorial. Thanks to Drake and the TP that he accumulated, he purchased a very interesting set of equipment for his class. Looking back in the mirror was a man in a black suit and a long red tie. On his head, mechanical-like goggles with whirling gears and motors. Gloves that matched the idea of a working tinkerer stretched over his suit's long sleeves and were clamped down at the cuffs by metal gauntlets that extended and turned into his chosen tools. And, of course, sturdy, work-like boots that contrasted but did not take away from the suit's overall professional feel. Hudson also strapped his sidearm to his right leg out of habit from the years of training he had endured. Then came a knock at the door. He turned, motioning with his chin for the robot to open the door. Once the robot moved down the steps and opened the door, several other men in black suits and glasses looked in. Hudson looked down the stairs as if it were natural that they would be there. "Howdy, boys. What's the word?" Hudson asked. "Sir," they both said, saluting. "Secretary Smith would like you to come to headquarters immediately." Hudson huffed. "He won't even give me a few hours before he starts yanking on the leash, huh? Well, no surprise he survived that Sam Hell tutorial. Asshole might be old, but he's tough as nails. Mr. Lawrence, we understand you have just returned, like the rest of us, but it is a priority matter. Announcement. The second honing crystal has been placed by Drake Wallen, the Patriarch Assurin, the Tyrant. 167 hours until completion." Hudson grimaced. "You bet your skinny white ass it is." He walked down the stairs and looked at his summoned robot, giving it a rap of his knuckle. "Let's get going, biggin'. There's gonna be a mountain of paperwork waiting for us." Theodore tightened his embrace, feeling the warmth of the person next to him. Breathing in her familiar perfume that he knew all too well, his eyes slowly opened to see the love of his life. She looked just like she had in the tutorial, giving weight to the trials they had been through there. Harley still slept soundly in Theodore's arms. He looked around, mumbling his spell to summon illusions to investigate the surroundings as he sat up slowly. His hand gently caressed Harley's head in his lap, his other commanding the illusions as they went out of the house, surveying the land. In time, Harley began grumbling as she stretched and got up as well, looking at Theodore with bleary eyes at first. Then, realizing where they were, she scrambled to sit up, looking around. "Worry not, my love, we are safe for now. There art not a grain of hostile malice hitherward," Theodore consoled as he rose from the bed. "Shall this one brew us elixir of life?" Harley smiled. Coffee would be lovely, Theo. Thank you. Theodore nodded. It shall be done. Going down the hall, he reached their quaint kitchen. Finding the electricity was out, he moved to the gas stove to find it still lit. He took some water from his inventory and a pot and began boiling it. Searching the cupboards, he quickly found the tin of grounds and prepared them. Soon the water boiled, and he poured the coffee. The sounds of Harley's boots clacked against the vinyl floors in the kitchen.
"Oh, how I've missed the smell of that," she said, breathing deeply.
"As has this one, love." Harley took the offered cup and sipped, not caring for the bitterness without milk or sugar, but blissfully sipping all the same. She looked at Theodore through the steam of the cup.
"What are we going to do now?"
Theodore took his cup, his other hand still tapping as he controlled his illusionary puppets. The sound of a notification hit them both at the same time. Announcement: the second honing crystal has been placed by Drake Wallen, the Patriarch Assurin, the Tyrant. 167 hours until completion.
"We are to go to my lord as planned."
Theodore smiled, putting down his cup and twirling his mustache. The cold air was bracing. Bjorn shivered out of his stupor, his hand instinctively reaching for the sword on his back after all his time in the tutorial. Once he saw that nothing was nearby, he brushed off the snow that had piled up on him. He looked around more carefully, standing up from his sitting position next to the remnants of an extinguished fire. He was outside, next to his cabin in the woods, the remains of his cookout before the tutorial brought him to his feet. Bjorn sighed.
"I guess no one else made it out. Rest in peace, fellas."
His heart was heavy for the lost neighbors who were with him during the midnight campout he had set up. The bottles of good liquor were now empty on the ground. Bjorn picked up one, heaving a sigh. "Damn, it's gone. I just opened this one, bro." Before he could truly become angry, he turned, throwing the bottle away as he made his way back to his cabin, or, well, log house. The lights and heat didn't work, and it seemed that the well pump and pipes had frozen over as well. But Bjorn wasted no time, scouring his home and picking up the essentials. The food he could salvage, and all of the good alcohol. Especially the alcohol. "Man's gotta have some good drink for a long trip," he muttered to himself, slipping the last bottle from his cellar into his inventory. As he went back to the main floor, something flicked by in the corner of his vision from outside the house, forcing him out the door once again. Looking around, he spotted something darting between the trees. "Bro, monsters already? I haven't even left the house." Bjorn sighed in frustration as he turned and ran for the small town nearby, ignoring the monsters. He remembered his talk with Drake and had to try his best to avoid fighting where he could to prevent himself from leveling up. "Easier said than done, though, bro." He blew a sharp breath. Looking over his shoulder, he saw a small horde of frost-bitten monsters growling at him. Frostwalker, level 17, F rank. I swear I can hear Drake making fire and ice references right now. Announcement: the second honing crystal has been placed by Drake Wallen, the Patriarch Assurin, the Tyrant. 167 hours until completion. Speak of the devil. Bro moves fast. Bjorn smirked. Chapter 10. Proof of Concept. Drake looked on as the crystal rose and the pairing process continued, held up by some sort of mana as it hovered in place. With a small pop, Nato rolled out onto his shoulder. So we have finally made it to this point, only one more week. Nato sighed with relief. Drake scoffed. Don't forget the horde of monsters I need to kill too. Nato looked at him, puzzled. "You have already completed one portion of that quest, have you not?" she asked. Drake looked back at her, confused, then opened the quest, seeing no update. "No, still nothing." Nato placed her hand on her chin. "Strange. I would have believed you certainly passed that part of the quest when you became chieftain or patriarch." "Ah, so that's why you pushed me to do it?" Drake thought aloud, looking at the last part of the quest that mentioned 300 F-rank entities. "But not everyone is above the age of 16, so they don't count as F-rank, do they? I don't think there are even 300 orcs here, and we only brought in about close to 100 kids." Nato shook her head. "True that not everyone within the crystal's influence is F-rank, but there are certainly enough here to meet the requirement. But you have simply not convinced them yet to become your subjects. You must inspire them, I suppose, or force them into submission. So, in short, we are doomed. You might as well just kill everyone." "Hey," Drake scoffed. Nato shrugged and hopped off his shoulder, walking to the crystal and sitting under it. "What are you doing?" "I will stay here and pair with the crystal. Once it completes, I will be able to merge with it and fully access my territory assistant abilities and functions. But, once I have, I will be anchored to it, unable to leave this area unless the crystal is destroyed or I am temporarily killed. Forsaken to forever be this city's guardian and overseer." "And if it's destroyed?" "Then I will die, forever." Brutal. Nato shrugged once more and smiled. "I expect plenty of food and offerings. More of that candy. It must be your #1 priority." Drake smiled. Yes, Your Highness. Are you sure you'll be safe under there?" Nato waved him off. "I trust you well enough that you would not let harm come to me or the people here. Your hero complex would not allow it, after all." "Hey, I don't have a hero—" "Okay, I might have one." Drake tried to refute, but stopped, thinking back on his actions throughout the last months. "What can I say? I like my anime." "Too much," Nato agreed. "Now go clean up. I do not need such pitiful monsters littering my domain." With that, she waved him away. "Not even a minute, and it's yours now, huh?" Drake laughed, hearing the immense gust of wind and roars travel over the lake. He stepped over the lake in an instant, appearing in front of the crowd of people and orcs, startling most of them with his sudden appearance. Saul looked on, her eyes betraying her face as they sparkled with amazement. What did Patriarch do?" Saul asked, her father stepping up next to her, his face asking the same thing. "Just what I said I was going to do. There are going to be hordes of monsters coming now. I ask that you all protect everyone from anything that gets past," Drake explained. "Past? Past what?" Ravul asked. Drake stretched out his hand, pointing his palm down as an orange magic circle formed. Vicious magma dripped down, slowly forming the body of a human. Once the body was fully formed, Drake clapped his hands, placing 2 more magic circles of yellow around the body, veiling it in lightning, and with a final snap of his fingers, a light green magic circle formed, placing a constant gust of turbulent wind around it and encasing everything inside. Past him, or her. It? Let's call it a him. Let's go with Charles. Seems regal enough. "Right, Charles?" Drake said, smiling at the new elemental he made. Charles didn't respond, but simply crackled with power in place. "Right, he doesn't speak, he's shy. Anyway, Charles, kill anything hostile to these lovely people. Do not leave this area. You are to die defending it." Charles crackled with affirmation as it moved to the front of the group of citizens as instructed. "Will that thing listen?" Landon asked, poking out through the crowd. "He'd better. I made him. Just don't mention his height and you're fine," Drake cautioned. "Why would his height be an issue?" Charlotte questioned. "No reason," Drake whistled. "And with that, keep your eyes up, especially you two. This is the world you will have to face soon. And if I'm right, you will need to decide quickly if you want to enter it or not," Drake said seriously. "Eyes up?" they both asked in tandem. Drake pointed to the sky. The crowd listening in turned to the sky, their eyes slowly showing the fear that nearly set them into panic. Guardian of the West, Thunderbird. Hula Garuda, level 31, E rank.
What is that? We're all doomed. I shouldn't have come with this maniac.
"It is the harbinger of Father Death," an orc cried out. Drake smiled, his body shivering with anticipation, his new Asuran blood boiling over for the first time since fighting Bjorn. "No, it's just experience sent by airmail," he smirked. Drake took off his facade. An E-rank monster was something he couldn't hold back against, that he wouldn't hold back against. He could finally test himself to the limit. "Don't disappoint." He grinned, his eyes shifting colors as he stared at the massive bird. In the sky, a creature resembling an American eagle, but the size of several football fields, stared down at them as it soared overhead. Its beak was a bright and vibrant yellow that crackled with lightning cascading from its head to its outstretched wings and down to its enormous, serrated black talons. Drake grinned from ear to ear as he slid his mask into place, replacing his own smile with the mask's white teeth holding the black sword between them. With a sudden gust of wind, Drake rose into the air, and, once out of range of the people below, he shot forward with the use of his wind magic, not looking back. All that mattered was him and his opponent now. The monster bird seemed to sense and wait for Drake, as it hovered in the air, flapping its wings. Leveled with the monster, Drake scoffed. "Are you waiting on me? What brings you here? The crystal? Or did you hear there was a hot new patriarch in town? Sorry, but I'm taken twice over, and not really into birds several hundred times my size." Hula didn't respond, but seemed to understand Drake at the least, its eyes sharpening as they glowed with power. Drake didn't flinch, letting the pressure wash over him. "You've resisted Garuda's guardian intimidation." Reading the notification, Drake frowned. That was very rude. His face turned to a scowl as he unleashed his aura, powered by all of his stats and titles, letting it press down on Hula. With this being the first time he let it out fully, without restraint, the force lashed out indiscriminately. Hula flinched, pausing as it fell several feet, momentarily frozen by the oppressive force. Drake smirked. All talk. His body still covered by his heretical endowment, Drake oriented himself toward Hula, beginning to chant his buffs and skills in preparation as wind formed at his feet, screaming and howling to be let loose. Marked, for the thrill of battle. Bulwark, Guardian's Reprieve, unbreakable, he shouted, his body shimmering in green as the skills activated, his arms painted in gold mixed with the deep crimson red of his martial skill, forming dancing flames of gold and red on his tattoos. To the death. Drake used his last active combat buff skill on Hula, the skill waking the monster from its momentary pause, but it was too late. Drake had prepared enough. The miniature hurricane at Drake's feet was already manifested and let loose as it propelled him forward, spinning right for Hula's chest. Drake reared back his fist, throwing all of his strength behind it as it collided with the giant monster, sending out a shockwave that cleared the snow clouds from the sky and pushed down the people below before the sound rang out, deafening the area. But the blow was not enough to kill the monster in one blow, and Drake laughed gleefully. A tough one. It all but made Drake more intense, his body heating up with each passing second. He manifested his spells, bombarding the monster and giving it no chance to counterattack. And for good measure, Drake made sure to weave in his debuffs as he shot around Hula and struck it over and over, putting dents into the massive beast despite its size. Atrophy of the mind! The dark, ink-like mana shot out from Drake as he thrusted his fist into the side of Hula, shooting the monster back into the air, its cries and screeches reverberating through the area after each blow. "Come on, come on, come on, don't give up. It's only just begun," Drake shouted, continuing to one-sidedly beat down the monster. "You call yourself an E rank? Try harder. Give it your best. Give it your best. E rank." Nothing and no one was there to stop Drake this time, as he was enveloped in his blooming Assuran personality, and the thrill of the fight set in. He shouted with euphoria for battle, each blow that connected and spell he summoned sending shivers through his body. He had never beaten a monster like this with such fervent joy and so one-sidedly. There was no stopping him. Hula had a massive pool of health thanks to being above level 30, as well as being a major quest monster. But all it did was prolong the suffering of the savage pummeling Drake inflicted. For nearly 30 minutes it continued, Drake using his wind magic and fire magic to dash around, constantly moving into its blind spots to attack, shaving away at its health pool little by little. Finally, Hula's body glowed red in Drake's eyes. Instinctually, Drake knew it was due to his execution skill, Assuran's punishment, meaning Hula was under the 15% vitality threshold. Assuran's punishment P3, 0%, F rank. Your blood boils and body trembles at the insult of being challenged. Show the pride of the arbiters of the multiverse. Give them their rightful punishment. Assuran's punishment. Death is nigh. Assuran's punishment. Effect. Deals 1000% increased pure mana damage to a target under 15% health. Additional effects. Should the target not take lethal damage from this skill, they will be inflicted with 250 pure mana damage plus 10% of current strength over 30 seconds. Cost, none. Cooldown, 48 hours. Decreases with proficiency. Drake moved above Hula, crouching slightly as he reared back his fist, an intense orange flame surrounding his fist. Death is... But before Drake could finish the skill incantation, he heard the cries and screeches begin to surround him. Looking around, he noticed more and more entities entering his aura sense and began seeing even more birds flock to Hula and himself. Mana Eagle, level 30, F rank. Interruptions. Drake sneered but then smirked. Fine. I'll take you all out in one go. Feel honored that you can become part of my evolution. Drake canceled his skill, instead enveloping his fist in his attunement. Heretical attunement. Fire. Launching his fist forward, he slammed it into the center of Hula's chest, sending the massive monster careening towards the lake below. The impact sent shockwaves out once more as the bird went into a freefall, unable to resist the momentum after its one-sided fight against Drake. Hula collided with the still water, injuring the monster further. The water hit like concrete from its fallen height before it sank slowly into the lake, sending an upheaval of water outwards from the impact. The citizens below all pointed and gasped as they looked up at Drake as he summoned the largest extent of spells that he could. 35, 40, 50. This should do, Drake counted out loud as he added the new arrivals together. He raised his hand, a single yellow magic circle forming before it snapped to life. The brilliant yellow lightning crackled with instant power as it adopted a violet hue, twisted into a large ball of mana, and rose into the air above Drake. I won't let a single one escape. Drake snapped his fingers, manifesting 50 light blue magic circles all around him that sprang small beads of water to life. The water shot forward, stopping just in front of every monster he had counted for, even one right above Hula's head that was poking out of the lake's surface. Drake flipped his hand over, his palm facing up, as the violet ball of violent lightning snapped and whipped to rest in his hand. Looking down at the people below, he muttered under his breath, "Witness for yourselves the reality of the strength I will use to protect you." Drake arched his hand in front of himself, the ball of lightning separating into dense lances of lightning. Die. May the wrath of gods pierce you. Drake clenched his fist, sending the spears off, each one pinpointing and passing through the water like a homing missile to increase its strength just before reaching their target monsters. Megiddo! The sound of the thunder took the area by storm, sending shivers and sound waves as it broke the silence leading up to the spell being unleashed. The crackling of thunder after the spears of lightning had met their targets made the sky look like that aftermath of a television series dogfight. The more than 40 burnt and smoldering monsters fell from the sky, a trail of black smoke following them down to the ground below and leaving small craters as they collided with the ground. The last and most dense spear snapped and fell to pierce right into the skull of Hula, burning and evaporating some of the water in the lake. You've subjugated Guardian of the West, Thunderbird, Hula Garuda. Level 31, E rank. Experience earned. Title earned. Title earned, Slayer of the West. Title earned, 1 of 4. Congratulations, you've increased to Elemental Miller, level 26. 40 FP have been awarded. You've subjugated Mana Eagle, level 30. E rank. Experience earned. You've subjugated Mana Eagle, level 30. E rank. Experience earned. You've subjugated Mana Eagle, level 30. Quest complete. 30 of 30 Mana Eagles subjugated. Accept rewards. Experience earned. Congratulations, you've increased to Elemental Miller, level 27. 40 FP have been awarded. Announcement. The first of the 4 guardian cardinal beasts, Thunderbird, Hula Garuda, has been slain by Drake Wallen, the Tyrant Ashuran. 3 guardian cardinal beasts remain. Quest updated. 300 of 300 F-rank entities subjugated. New title earned. New title, Fledgling Ruler. Chapter 11. Joining the Fray. Eyes up? Landon and Charlotte asked together, their heads turning upwards to where Drake was looking. In the background around them, they heard many of the adults that Drake had taken with them begin to mutter and curse as they followed him. But Charlotte and Landon's minds were blank, as they could barely comprehend the massive bird that soared through the sky, its mass so large it cast a shadow over the entire area in the winter sun, even blocking some of the snowfall as it passed over. "What is that?" Charlotte muttered as Drake lifted himself off the ground and toward the sky. "He can fly?" Landon asked, turning to her. "I don't know. He said he was a mage, right?" she answered back. The smell of smoke wafted near them as a woman with an eye patch moved closer. "He's using wind magic. Interesting. That's over 6 elements I've seen him use," Bridget said with a smile. Is that a lot? Landon asked. Bridget let out a dry laugh. It's more than a lot. I don't think I've seen a mage that could use more than one. Almost every class I've encountered is locked into one element, whatever that may be. Even physical combat classes that have any sort of elemental augmentation can only use a single element to increase their combat readiness. So he's amazing? Charlotte asked, her eyes not leaving the sky. I'd say he's special, at the very least. Bridget laughed, taking a puff from her cigarette and looking over at the elemental Drake left behind. That isn't something your everyday mage could do. Frankly, I haven't seen a single thing like it so far, and there was quite the extraordinary mage in my tutorial. Landon looked at Charles as well, asking a question he had been curious about since meeting Drake. What was the tutorial like? Mr. Wallen didn't tell you? Bridget asked, raising a brow. That would make sense, depending on how his own tutorial was structured, she explained, exhaling. I don't know the details of his own, but my personal tutorial was a bloodbath. We had no parameters other than to survive by the end of the 3-month period. Our points were tallied by the number of monsters we killed and their strength. She looked rather disgusted, but smiled soon after when she recalled a certain memory. But the system is quite interesting. Interesting? Londine parroted. It failed to mention that people counted towards the tally, she answered coldly. You can imagine what happened once the participants found out. Londine grimaced and turned back to the sky. Charlotte had listened, her mouth clenching as she gazed above at Drake. She could not tell what was going on from their distance, but it seemed like they were waiting, or possibly talking. Before they clashed, she turned to Saul, the orc woman that Drake had fought earlier. She looked her up and down, measuring her. Her garb was that of a tribal warrior, similar to the others she had seen in the camp. Saul's body was like nothing Charlotte had seen before. Even women who had been on TV for bodybuilding could scarcely compare. If Charlotte had to say, Saul was close to 6 feet tall as well. Saul mumbled something that Charlotte couldn't understand, just like when she had been talking to Drake. The thought passing Charlotte's mind made her scan the area, seeing the other orc bystanders also looking up into the air at Drake. The whole situation was off-putting. She was surrounded by strange people she could barely believe were real. Yesterday, it was just another normal day in her life. She was walking back from school to her home in the fall. There were leaves on the ground, and when she blinked, it changed. She was suddenly surrounded by a light snow on the ground, and the air was frigid and dry. The next thing she knew, a strange man tried to kidnap her, but then Drake stopped him, saving her. And every moment after was a roller coaster of unbelievability. Monsters, magic, dimensional bags, people being killed, and everything in between. She then looked to her other side, seeing her brother Brody. Thankfully, Drake had been telling the truth and brought him back to her. But it felt like he was holding something back, even after saying he would help them find their family and parents. Ripped from her thoughts, the sound of a screech broke the silence. She looked up with the rest of the people around her. Drake had begun to shimmer in a kaleidoscope of colors, but then a vibrant bright green flashed 3 times over him before he disappeared and a wave of pressure and wind passed over her. Seconds later, an ear-splitting thunderous crack bombarded her senses, forcing her to cover her ears as she winced, trying to maintain her view of the battle above. She could barely follow what was happening, only seeing the birds suddenly being thrown in every direction, things that looked impossible to her appearing and then shooting at the massive creature. Fire, water, lightning, spikes of earth and ice, and even what looked like lava dripped and covered the bird at some points. Charlotte's mouth slowly hung open as she stared at Drake's incredible display. Every impact sent chills down her back as she felt the percussion in her chest, like a drum being struck, even from so far away. Before long, the sound of more cawing and screeches reached their ears as she turned to see specks of black turn into massive birds, putting the crowd into unrest as murmurs began to spread amongst them. But Charlotte looked back towards the larger bird, seeing Drake finally standing there in plain view. Then he was gone, the massive bird shooting downwards to the lake like a falling meteor until it hit the water with a resounding crack, pushing water up and out of the lake, splashing the group with icy cold water. She covered her face, making sure Brody was safe, before her head snapped upwards again, finding Drake. This time his body was suddenly lit up by yellow lightning that soon turned into what looked like a sinister violet hue, contorting into a ball and rising upwards. Next, Charlotte gasped with the rest of the group as more circles of blue light than she could count formed around Drake. In the next instant, the bright reflection of the sun glinted against the raindrops that suddenly formed in the sky. Dazzling rainbows came by the dozens across the sky. It's beautiful," Charlotte muttered. But the beauty did not last long as Drake moved, the droplets traveling like bullets let loose from a gun's barrel, quickly vanishing in Charlotte's sight. The next moment, the ball of lightning moved in front of Drake before it somehow separated, turning into dozens of long spears of crackling violet lightning. Charlotte shivered as she felt the prickly sensation of static electricity on her skin. Grabbing hold of herself, she glanced at both Saul and Bridget. Bridget's face turned pale as her cigarette dropped from her mouth. Saul had a look of pure frustration painted on her scrunched-up face. Then Charlotte shuddered, moving to cover her brother as a flash of violet light covered the area. A second later, the sound of thunder drove its noisy cacophony into her senses. Once she realized she wasn't hurt, she moved to look upward, only to see the birds falling from the sky in smoky heaps. The bird crashed into the water and turned into a steaming pile of burnt, smoldering ash. She turned to Landon, almost as a way to make sure she wasn't in a dream and what she saw was real. What she saw was Landon with his mouth open wide and a grin tugging at the side of his lips, his eyes sparkling. Charlotte looked up, seeing Drake still in the air for a moment before he descended, touching the large bird in the lake, making it disappear, then walking across the lake's surface to their side of the shore. Everyone's eyes focused on him as he reached them. He moved his mask, keeping an even face until he found Charlotte, Landon, Bridget, and Saul. "Well, how'd I do?" Drake smiled back. "How'd you do?" Charlotte asked. I don't even know what to say." Drake smirked. "Pretty good then, I guess," he thought, gauging everyone's face. He spotted Sarah's face furrowed into a scowl, forcing him to laugh with slight nervousness. "Oh, I know that face. That's the 'you didn't take me seriously when we fought' face." He then looked at the doc. At some point, she had fallen to her knees, her face pale as she searched her pockets for another cigarette. "Hey Doc, you all right?" Drake asked, pulling a blue and red vial from his inventory, as well as a spare hoodie. I'm all right. I just didn't expect you to..." She paused, gulping audibly. "I didn't expect you to kill an E rank so easily." Drake chugged the potions, then raised an eyebrow as he wiped his mouth clean. "What part of that was easy? I used quite a bit of my status to kill that thing." Looking around, it seemed everyone was still in shock at what they had seen. Drake sighed and clapped, trying to break everyone from their stupor. "Listen up. It's going to be night in a few hours," he shouted, then pointed to the previous chief, Ervil. I need you to find a space that would be fine to set up tents for the children. I would appreciate it if you could set up patrols around the... What do we call this? A city? Town? Village? Village works. Around this village. Snapping his fingers, Drake resummoned several elementals next to himself. Take these guys and put them into the groups for the patrols. They should be able to kill any F ranks easily. They will also give your people enough time to run and alert me if any E ranks find their way here. Ravul shook himself from his thoughts and nodded deeply, placing his hand on his heart. It will be done, Patriarch. Drake frowned. From lord to asshole to chieftain to patriarch now, huh? He sighed, then turned to address Charlotte and Landine. Don't take my fight as a standard, but if you both want to enter this world that is in front of you, that might be your reality soon enough. Drake pointed to Charlotte. You said you're turning 16 soon? Charlotte coughed and snapped to attention.
Yeah, a few more days, I think.
Drake pursed his lips, looking over at Landine. You? I got a little less than a month, assuming what the old lady said about being gone for 3 months is right, and it's late December. I'm not old. I'm 37 years young, Bridget said as calmly as she could, standing back up. Could have fooled me. The system did you good, huh? Drake scoffed.
What do you mean?
Charlotte asked. I'll explain in a bit. First, let me set up some things, Drake told her. You and Landine wait here. I'm going to put up some living spaces for everyone.
Why us?
They asked together. I have to talk to you about some things, and you are going to help me collect the E-rank monster cores for Nato. Drake laughed, waving his hand as he found Ravul and walked with him. They looked at each other. Monster cores? This is not what I expected when you said we were helping, Charlotte yelled through an exhausted gasp. Less yelling, more cutting, Drake said, arms crossed as he scanned the area. Hey, isn't it kind of dangerous for us to be out here? Landine asked, wiping his brow. Oh, 100%, Drake chuckled. But don't worry, I won't let anything happen. Landine frowned and grumbled. Famous last words. I heard that, Drake chuckled. Landine and Charlotte ignored him and went back to their work. Now's a good time as any, Drake sighed. What have you two decided? They both paused, looked at each other before Landine spoke first. It was cool to see you manhandle that bird, yo, but I don't know about fighting. Seems like a death wish, he offered. Yeah, I'm grateful for everything, but I have my brother to think about. Not to mention our parents are still out there, Charlotte added. That's exactly why, Drake said evenly, locking eyes with each of them in turn, his joking demeanor gone. Landine and Charlotte looked at each other confused. Drake pointed to Charlotte. You want to protect your brother and find your parents, right? Then to Landine. I'm not sure about you, Landine, but I'm guessing parents, or even just to protect yourself? They both nodded. Drake took a deep breath. I don't know how else to say this, but if your parents were not in your homes, or where you'd last seen them when you came back, they are dead. The words didn't register immediately for the two. What are you saying? You told us you sent out quests to find them, Charlotte mumbled. I did, but that was just a precaution in case I'm wrong. But it's highly unlikely. When we all returned from our tutorials, we were meant to be placed right back where we were taken from. Landine bit his lip before looking Drake in the eyes. Are you saying my family is gone? Drake nodded. Unfortunately, that is most likely the case. I'm sorry.
Then what? What's the point then?
He clicked his tongue in irritation, tossing the blade to the ground.
Why am I even doing this? I don't believe you. You've told us the truth so far, but this, you can't be right, Charlotte shouted. What am I supposed to tell my brother?
I don't know, Drake said evenly. It isn't my place to say. But I know one thing, and that's if you want to protect what you still have, or to make sure nothing like this happens to them and the people to come, or even go out into the world and try to find your parents, friends, and family, you are going to need strength. Strength that you won't be able to get unless you have help. Drake snapped his fingers again, cycling through his magic. I can help you get there safer than doing it on your own. Much safer than how I got to where I am now. If you decide to step foot into the world of the system when you turn 16, I will help you both every step of the way. Why? Londine scoffed. Why would you help us? Charlotte didn't ask, but her face held the same question. It's just something you could say is my biggest weakness, Drake chuckled, admonishing himself. I can't help it. I know what you two are feeling, at least a fraction of it. My family also needs to be found, and I plan on doing so once this village is established. But I won't lie to you both. I need clean slates to train up. Clean slates? What do you mean by that? Londine asked. When you are introduced into the system, you choose from 4 archetype classes. If you accept my offer, allow me to tailor your classes to what I need for this place. If you accept, Drake offered, squelching his magic, I promise I will do everything in my power to help find out for sure if your parents are still alive or not. Silence permeated from the pair. Whether they were thinking the offer over or just shocked by his words, he didn't know. But he waited patiently, making sure to observe the area as they did. He watched the waning sun in the distance as the tense silence stretched on. Surprisingly, the first to answer was Charlotte. If I trust you this time and do what you say, you promise I can protect Brody and find our parents? If they are still alive, yes, Drake nodded. Then I'll do it. If that means a chance at finding them. If that means Brody won't have to do this when he gets older, I'll do it. She shouted at Drake, the conviction spilling out with her words. Landon scratched the back of his head, obviously frustrated and mulling over his thoughts. Fine. I'm in too. Drake smiled, but a sorrowful frown overtook his face for a moment before reversing back into his jovial smirk. Good. Glad to have you both on board. Just don't tell this to the others for now. Once the worst is over, I'll break the news to them as well. But for now, he grinned wider, clapping his hands. Welcome to the team. Now we just need to come up with a cool team name. Reclaimers? The Dark Reunite Ninjas? No. Saviors of Reunite. Ooh, I like that. No. Absolutely not. Okay, what about Go-Go Reunite Rangers? We can even come up with a theme song. Hell no, they both shouted. Chapter 12. A New Level of Dazzling. God? Aono struggled to push through the thicket of bushes and tall grass, twigs and the like sticking out of her hair, her glasses cracked down the middle and taped crookedly.
I made it, and I'm finally relieved of those blasted followers of mine. Freedom at last to fulfill my true destiny," she shouted, jostling her clothes back into place as she tumbled out of the bush, falling face first into the snow. "Ah, why is it so cold?" she screamed. "No, I can't think about that. Where did that bus go?" Aono had somehow made it all the way from Japan to the United States. Her journey was perilous and, well, very lucky to say the least. She had hitched a ride on a small raft from Japan, traveling over the Pacific Ocean, which was now several times bigger and many more times dangerous. Thankfully for her, she had met a sailor of sorts, or, well, pirates that helped her instead of robbing her. They had a large ship that was more an amalgamation of other ships, if she had to say, combining several together in a very Waterworld-like creation. After some bargaining and desperate pleas, they let her off on the coast of San Fran, or what was left of San Fran. From there, she had rapidly traveled the length of the states, unfortunately not by choice, or, at least, not by choice of travel. On the port of the States, she was snatched up by a large bird she did recognize that had apparently been traveling east. From there, she was only a few hours in the air before the bird was shot down by something, and, to her surprise, not only did she survive the several hundred-foot fall, but she was now on the east coast of the States. After more negotiation with several vagrants and some officials who seemed to be establishing a government or reviving it, she was allowed to accompany them upwards to where her Drakedar was pointing her. Another few hours later, she received a notification like the rest of the people in the world. The second honing crystal has been placed by Drake Wallen, the patriarch Asuran, the tyrant. 167 hours until completion. Aono's eyes shone like stars, seeing the name of her knight after so long. Squealing like a little fangirl in the Humvee. Her pitch was so high it almost caused the driver to swerve off the road. That was where her luck ran out. Her disturbance got her kicked out of the Humvee. Something about official business needing tending to, and that she was a liability to security from there on out, as well as a clear occupational hazard if she continued to rant to them about how great Drake was. This left her where she was now. Led by her nose and Drakedar, she was forced to walk to her destination. Meandering through the city she had landed in, she was told of the escapades of her knight. "I wish I could have seen the whole thing at the system center," she lamented as she picked herself out of the snow and trudged forward. "My knight has learned quite a few new tricks. That spell, it was such a beauty, as if sculpted by a god." She then snickered to herself. Well, it was sculpted by a god. My god. The dazzling god. Mwahahaha. Coughing, she continued forward, her eyes peeled looking out for the buses that her knight had used to procure the orphan children in his city. Ah, so compassionate, so daring, so elegant. Does my dazzling knight know no bounds to the human emotion? Aono suddenly felt a disturbance in the Drake force, her head snapping to the side, her nose lifting upwards as she took in a deep breath. Kagu, 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 Kagu. He has fixed his electrolyte problem. He is getting quite a lot of protein lately and, oh, naughty, naughty, he is eating a fair amount of sugar. And what is this? Arousal? Aono's eyes bulged and filled with blood as they reddened. Why would he be? I must know. I cannot miss a moment more. Like a hunting dog that had found the scent, Aono dropped to all fours, galloping through the snow and grass in the direction of Drake. As the bus came into view in the distance above the grass, she swerved, making for the tree line. Plastering herself as tightly as she could to a tree, she looked out for her knight. But to her disappointment, he was nowhere to be found. "Where is he?" she whispered. "I see the buses, but where is my dazzling inspiration?" Lamenting the absence of her target, Iono whimpered as she pulled out a holographic card, looking at it fondly as she caressed it. Yes, in her hand was her greatest creation. The dazzling god dispelling the world of the worthless ant with a bow and arrow of pure magical brilliance. She drooled as she rubbed her cheek against it. "Do not worry, Your Grace. I will be there to document your every moment soon enough." Her head whipped to the sound of the buses being lifted and moved. Instinctively, she began her chase. After a few brief minutes and her lungs burning with fire as white-hot as her ambition to her knight, she fell to her knees outside of a small village. As she dropped, breathing heavily, a green hand came into her view. She looked up to see an orc reaching down to her. "With others?" "This way, by order of Patriarch." Iono didn't hesitate to nod and be brought to the others of the group. Once there, she quickly slipped into the crowd and searched for her knight. Within seconds, she spotted him, staying a short enough distance away to hear him. "Keep your eyes on the sky," Drake said, before raising himself into the air a moment later. "Sky?" Iono thought, following Drake's movement into the air, her eyes widening at the sight of the massive bird that was blocking the snow from falling. "It is a sky battle? And so soon? Magnificent!" she shouted, people turning to her, puzzled. Some children pointed at her, whispering things like, "Crazy, funny old lady," "weirdo." But she cared not. Iono was so pleased with what she anticipated witnessing that everything else was mute. She looked on as Drake began his fight by cycling through his skills for defense. "Precautious as ever. Such diligence," she murmured, her hand plucking the mana stylus from the air as her mana paper materialized in front of her. Drake then rushed forward, disappearing for a moment before a thunderous boom rang out. Such speed! Once again he has become faster. My feeble eyes could not even follow it, she squealed. Drake began bombarding the bird with spells Iono had not seen before. He went back and forth, striking and dodging, not allowing the monstrous bird to retaliate in any way. Such one-sided tyranny. I cannot believe how wondrous. Ah, my dazzling knight will not even allow such an insignificant threat to tread near the ones he is sworn to protect, will he? Magnificent. Iono howled, her hand flying across the page as she scribbled down a slightly embellished recording of the event. Finally, the sound of screeching reached everyone's ears as their heads snapped up, dozens of black dots coming closer, morphing into new monsters. Reinforcements? Iono almost smiled, her head returning to follow Drake. What will you do now, my wondrous knight? Drake moved, throwing the larger bird to the lake, splashing the crowd. But Iono's eyes never left her source of elegant inspiration, drinking in every second of his wonder. Raising his hand, Iono saw as Drake summoned countless magic circles, more than she had ever witnessed him use before. A new level? Drake rose a violet ball of lightning into the air. Numerous droplets of water spread out and found their way across the sky to the oncoming birds. Each drop glistened in the rays of the sun, forming bright beacons in the sky as well as rainbows. Iono continued to draw, her eyes beginning to water from the beauty. I...
She began mumbling as she drew. Still mumbling, she heard Drake through the noise, causing her stammering to catch in her throat as she waited on bated breath for his words. Die. May the wrath of gods pierce you.
Megiddo!
It was over in an instant. Aono's eyes stretched to their limit to gather as much information as she could, her hands never stopping for a microsecond. What hit her first was the shock wave of impact from the bolts of lightning striking their target. A second later, the sound of the crackling thunder splitting her eardrums down to their vagus nerve brought her such euphoric pleasure she hummed with gasps of joy. Her hand finally finished as she dropped to her knees, a line of drool on the side of her mouth.
Such wondrous power, my dazzling knight. No, my dazzling god. You have reached a new plane of existence. I will forever be bound to witness these feats of gruesome, unrelenting, magnificent elegance.
Aono passed out, but a moment later was being poked by a stick from the local orc and orphaned human children.
She's funny.
They laughed in unison, matching each other's thoughts, though they could not understand one another yet. Chapter 13. Falling into Place.
I bring gifts,
Drake shouted, but frowned when he found Natto unresponsive to his arrival.
You know you can be happier. I just got like 40 E-rank monster cores all cleaned and prepped for you.
Ahem. Londine and Charlotte coughed in unison.
Okay, they got them ready for you, but I told them to do it,
Drake corrected. Natto still remained seated below the crystal, completely unresponsive.
Okay, I know what will get her to talk. Time to bring in the big guns.
Drake smirked, pulling a glistening small piece of delight from his inventory. There was still no movement from Natto initially, but Drake tossed the sugary treat into the air only for it to be snatched mid-air by the jaws of the small squirrel construct.
What's you doing?
Natto said through small crunching of the candy. I am here to bring you more E-rank cores, Drake reiterated. You may hold on to them for now. I must concentrate on pairing with the crystal until this is finished anchoring.
As I have told you, she sneered.
Right. Drake smiled and threw her the rest of the candy bag. Don't spend it all in one place. Natto snatched the bag mid-air, placing it into her sleeve, and went back into her seemingly meditative state. Drake turned around, looking at the pair of teens and the other person who had found them on their way to the island, who would not let Drake out of her sight since getting back. So, are you just going to follow me around from now on, like forever? Drake asked.
Father told to be at service to husband, so Saul will follow,
Saul grunted, obviously displeased. Really? Sarah, do you even like me? Isn't there anyone you have eyes for in your tribe? Saul tilted her head slightly, the ornaments in her hair jingling softly.
Care not for weak men. Since gods took Rock Tribe to battle, no man has ever defeated Saul.
She pointed to Drake.
First man to ever beat Saul.
Strong is fine. You protect tribe. Saul will give all to Patriarch. Londine and Charlotte looked at Drake, confused, as they were still unable to understand Sarah. What is she saying? Londine asked. She said she likes me oodles and oodles, Drake sighed. Charlotte crossed her arms and pursed her lips. What is she really saying? You know we can't even understand you when you switch to that language, right? Drake raised a brow. Oh, that's cool. What does it sound like? Londine shrugged. It kind of sounds like a mix between Dothraki and Klingon. Dope, Drake grinned. Anyway, since little Miss Follow Along is with us, I won't be needing you two for right now. There isn't much we can do until you are both introduced to the system. I have an idea of what I'll be doing for Charlotte, since I was able to retrieve a stone from the guardian buzzard. But Landine, I'll have to keep looking for now. Aw, I wanted to know what class I was getting. Why can't we pick again? Landine asked. Yeah, shouldn't we get a say? Charlotte agreed. No, if you are going to have me teach you, you need to follow what I say verbatim. I've been through the process already, and the process has to be correct. There's no way to take back a decision later without severe changes to your race or personality. Race changes? Charlotte asked. Then a light dawned on her. You aren't human? Drake smiled. You are very perceptive. Good. No, I'm not human anymore. You were never human, Nato chimed in, opening one eye. Aren't you meditating or something? Drake yelled back, then turned to the teens. I didn't have a choice when I was forced to change, but I don't want to see that happen to either of you just for the sake of getting stronger. If you feel the need to do so down the line, I won't stop you, but for now, it's my plan to not have that happen. Now, Drake walked over, ushering them back across the ice bridge he made. Get some rest. Tomorrow you will be shadowing me and Sarah while we fight off whatever comes for the crystal. Also, I want you both to look for anyone else who may be turning 16 soon and is interested in learning under me. I want to gather people here first before I go out looking for more. You think anyone would be insane enough to learn from you like us? Landine asked. No, but never hurts to ask. Everyone will turn 16 at some point, and I'm not so sure anyone will have a choice in joining the system or not. There are always non-combat professions, but everyone will need to fight at some point, unfortunately, Drake said, giving a solemn smile. Non-combat? Why didn't you mention that before? Charlotte asked, walking onto the bridge. Because it's non-combat. You can't protect people if you don't fight. I'll explain more in the morning. Get some sleep. What about you? She asked back. I don't sleep. Perks of being a super non-human. Besides, I need to make sure nothing disturbs you kids while you sleep. Drake grinned, waving them both off as Saul walked up next to him. Once the teens were off, Drake dropped his hands and turned to look up at Sarah. You're too tall, he said flatly. Saul is average height for rock tribe women, she answered with a frown. Drake clicked his tongue. All right, since you are going to follow me, might as well put you to work. Did you get a replacement weapon? No, being made by Tribe Warsmith, she said, disheartened. Drake rubbed the back of his neck, feeling responsible for destroying her weapon, but he sadly didn't have much to offer in the way of weaponry that would be worthy as a replacement. But he did have quite a bountiful amount of material that the Warsmith could use. Okay, take me to them tomorrow. I have some stuff he might find useful. Until then, just stay close. I won't let anything happen to you. Saul looked confused, unsure how to respond. Picking up on it before they left the island on the bridge, Drake raised a brow curiously. What? Never, she began, her face looking down at the ground. Never been protected since became warrior. Don't know what to say. Drake snorted. How about thank you? If you're feeling really gracious, how about thank you, Almighty Drake, for protecting the small, slightly shorter, more than a little bit weaker than you. I can't express my thanks in words, but I hope these small words of thanks suffice. Okay, I was joking. Put your teeth away. Drake laughed, holding Saul back by her shoulders as she growled at him, displaying her tusks and pearly whites. Drake let her go, taking a breath, before he chuckled, walking across the bridge. Take a joke, will you? or you won't last long around me." He smiled.
"Jokes are for fools and children," Saul hissed.
"Good thing I'm a man-child by definition, then," Drake mumbled. Then, snapping his fingers and summoning another elemental. "All right, we'll go keep the area safe till morning. Even with the other warriors and my elementals patrolling, I'll need you to keep the Munchkins safe." The elemental responded only by traveling back over the bridge and standing next to Natto silently.
"How use such magic, but so strong?"
Saul asked. "Oh, did I never say? Then we'll have to have a good conversation while we patrol." After crossing the bridge, Drake checked up on the tents he had set up. Making sure all of the children and adults who had come with him were as comfortable as they could be under the circumstances. He couldn't give them everything they wanted or needed, but he tried his best to accommodate them. They were still children, after all. They each got large beds that he had gotten from the gnolls and goblins in the tutorial, and all the amenities he could muster. Once he had a chance to speak to Natto after the anchoring, he would need to discuss how the town would be built. He wasn't an architect by any stretch, but he hoped someone would have a profession, or he could find someone who survived the tutorial with it. His main concern was infrastructure, fresh water, and food in the short term. But if what Natto told him was correct, he would have much more to think about after, and he would need people to help him. Looking through the camp he made next to the tribe, he felt satisfied, making sure to keep his aura sense expanded to the max to make sure everything remained fine. Also, he made sure to stay in tune with his elementals that were patrolling the area with the packs of orcs, making sure none were defeated. With that, he had a constant flow of notifications he had been ignoring. Quest updates for some of the monsters in the area, which he was glad for, and some that he hadn't gotten quests for. But most had been F rank, with a very scarce number of E ranks. The entire time, Saul shadowed him. Her face revealed her displeasure, but Drake also noticed how she had become slightly more relaxed the more she saw him interact with everyone. Suppose she's lowering her guard now that I'm not murdering and laughing. Man, I went a bit far with that guardian, Drake sighed, remembering his personality shifting the longer the fight went on. Finally done checking, Drake made his way to the outskirts of the populated area, noticing a familiar name pop up in the line of notifications. The 11th honing crystal has been placed by Shigure Kenzo, the Sword Saint. 72 hours until completion. Drake scoffed. Took him long enough. 11th, huh? Already, 11 people have started the anchoring process. Before Drake could continue his thought process, he felt an elemental wink out of existence on the east side of the encampment, forcing him to double back. Glancing at his status, he allocated his points accordingly, with the majority going into his dexterity to round it out to 450, and his intelligence to over 1,100. His stats once again ballooned thanks to his 2-level increase and massive race and title bonuses, especially the newest ones. Fledgling Ruler. You found the fealty of the masses in your new domain, granting you a newfound power in your noble oblige in protecting your subjects. Plus 5% to all stats. 1 of 4. You've thwarted the first of 4 major beings still remaining in your world, the being known as Thunderbird Hula Garunda, Guardian of the West, was one of the 4 cardinal beasts meant to contain the world. Plus 50 to all stats. Slayer of the West. You've laid claim to the territory of a cardinal beast, earning a notable accomplishment in your new world. Plus 5% to all stats. Drake Wallen, Race Assurin, F rank, Profession Minor, P5, 0%, F rank, Jeweler, P5, 0%, F rank, Class Unique Elemental Miller, Level 27. VIT 508, 15 plus 225%. STR 508, 55 plus 20%. DEX 450, 30 plus 30%. INT 1106, 90 plus 25%. WIS 502, 10 plus 225%. END 404, 750 plus 235%. Free points 0. Titles: Vanquisher of Kings 2, Exterminator, named in the system, Dawning of a Tyrant 2, Hated by Many, The Awe of Many, Bounty, First Completionist, Top 3, Top 1, Fledgling Ruler, 1 of 4, Slayer of the West. Once done, he didn't even spare Sarah a glance, knowing she would understand as he shot past her to the other side of the encampment. His hair shifted to a bright yellow as he took off, leaving scorch marks on the ground in his wake. Nothing should be able to beat my elementals right now except, Drake thought as he found the area abuzz. Man, and I thought I was done with the bugs, Drake sighed, looking at the scene. Muscus, Insectmancer, Level 31, E rank. Chapter 14, Falling into Place, Part 2. Drake stared down the monster. This one looked like something straight out of a horror movie. Its head jutting from a tattered cloak closely resembled that of a fly, with deep maroon eyes, more than Drake could count, staring back. 2 translucent wings on its back hummed as they flapped, keeping it hovering just above the ground. A swarm of insects circled around it. Mana Wasp, Level 20, F rank. Mana Bee, Level 20, F rank. Mana Scarab, Level 22, F rank. More insects inhabited the swarm that floated around the Insectmancer, but Drake was more concerned with the orcs that had been fighting. He quickly went to their aid, a wave of his hand summoning white flames that dispersed and burned any of the summoned insects it touched. "Are you all right?" Drake asked quickly. "Came out of nowhere," the orc warrior grunted out. "Don't worry, you did well holding out." Drake gritted his teeth. He may not have known the orcs long, but he was responsible for sending them out. He had to keep in mind the reality that not everyone was as strong as him. If they were to survive, he would need to figure out how to help them become stronger. His eyes never left the Muscas as his aura began to weigh on the area, heavy with his rising frustration. A short time after, Sa'ul finally caught up, taking in the scene herself and rushing to her tribesmen's aid. "What happened?" she growled. "They held out, that's what, and now I'm going to incinerate this filthy bug. I should have never put anyone else in danger without knowing what was out here. I'm going to make up for it right here and now." Drake stood, letting Sa'ul gather and watch the tribesman group that had been fighting, some of them injured, but not enough to be life-threatening. They're tough, I'll give them that. None of them ran even in the face of an E rank. The Muscas screeched, the swarm suddenly coming to life as it moved to smother Drake. In an instant, the swarm was gone, lit by a bright white flame that encompassed Drake and the group of orcs around him. "Good. Looks like I won't have trouble with you. Sorry, Buzzboy, but it seems that I'm your natural counter." Drake scoffed. "Let's take this nice and slow. All of you make sure to take notes. We need to know everything we can about these monsters in our area. I won't have anyone lose their life on my watch." Drake shot forward, his body pulsing with power as his hair cascaded into a deep scarlet. Marked for the thrill of battle. Rushing the Muscas, Drake swept with his left arm, backhanding the monster and sending it flying into the trees. The trunks were split, and snow fell free from above as the monster crashed through the surrounding forest. Drake's hair shifted to a striking yellow as he stepped forward, following the bug. "Pretty sturdy. Doesn't look like many would be able to damage you physically," Drake surmised, observing the flying bug. "I would have guessed you were a mage derivative based on summoning other insects." The muskas suddenly shook off the momentary shock of Drake's blow, its wings fluttering as it soared upward, quickly gaining in height. Drake followed it with his eyes. Wings aren't just for show, check. Summoning wind, he flew upwards, keeping parallel with the monster. Fast, but not so fast that a group of ranged classes couldn't deal with it. But your strength would be a problem for them. Oh? Drake whistled as he saw the muskas summon a new swarm of insects to its side. Only this time, the bugs began to swarm around the muskas, attaching themselves to it in certain spots. It can equip the summons? Very game-esque of you. Looks like the higher-ranked monsters are more sophisticated in their skills, Drake laughed. The muskas swiped downward at Drake, a beetle on its forearm morphing into a serrated trident. Drake dodged deftly in the air, using his wind and fire magic to fly circles around the monster. "Let's check your magic resistance, shall we?" Snapping his fingers, Drake summoned an instance of all of his elements, starting his bombardment with water. A disk of high-rotating water flew forward, colliding with the muskas' raised guard, only to barely scratch the monster's newly formed navy blue shell. Oh? Is it elemental resistance based on the insect used? Scarabs? Then on to the next, Drake said, evenly pointing his hand, a torrential spinning blade of wind howling forward. The blade whipped and spun, cutting through the distance as it found its target, pushing the muskas downward from the drop in air pressure, but no damage seemed to have been done. Wind is also a no-go. Fine, next. Drake sneered at the monster from above, his hand waving a finger downward as a spike of pure black earth shot forward, ripping through the air and finding its home in the shoulder of the monster. The muskas screeched in pain, but seemed mostly undamaged as it shot backward, its wings fluttering as its head surveyed the area, desperately looking for an escape. "Looks like you've finally realized you're fucked. Too late, though. You won't be getting away before I'm done." Drake's hand moved once more. A blob of magma gurgled as it suddenly appeared next to the muskas, engorging itself on one of its fly-like wings, burning it down to its base in an instant, hardening on its back. As expected, a combination of fire would work. Let's see if ice is effective, shall we? Drake shot forward, materializing a shard of ice in his hand as he went. Appearing behind the now wingless, falling muskas as it spiraled downward, Drake pressed the shard to the side of the insect-mancer's head. Instantly, the permafrost from the ice shard spread, covering half of its head before it ripped itself away. Faint, smoky fog from the shift in temperature hovered around the now frozen half of its head. Weak to ice as well? Looks like insect types are still underpowered. Unfortunate for you. The muskas chittered, having enough of Drake's games, and summoned a swarm larger than any before. It let out a cry as the summoned insects began to glow green. Over already, huh? Suppose we're doing ultimate moves then. Drake dropped to the ground, his hair shifting to a pure white, a flawless white flame breathing to life in his hand. Turn to dust and disappear before me. Clasping his hands together, Drake pushed the flames into a solid form, condensing the mana to its limit as he molded it into a blade of pure fire. I won't let you regret this. Ban! Letting go of the blade, it fell to the ground, dispersing into countless petals of searing hot white flames, enough to easily overwhelm the massive swarm of insects. Kai! The sword bloomed and scattered the petals in a whirlwind of potent fire magic. Every petal that touched an insect went up in a puff of flame, leaving only a burnt husk of smoldering ash. Senkei, Senbonzakura, Kageyoshi. In a flash of brilliant white, the field was cleared of every insect in the area, save for the muskas, whose face twisted into an emotion Drake could only call fear. Raising his hand, the petals coalesced, forming rows of bright, flaming swords around them. This seems to be the end of your usefulness. Regret in your next life that you harmed those under my protection. Disappear, Drake sneered, lowering his hand. Scatter! With his last words, the rose pointed at the muskas. The monster knew immediately what was to come and turned to run, desperately fluttering its remaining wing in its attempt to escape. But it was in vain, as the numerous rows of swords pierced it one after the other, lighting it in a pyre of ethereal white. Its cries of pain were drowned out by the crackling of the fire.
You've subjugated Muskas.
Insect Mancer, Level 31, E rank. Experience earned. Drake sighed a breath of relief, his hair turning to a soft blue as he walked over to the corpse. The area had turned into a hot sauna from his spell, evaporating all the nearby snow. He waited for a moment, eager to see if the monster would drop what he was expecting as he willed his remaining elementals to return to the encampment with the patrols. Drake had miscalculated, assuming that there wouldn't be more E-ranks within the area and that the system wouldn't put the world as a whole in that much danger. From what he could tell, most people had come out of the tutorial barely above level 12, yet here he was fighting E-ranks and many other F-ranks on the cusp of evolving. Was it just the area he was in? Or had the system adjusted the surroundings that it pushed him into with the territory quest? He would have to figure that out later, but for now, the people around him were in more danger than he expected. While in thought, a familiar mote of light winked in and out of existence, leaving a stone at his feet. Smiling, he picked it up. Main Class Tree Stone, Spirit Summoner, Epic. Unlocks the Spirit Summoner class tree. Requirement: open Main Class Tree slot. Cleric-based class level of 10 or more. Drake withdrew the other stone he had received from Hula, his plan coming together for the teens and their classes. Main Class Tree Stone, Lightning Spearman, Epic. Unlocks the Lightning Spearman class tree. Requirement: open Main Class Tree slot. Warrior-based class level of 10 or more. Turning around, he regrouped with the Sa'ul and the orcs, a grin on his face as he moved his mask and stared at the stones. I love it when a plan comes together. Ah, everyone still in one piece? No serious injuries? What? Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Drake asked, touching his cheek.
Defeated the monster.
Alone, one of the warriors murmured with amazement in his eyes. Well, yeah, Drake answered casually. You saw me take on the big chicken, right? That guy was hardly half as strong as that. I didn't even get to use many of my skills. But hey, at least we have more info on what monsters are around here, right? The group of orcs nodded slowly, whispering among themselves as they followed Drake back to the tribe's encampment. Sa'ul fell in line behind him as he placed his hands behind his head. Drake was in a good mood after the fight. He had gained just the stones he wanted, and he had many more for their skills once the time came. It was just a matter of time until they both turned 16 and entered the system. "I can't wait. It's time for a good old training arc," Drake cheered. Chapter 15. Days passed for Landon. That day in the store was a nightmare. He had been on his way home from school like any other day, his headphones blasting classical jazz into his ears. He stopped at the corner store to grab a snack. The area was crowded with kids and adults who used the shop as a hangout. He passed several people smoking on the curb as he made his way inside. "Landon? School's out already?" the man at the counter asked. "Same time as yesterday, bro," he replied. Landon walked to the cooler in the back, looking for an energy drink like usual, when his vision faded for an instant, a bat of exhaustion and weariness overtaking him. He blinked. The next moment he was fine, shaking it off with a quick turn of his head. He opened the door, but the storage wasn't on, the familiar humming of the electricity nowhere to be heard. But the area was still as cold as it should be. In fact, the entire store was freezing. He turned around to tell the guy at the counter, "Hey, your fridge isn't—" "What the—" Landon looked around. The shop was torn in half, with snow drifting in through the cracks in the building. In the center of it all, a massive tree had grown up from the ground, pushing aside the floor tiles. "What happened? Am I dreaming?" Landon muttered, his hand beginning to tighten around the drink. He quickly turned, hearing the door at the front jingle. His eyes bulged as he saw what was entering the shop. It was a woman dressed in full plate armor that looked like it was right out of a game, in her hand a huge metal mace, a red liquid dripping from it. Landon froze, his pulse racing faster than an F1 car taking off from the start line. This has to be a dream, right? "Oh, someone is inside? Oh, don't you look like a treat," the woman snickered. "Lady, I don't know what's going on, but please, I'm just a kid. I don't know if this is some sort of movie or what, but I just want to go home, aight? You aren't going anywhere but with me, boy. You can join the other pretty kids I've been picking up around the neighborhood." The woman smiled as she stepped closer, cornering him in the back of the store. She stopped abruptly in front of him, pulling a bag out of nowhere. Leaning in, she tilted the open sack, presenting the insides. "You can all have a good time, traveling with me," she said, laughing softly, but it quickly turned to a crazed cackle. "What the fuck?" Landon screamed, seeing inside the bag as it slowly dripped onto the floor. Inside were the heads of several people, their faces all frozen in their last seconds of fear. Landon's mind went blank as he panicked, his eyes sweeping the store for an escape or anything to use to defend himself. He desperately began grabbing and throwing anything he could at her. "Get the fuck away, you crazy bitch! I ain't trying to end up in a horror film," he screamed, his hands never stopping as they tossed whatever they landed on. The woman's face twisted in anger. "No one calls me crazy. I'm not crazy. Why won't any of these worthless people just be with me? You're making me do this again. It's your fault. It's all your fault," she howled. The woman raised her mace, bringing it down with a broken laugh on Landon. He wasn't the most athletic, but years of skating and running around the neighborhood made him more agile than most. At the last second, he lunged out of the way, but only in time to avert a fatal blow. The spiked mace had clipped his leg, tearing it open. Landon screamed in pain as he tumbled into a nearby shelf, knocking it over. His face paled as he looked at his torn-up leg, then back to the crazy woman as she walked over languidly, a demented look in her eyes. "You did this to yourself, boy,"
You could have just come with me, she mumbled. Please, I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to call you that. I was just scared. Please, let me go,
Landon pleaded. The woman wasn't hearing it. She raised her mace with both hands, preparing to bring it down again on the immobile Landon. He screamed, closing his eyes and raising his arms in defense. Is this how it ends? Please, someone, he screamed internally, waiting for the blow that would end his life. But it never came. Landon opened his eyes slowly. In front of him was a man in a gray hoodie, his arm raised, holding the woman's mace at bay. In his other hand, a long, well-made staff. "You okay, kid?" the man asked. Do I look okay?" Landon said absent-mindedly, his face grimacing from the pain. "Well, it looks like just a scratch to me. I've seen worse."
Worse than this?
"Oh yeah. Anyway, there's nothing to worry about now. No one is going to hurt you," the man said, turning. He wore a half-mask with teeth holding a sword, his eyes shifting colors behind it as he stared right back at Landon. He then tossed him a small red vial. "Drink it." "Is it poison?" Landon asked. The man didn't answer. The woman had begun struggling against him, pulling back her mace.
Who the fuck are you? You're pretty cute yourself there, boy. Want to come with me too, do you? She sneered.
"Sorry, I don't date women over 30, especially ugly, fat, crazy, children-beating weirdos." The woman's face reddened considerably as she disappeared for a second from Landon's view. The next, she was in the air, her mace raised as it glowed a sinister red. The man didn't move in the slightest, forcing Landon to cry out, "Watch out!" The man snapped his fingers, and then it was over. The ground erupted as spikes of black earth pierced through the store and impaled the woman in midair. "This new world doesn't need predators like you. Burn." The man snapped his fingers again, white flames sparking to life as they incinerated the woman to ash in an instant. A few seconds later, a bright light flickered in and out of existence, dropping what looked like a few bags and a stone crystal onto the floor. Picking up the bags, the man somehow made them disappear before Landon was able to hear him click his tongue. Another depraved lunatic. Did the tutorial really just bring out the worst in people? The man sighed, turning back around. "Still haven't downed that potion?" Landon's eyes fluttered open, a familiar tan canvas above him. The sounds of rustling outside and the crunching of snow. "Another nightmare," he mumbled, placing his arm on his forehead, feeling the slight sweat that had formed. "Landon?" a voice called from outside. Getting up, Landon quickly changed into the clothes that Drake had given him and stepped outside. The voice belonged to Charlotte, another one of the people Drake had saved in the city. "Morning," Landon said, putting on a smile. "Morning. Drake wants us to go to the other side of the camp." Landon looked to her side. "Did he say to bring your brother? Hi, by the way, Brody, right?" The little boy didn't reply, just gripped the edges of Charlotte's shirt. "Hey, be polite, say hi back," Charlotte reprimanded. "Sorry, he's still just shook up. Drake didn't say I couldn't bring him. I just don't know who I can trust to watch him. He's still young." Landon shrugged. "Doesn't hurt to bring him. I don't think Drake would let anything happen to him. Janie coming?" Charlotte shook her head. "Don't think so. She's with her brother and taking care of the baby as well. She's really taken a liking to the little guy." "Well, better get there before he comes and finds us. I don't want to hear his jokes so early in the morning, but... Landon sighed. Man, it's colder than usual, too. Drake flicked his wrist, launching another volley of lightning spears into the crowd of monsters charging toward him and the makeshift wall of earth he had made. At least we won't be short on monster cores anytime soon. Not that I know what to do with them other than just craft stuff and turn it into coins. He sighed, then turned around, noticing the group coming closer. About time. I sent for you like 20 minutes ago. Days wasting, kiddos. And what's with the add-on?
He's not an add-on. This is my brother, Brody, Charlotte shouted back, frowning. Yeah, and he's too young to see what we're going to do.
Drake turned to Saul. Can you take the boy back and leave him with someone you trust?
Saul shook her head. Will not let Patriarch leave sight again.
Drake sighed. Really? Then you're guarding the kid. Don't let him get hurt, or it's going to be your ass. You're very muscular. Sculpted. What was I saying? Drake coughed, shaking his head to clear his thoughts. I really have awoken to muscle women, haven't I? Forgive me, Claire. I'm trying my hardest, Drake thought, slapping himself. Bad, Drake, bad. It's a fake marriage. You okay, dude? Landon asked. Perfectly fine, Drake answered tersely. Right, if you say so. Where are you two on finding other people? Drake asked, changing the subject.
Nowhere. There aren't many people who are 16. There are a few 15-year-olds, but it will be a while before they turn. Even then, not everyone is eager to join a fighting force after everything they've seen, Landon explained. Makes sense. I wasn't expecting much, but that kind of puts a wrench in my plans. Sarah, Drake addressed. Are there any young orcs willing to learn under me, you think? Learn from Patriarch? She said, taking a moment to think on it. Coming of age is young for Rock Tribe. Born warriors are trained from young age until first hunt at 12 full seasons. 12 seasons being 12 years old, I'm guessing? Okay then. Are there any 16 full season warriors in the tribe right now? Saul nodded. Good. Can you round them up for me? I want to see what kind of stock I'm working with. You three, Drake pointed. Get up here. And here. Drake threw the 3 notepads and pens. What are we going to do with these? Charlotte asked. You are going to study. Study? Landon parroted. Yup, study. Study monsters. You both can't fight just yet, and I don't have time to train you while the crystal is anchoring. So you're going to help me learn and write down everything we can about the local monsters until then. You two are going to become the pillars of this place. I don't like how he said that, Landon grimaced. Come on, it won't be that bad. Just watch as I defend our very lives and home while you document every moment. Drake chuckled. This reminds me of a book I saw in the camp. And do you know what the Dazzling Tyrant card game is? Charlotte asked, stepping up onto the wall. What is this? Charlotte had forgotten about her previous question as she looked out into the field in front of her, seeing bodies of monsters stacked high in the distance all along the wall. This is pretty slow. They were coming in droves during the night, but it's gone to a trickle right now, Drake answered casually. Don't worry, I won't make you get the cores from these. We'll need the bodies intact for the warsmith and for a friend that I'll have to pick up soon. Charlotte gave a sigh of relief, only to be surprised by Landon, who came up behind her. Whoa, dude, how in the world did you do all this? After the bird, I didn't think I'd be surprised, but you just keep doing more. What are you, some kind of main character in a story?
Landon exclaimed, obviously surprised. Maybe, but it's a bit early to be surprised, young Landon. How long until you're 16? You said a few weeks?
Yeah, give or take a week, I'd say.
Drake pressed a hand to his chin, but quickly waved it away as a new group of monsters stormed through. In an instant, spears of ice manifested above him, and with another motion of his hand, they flew out, spearing the monsters to the ground, freezing them into place. That's a new one. Mana Cat. I'll have to take a closer look. It's hard to say what it's weak to when most things die in one spell. He sighed. Then, turning to Saul, he asked, "You still here? Didn't I ask you to go get some people?"
Saul is not servant,
she snarled angrily, one of her tusks poking out of her mouth. Drake clicked his tongue. "I can't even get a moment without you now, huh? It's only been a day, if that, and I'm already ball and chained, huh? Fine, I'll ask your father instead." Drake snapped his finger, and an elemental sprang to life at the bottom of the wall. "Go bring me Ervul. I have a lot to ask him." The elemental wordlessly walked in the direction of the tribe's encampment. "Well, that's that," Drake sighed, hearing a notification go off in his ears. Atticus Wallen is the first to complete the anchoring of their honing crystal. The city, Purity, has now been established and recognized by the system. Purity? Well, I hate to admit it, but it looks like that really is Atticus. He hasn't changed, has he? Drake's jaw clenched, his emotions leaking out into his aura for a moment as he pressed his palm out to the new group of monsters encroaching on the wall. "Piss off." A blast of potent fire sparked to life from a scarlet magic circle in his hand, incinerating everything in its path. Snow, grass, trees, monsters, and the corpses of the previous monsters. Landon looked over as he pointed at the destruction. "Didn't you just tell us you needed those?"
Doe,
Drake cursed. Chapter 16. Kalik Tu Rak. "Hey, I know you don't want to take a break, but can we?" Londine asked, shivering. Drake looked over his shoulder, seeing the teens looked fed up already. "Well, it's only been a few hours, but I guess if you aren't used to seeing this kind of stuff." "No, sorry, I forgot that you're still kids and I'm jaded to this after the tutorial." "Yeah, take whatever time you need. I'll set up a tent with some food, all right?" Drake offered, pulling another tent from his inventory and throwing it out, along with some amenities. Finally, my hand was getting stiff," Charlotte complained, rubbing her wrist. "He's like our old gym coach," Brody whispered. "Oh, you mean Mr. Radcliffe? Huh, yeah, he actually reminds me of him now that you say that," Charlotte agreed. "Is that supposed to be an insult?" Drake scoffed, warming some water in the air with his magic. "Depends," Charlotte smiled. "He was always pushing us really hard, even in gym PE. Some people really hated it, saying he didn't know when to give breaks." "Oh, so it is an insult. Guess I'll drink this hot chocolate by myself then," Drake chuckled, pulling the pouch of chocolate goodness from his inventory.
Wah? You act like a kid."
"I am a kid," Drake smiled, sticking out his tongue. "A big kid." The three looked at Drake like that was obvious. "Fine, here, big babies. Can't take a joke." "Sarah, do you want some too?" Drake asked. "What is hot chocolate?" she asked curiously, looking over at the cup in Drake's hand, sniffing the air. "Smells like plain boar dung," she winced. "That's interesting." Drake laughed, offering her a cup. "Hopefully it doesn't taste like it." The three kids each took a cup, their faces melting from the frozen scowls into joyous smiles as they each took a sip from the almost ambrosia-like liquid. "I'm alive again," Londine cheered. If only you had some energy drinks. It's been a while since I had anything this sweet, Charlotte commented. Is it good, Brody? Brody nodded and mumbled, It reminds me of Christmas. Christmas, huh? Drake mused. I'll keep that in the back of my mind for now, he muttered, then turned to the large man walking warily next to the elemental he had sent out. Oh, Ervil. Good, you're here. Yes, Patriarch. Was not sure. Elemental does not speak, Ervil said. Drake scratched his cheek, a bit embarrassed. Oh, yeah. I forgot to give him a note or something. Anyway, since your daughter is being difficult, would you be so kind as to gather up any children around the 15th season mark that seem exceptional? I would like to begin training them. Also, all of the non-combat classes you have currently in the tribe. I need to know where we stand in manpower. Ervil nodded and quickly took his leave, only briefly glancing at his daughter with a half-smile. Oh, and take the elemental with you. We might be moving around, depending on the monsters that try to attack. It will know where I am when you're ready. For a few minutes, all was quiet as everyone sipped their hot cocoa. Drake spread his senses out, checking for the next wave of monsters. But the teens couldn't hold the silence for too long as Charlotte spoke up, voicing the questions she'd been wondering for a long time. So, how was the tutorial? You said you would explain it to us eventually, but, she asked, trailing off. Londine only sipped his hot cocoa, averting his eyes as if saying, You really shouldn't have asked that. Drake turned his head, sitting up on the wall. How was it? Ever played a battle royale game? Or read a book like The Hunger Games? Charlotte shook her head, already regretting her decision to ask. Drake motioned to Saul. What was your tutorial, Sarah? Saul lowered her own cup, licking her lips, seemingly enjoying the sweet drink, then tilted her head at the question. Normal life. Wake, fight, hunt. There was no change for Rock Tribe. Before gods took us, every day was fight for survival. Fought many different people, she answered. I see, Drake nodded. For me, I was never a person in the military or anything like that. I was thrown into the tutorial with 5,000 other people from all over the planet. My introduction was anything but helpful. What you kids need to realize is that you've only seen the PvE. PvE? Charlotte asked. Player versus environment, Londine explained. Drake nodded. Londine has seen it firsthand. People change after they accept the system, and my tutorial was no different. Hell, I'm no different, but I digress. Within the first week, that 5,000 was reduced to 4, and soon down to 3. The monsters in my tutorial were special as well, Drake explained, remembering the Goblin King and the Ant Prince. Thanks to a particular sadistic sponsor. The air turned uncomfortable for a moment until one of the teens spoke up, trying to change the subject. The tutorials had sponsors? Londine asked, putting his cup down. Yep. Races that had already been in the system could apparently sponsor New World Introduction tutorials, and mine was a primordial. The dragons. Dragons? Sounds cool, though, Londine said, confused. Yeah, well, this one was a piece of shit through and through. All the bad stuff you hear in fantasy is true. Greedy, sadistic, egotistical, Drake said, shivering as he almost felt the bitch's hand enter his back again. So a primordial is what? A super strong race? Where do humans rank? Brody asked, surprisingly speaking up. A primordial is a race that is pure, unblemished by mixing with others, and unfortunately, humans rank pretty low on the totem pole, Drake said. But lucky for you guys, there's at least one primordial on Earth. There's one here? Lundin asked, raising his brows. Yep, right here. Me. I'm the primordial. Drake smiled. Lundin and Charlotte exchanged a glance. What? I'm not lying. Have I not mentioned before that skill stones can change your race? Wait, does that mean you have a really rare class then? Lundin asked expectantly. No, well, yes? It's a unique class, but it's a roll of the dice if it's good or bad, literally. Saul thought Patriarch was legendary class? Saul asked. Technically, no, but I do have quite a lot of legendary stones. Either way, I'm an Assuran, not a human anymore. Not that it was my choice, but hey, can't really go back now, Drake explained with a shrug. An Assuran? Like old mythical Assuran? Big bad war gods Assuran? Lundin asked. Guess so? I mean, I don't have 6 arms, but I do have the scary face mask and can technically add arms with magic. You said that wouldn't happen to us if we didn't want it to. But is it better? It sounds better, Charlotte said timidly. That's hard to answer. Is giving up your humanity worth the strength? I can't tell you that. It came with a whole boatload of problems that I'm still working through, not to mention my class. So what is your class then? I just assumed you were a mage. You held that staff around for a while, you know? Lundin prodded, picking his cup back up. As luck or fate would have it, or maybe just some asshole upstairs, I have 2 classes. 2? Isn't that kind of cheating? Well, it does come with some problems. I need twice as many stones to fill my skill slots, and I also need to level up twice as many skills. The other part is I gain experience at least twice as slow, and from what I can guess, it's exponential. What do you mean? Seems like a good trade-off to me. Well, I'm level 27. Do you know what level the big bird was? Lundin shook his head. No idea. It was level 31. It seems like you have some game knowledge, so how many levels do you think I gained from killing it? Drake asked. I don't know, a few? It's a pretty big difference. I gained 1 level. I was level 25 when I defeated the big chicken and the rest of those eagles. The Guardian gave me a level, and the Flock gave me 1 more. They were all E rank, and I'm F rank, which means every one of the monsters I killed was around level 30. Landon whistled. Exactly. The stats you gain from 2 levels are amazing and scale to the sky. But would you 2 like to have to fight tooth and nail to get them? Fighting on the edge of a knife, life and death every day for weeks, months, and eventually years? I wouldn't change what happened, but I don't think I would have the guts to choose it myself given the chance. Besides, what I have planned for you 2 is much simpler and safer. Well, relatively, I hope, Drake mumbled. What do you mean? Charlotte pressed. Well, I know how to get the starter titles you 2 will need to get a massive advantage early on, and can minimize the risk of obtaining them. That doesn't mean I'll fully be able to predict what will happen, but I do know a few tricks. Drake saw Ervil in the distance with several people in tow, but felt one of his elementals on the other side of the encampment sputter out. Damn, we're moving. Keep up and tell Ervil to join us. Without another word, Drake changed hair colors, his light blue hue shimmering to a dazzling yellow as he stepped off the wall, shooting past Ervil and his group. Drake arrived at the other end of the wall, his face painted with surprise when he saw what was there. That's unexpected. I suppose I did tell them not to harm anyone inside, so I guess you technically count. May I ask why you decided to kill my elemental? Drake asked the pair of men at the bottom of the other side of the wall. Ickington Hampson, level 12. Vic Groger, level 11. Who the fuck are you? Clinton shouted, pointing a sword at Drake. I own this little part of the woods. Who the fuck are you? Drake answered. Looks like we have to kill you then. Lucky, he's only level 10. And if that was his spell, he's a mage, the other shouted gleefully. Drake sighed. Can I ask that you two just leave? I've had my share of killing brainless monsters today. Looking down at the two men, Drake was reminded that he adjusted his disguise from his necklace, bringing it down a few levels to match the average he had seen in the city. He had even made sure his elementals wouldn't kill any people until he arrived. I knew lowering it was probably a bad idea, but I'm still not sure of who is out there. I still need to keep the information about me as limited as possible. But having a lower level isn't going to help with intimidating idiots like these two. Ain't no way we're leaving. You know how hard it is to come by one of these crystals? Drake pursed his lips. How did you even know to come all the way out here? This is a few hours from the city, Drake said, hopping up to sit on the wall, his legs dangling over the edge. One of the men sneered, holding up a map that shimmered with a slight blue hue. Drake assumed it was a quest map made from some kind of mana-infused material. There's a list for a few monster cores. You can buy it from the system center. Tells the location and the level of the person who is placing a crystal. You just so happened to be the closest and the lowest level. Drake smiled. Oh, and it says level 10? The man smirked as if it was obvious. Good. Okay, boys, last chance. Leave. Drake smiled, snapping his mask back into place, his aura leaking out. Or die. The pair shivered, dropping their weapons immediately. But Drake's plan only backfired as they became more emboldened. Picking back up their weapons, they cursed and shouted at him once again. You ain't scaring us, motherfucker. You're just some lousy, weak level 10. We're both level... Drake pointed his finger, a spark of lightning piercing the ground between them. You are both not worth my time. Leave. I won't say it again. The pair creaked their heads down to the bullet hole, which smoldered and sizzled, glowing red from the heat. They turned, looking at Drake once more before turning tail and running. Drake's face shifted to surprise as he moved his mask back off his face. Hey, finally someone listened. Turning around, Drake heard the group from before finally catching. Took you guys long enough. Now, who are these people, Ervil? Drake asked. The previous chief huffed for breath as he paused. Saul arrived a few moments before him, breathing heavier than usual, but not severely. The group behind Ervil arrived in a trickle. The younger kids brought up the rear, with Charlotte helping her brother in last place. These are non-combat classes. Patriarch asked for... And this is Khalik II, the most impressive young hunter in tribe next to Ervil's daughter, Ervil explained. Drake looked down at the teen orc, his face saying it all. Khalik II's expression showed just how much he disliked Drake already, and his stance reflected pride, or at least arrogance, even in the face of someone he should know is stronger. The boy's chin raised, arms crossed, and chest pushed out. Oh, do we have our token Bakugo? Chapter 17. Nightmares of Conviction. Drake looked down at the young orc. He was well built and had obviously trained. Khalik II wore a hairstyle that reminded Drake of the orcs he had seen in games, with shaved sides and a long top pulled back into a ponytail. The color was a deep maroon, like Saul's. The youth had scars here and there on his body, as well as a tattoo on his right shoulder, prompting Drake to look at Rivul and Saul, finding an identical tattoo he had not noticed before. Must be the mark of their tribe? It depicted an axe and what looked like a boar with two large tusks. Kalik too also wore attire similar to the rest of the orcs, a tribal wear that covered the important parts, but he also wore a larger chest piece that concealed most of his upper body. Talented youth, huh? Drake mused. Hello, Kalik. Can I call you Cal? No, the boy huffed tersely. Kalik, Ruvil growled. You will show Patriarch respect. Kalik too barked back, pointing at Drake. Man is no Patriarch of rock. Orcs know Saul was to be. He has stolen not only great fighter, but leadership of rock tribe. Ruvil grimaced, looking between Drake and Kalik too. Drake laughed. It's fine. So you think I'm not worthy of being a leader, is that right? Kalik too crossed his arms and spat at Drake's feet. Cheeky kid. Drake smiled. Even though I'm the strongest here? The statement made Kalik too's face twist into anger. You are false. No one can defeat Saul. Deceiver must have used tricks to win. Drake turned to Saul. Her face was quickly turning from the calm she normally wore to one paling. Oh, does she think I'll get mad? Drake thought, pursing his lips. Don't worry, Sarah. I won't force you to fight me again to prove it to some weak child, Drake sneered. Kalik too growled even louder, his hand going to the small axe at his side. Are you going to strike me? Do you really think you can win? Are you strong enough right now? You saw the fight with the massive bird, didn't you? Drake grinned, letting a little of his aura leak out, sending a visible chill down the boy's spine. Kalik too backed down, removing his hand but still staring daggers at Drake. Come here, Drake waved. The group that had arrived moved to the wall next to Drake. He then placed Kalik too in front of him, intentionally making him an example. The best way to convince him will be to show him. And if I can get him to fall in line, the rest will too, I'm sure. He placed a hand on Kalik too's shoulder, glancing at the other few youths watching nearby. I brought you all here to grow and become stronger, to protect your tribe and loved ones. If you think you can't learn from me, well... Drake summoned a fireball of white flame in front of his palm, brightening the surroundings and illuminating Kalik too's face in surprise. What? He shouted, struggling to get away from Drake. Calm down and watch, Drake said calmly, holding the teen in place. You aren't part of the system yet, but I'm sure you will understand this. Drake looked out past the wall, plains and sparse trees on this side of the encampment covered in snow. Condense, Drake murmured. The ball of fire shrank down as it pulled in on itself, condensing into a dense miniature star of white fire. A second later, it flew forward, screeching through the air and melting the surrounding snow, burning through the first tree it hit. Burst. A crackling boom shattered the silent surroundings, igniting the area as the water instantly turned to steam, and anything that touched the flames quickly withered, bursting into a white, ethereal silhouette. Drake looked around, seeing the gaping maws of the youths, including Charlotte and Landon, who had seen Drake cast magic before, but never this up close. He could also feel the teen shaking beneath his hand. Drake let go, releasing the boy. Surprisingly, Kalik too didn't fall to his knees but moved away, his shoulders shaking. What remained was the icy stare he showed Drake. Tough kid, even when he's shown he can't compete, the fire won't waver, huh? He's going to go places if he's nurtured. That was just a small taste of the magic I can produce. I can teach each one of you how to be strong. strong enough that you could challenge me one day if you so choose. Drake saw the faces of some of the teens light up, Khalik II's especially, forming a slight grin. But don't think that magic is the only thing I can do, and that strength alone will be enough to beat me. Taking Khalik II's hand, Drake channeled mana into his own tattoos. Golden light began to pulse and vibrate with power, soon mixing with a sinister red as he activated his martial skill. Drake's hair suddenly shimmered, cascading to a bright crimson. Heretical attunement, fire. His arms quickly brimming to life with another layer of white fire as he reared it back, a moment later throwing it forward toward the plains in front of them. The sheer force of the blast tore through the ground, uplifting trees, roots, and all. A small whirlwind of snow kicked up in the turbulence. Drake turned, smiling. "Follow me, if only for a little, and I will show you how to become this strong." The youths stared at the destruction in awe, the former chief and his daughter both stone-faced, but it could not conceal the shaking clenched fists at their sides, both subconsciously reaching for weapons that weren't there. "I'll give you all till the end of the anchoring of the crystal to decide. My training will be tough, and you will receive no coddling from me. I want the non-combat classes to stay for now, while I get an idea of what is going on. The rest of you may go." Drake gave a nod to Arviel, the man taking a second to come out of his stupor before ushering the children off. The only one in the group looking back with fierce determination in his eyes was Khalik II. "What was that about?" Londine asked, slightly shaken. "Seeing that up close is just scary, man. You make me not want to even learn this stuff now. If you can do that, what can monsters do?" "That was the point, Londine. Everyone might have the option of becoming strong with the system, but I need those who are willing to do more than just become strong. I doubt if even half of those kids come back," Drake sighed. Are you saying we will have to be able to deal with stuff like that if we become combat classes?" Charlotte asked. Drake looked her in the eyes, his face serious. "Yes, I didn't lie to you two before. This will be hard, but it is the only way if you want to become strong enough to protect your family. You've seen it already. In this new world, people will take what they want, and the only thing that will stop them is your own strength. I won't always be here to stop them for you. And would you really want to rely on me forever?" The teens looked downtrodden, their heads bowed thoughtfully. Drake left them to their thoughts as he addressed the handful of non-combat classes he found remaining. "Okay, which one of you is the warsmith?" Drake asked. A large, bulky, bald orc stepped forward. "Brock is, Patriarch." "Brock? Like from Pokemon," Drake exclaimed, hitting the man on the side of the arm. But the joke fell flat, as the orc had obviously never heard of the show. Coughing, Drake moved forward. "Right. What weapons can you make? Is it only weapons, or can you make armor as well?" "Only weapons, Patriarch. Orc does not concern with armor." Drake looked back at Saul, nodding to himself. "I can see that. Okay, well, here are some materials. See what you can do with them," he asked, dropping a small hill of ant bodies and the rest of his materials from the mines in the tutorial. Brock's face raised in surprise, but he soon nodded, excitement taking over as he stored the materials. "Anything we get from the monster attacks is yours as well, but it will take some time to gather them right now," Drake explained. "It is fine, this will do," Brock answered. "Great, hope you can make something good. I want you to prioritize Saul's weapon. I did break it after all," Drake said, scratching his cheek embarrassedly. Brock nodded, bowing slightly to Drake, then turned to Saul. "May the mother bless your hunt. May the mother bless your hunt, Drake parroted, turning to Saul. It is orc saying, brings blessing of the mother for plentiful hunt and strength in battle, Saul explained. Drake chuckled softly. I like that. Pointing to the next one down the line. All right, who are you? After a few minutes of interviewing the line of orcs, Drake had talked to 6 other non-combat profession classes. Their classes ranged from Fletcher all the way to tattooist. The latter was something that Drake was extremely interested in, although he didn't have the time or resources to help the woman yet. Okay, Nuchukik, here are all the F-rank cores I can spare right now. Level up those skills, and I'll do my best to provide you with what I can later, Drake told her, handing over the cores. As Patriarch wishes, Nu nodded. The process of making mana tattoos apparently involved melting down monster cores, as they were used as a catalyst to bind the mana from the tattooist. Right when Drake had sent them all back, someone he didn't wish to see showed up looking for him. I'm busy right now. Can't you come back later? Drake grumbled. Really? I thought after seeing your brother's city established, you would want to talk. Bridget sighed, letting her cigarette hang from her mouth. Put that out. There are kids still here, and Atticus isn't my pressing problem at the moment, Drake explained, waving her off. Interesting. Even after seeing the name of his city, you still believe that? Bridget asked again, squashing her cig. He's always been an overzealous man, drawn to one cause or the next. It's why he was so unstable and left. Drake scoffed. What if I say that the things he did in the tutorial were the epitome of that extreme, and it is targeted at... Bridget looked at Saul. Purity. You don't mean... Even he wouldn't go that far, even at the worst of times. Drake hesitated, his jaw clenching. Then, care to hear what I have to say? Why now? Drake asked. You can't tell me the finishing of his city is the real reason. You could have just insisted when we were in the library. Bridget pointed to the other end of the wall. May we move this elsewhere? I would appreciate being able to smoke if you don't mind. Drake looked over to Saul. Watch the kids. Before she could refuse, Drake looked at her pleadingly. Please, this talk is personal, about family. Saul looked taken aback but nodded, moving down the wall and next to the children. Drake snapped his fingers and placed an elemental on the wall for good measure against any unwanted guests. The pair walked further down, Drake pulling out some chairs for them to sit down, as Bridget pulled another cigarette and lit it. Then tell me, what was my older brother doing when he came back from the dead? Drake asked tersely. Why did you believe he was dead? Bridget asked, then received a death stare from Drake. Coughing, she corrected, If you don't mind me asking. Drake sighed. Atticus was my older brother. He was several years older, and a half-brother. My father was married before he met my mother. He was an only child up until then for years, but he was lost. He went from one cause to the next after he graduated from school. One year, it was some mission in Africa helping kids. The next, he was in the Middle East helping towns torn apart by war. Eventually, he found his way back, but it was worse. Worse? He had become eccentric beyond help. He became fanatical, dangerous. My father tried to help him, admitting him to a mental facility, but Atticus, being the resourceful person that he was, charmed the nurses and broke out. We received a letter a few days after from him saying he was on a journey and had met his rightful path with some loony cult. After that, we never heard from him again. I assumed he was dead. This was well over 10 years ago. He should be pushing 35 by now. I see, Bridget said, exhaling a long drag. Crossing her legs, she recounted her time in the tutorial. I believe you said there were only humans in your tutorial, correct? Drake nodded. In my tutorial, there were many races, beastmen of all kinds, insectoids, and some races I still could not tell you what they were. It was a melting pot of sorts. But, Bridget paused, taking another drag. As all new and unknown things with humans, they were scared. We had no idea what was going on. On top of new races being introduced, it was a nightmare. Your brother, Atticus, he began immediately rounding them up. Once he received his class, he outstripped everyone in strength. What was his class? Drake asked. And what do you mean rounding up? I mean concentration camp style. There was no remorse. And no, I do not know what his class was. All I know is that it used some form of potent fire magic. But the things he did. I won't say that I cared for it, but it was quite the story. You talk as if it didn't affect you? Are you some kind of psycho? Drake asked, gripping the hem of his hoodie. Yes, I am a sociopath after all. It's why I was so good at my job. I can examine the data objectively. I was never the employee of the month, but I got my job done, and it was interesting. That's all I cared about. A sociopath? But you feel fear? Drake said, recalling her shivering. Natural instinct is different from being able to feel empathy. I don't want to die. Regardless, the things your brother would do were amazing in a sense, if not cruel. He killed every other race in that tutorial. I witnessed many horrific things. Women, children, and whole families were burned by his hands, all in the name of some obscure god that only he had seen. He told his followers he was freeing the dirty, cleaning them. I never participated, Bridget said, holding up her hands, seeing the seething anger in Drake's eyes. The point of all this is to tell you that if he manages to gain more followers outside, it will only get worse. Based on where this little city seems to be going, it will be right in his crosshairs eventually. I see, Drake forced out through clenched teeth. Well, what are you going to do about it? What do you expect me to say? I'll kill him? Drake growled. Well, that would be the simplest method. I won't kill my brother. I thought he was dead this whole time. I'll at least talk to him first. No matter what he's done, he's still family first, and that means something. He's just confused, like he was before. I'm sure the system has only made it worse, Drake explained. He wondered if he was trying to convince himself rather than her. I see. And what if he attacks this place? Bridget asked, puffing on her cigarette. It won't. I won't let him. Drake looked behind himself, seeing Saul and the teens. He will see reason. I'll make sure of it. Chapter 18. Daily Rounds. Chief, are you sure about your decision? Ravul looked to the man at his side. Walking back to the encampment, Ravul was well aware of the uncertainty he brought to his tribe. The newcomers that the patriarch had brought, many, if not all, did not speak their language and could not understand each other. I am. You have seen his strength. Do you understand what might have happened if we tried to fight against him? Ravul explained. Now we have an opportunity to make ties with this man and flourish as a tribe in the world brought by the gods. He will bring greater strength to our already great tribe. Even if it costs you your own daughter? Khalik too growled from behind him. Ravul looked at the boy with sympathy. He was already blessed with great skills as a warrior, But Kalik too did not yet possess the experience of a man. He admired Saul as a warrior, but Revul knew he also saw her as a woman. My daughter made her own decision long before I told her to marry the patriarch. When we were pulled by the gods into that domain, fighting for our lives, something that you as a child would not know, she had decided to marry a man who would protect this tribe on its new journey. Kalik too exhaled sharply. I won't believe it. He may be strong, but he will only stay that way for so long. Once the gods bestow on me my calling, I will outstrip him. I'll be the strongest in the tribe. I won't lose to anyone or anything. That filthy human. Revul sighed, rearing his hand back and slapping Kalik too hard across the face, sending the boy down to his knees. Watch your words. Whether you believe or like the patriarch, you know our laws. It is a disgrace to throw mud on a man not there to defend his name. If you wish to bring him down, do it properly. If you can, that is. They left Kalik too in the light fall of snow as they made their way back, many of the other youths looking at him with pity as they passed. Revul, should you have been so hard on the boy? A strong weapon must be tempered. He has been proud ever since he went on his first hunt. He is talented, but his arrogance will only fuel his downfall if he does not learn to see what is beyond that, Revul answered. I pity the boy. He will certainly be stronger than Saul, but he has not found a place to use that strength. I hope that our patriarch will teach him well. Drake looked up at the stars, sitting down next to the crystal as he sensed his elementals on the walls around the encampment. Day 3, he mused, looking up at the familiar night sky, his white breath wisping along with the light breeze. There's one star I've never seen before. In the night sky, there was a noticeably bright star Drake had never seen before, and he could only lean on an inkling as to what it was. It's probably that other planet Nato mentioned that we will have to fight eventually. I'm not looking forward to that. Drake sighed, remembering some of the fights he went through in the tutorial. But a small part of him smiled. I hope there's at least someone up there that can give me a good fight. He shook his head, unsure where the thought had come from and how it had passed so quickly. Turning, he looked at Nato next to him, still in her meditative trance. Taking his hand, he brushed off the snow that had piled up on her, then snapped his fingers to make a small shelter for her. 4 more days, huh? Well, I better get back to it, Drake said, nodding to the elemental he had re-summoned next to Nato. Keep her safe for me. Walking over the bridge casually, Drake saw the line of people waiting as per usual since he had displayed his strength on the first day against the cardinal beast. All right, who's first? Remember the rules. 1 try per day, and monsters take priority. No exceptions. And no harming of anyone's property, Drake explained, cracking his shoulder, pulling his hood up over his head. First, Kalik too growled, pulling 2 axes from his sides, taking a battle stance. Again? Have you healed from yesterday? Sure, you're okay? Drake asked with a smirk. Kalik too growled louder, a tusk showing through. Don't need concern. Fight! Running forward, the boy threw an axe straight at Drake and pulled a third from his side in one swift motion as he jumped. Drake dodged the axe easily. Kalik too didn't have any stats yet, making it a clearly one-sided match, but Drake wouldn't disrespect the youth by not fighting him seriously. He kept his stats down to a minimum, meeting the boy with as normal a strength as possible. While Kalik too was a capable hunter, he was not a sophisticated fighter.
Most of the tribe were skilled combatants as far as Drake had seen the past day, at least in the sense of instincts and strength. Each was strong and knew their weapons, but it was clear that they were still primitive in their techniques, using their massive bodies and strength as the crux of their fighting style. Drake dropped low, striking upwards as he gripped both hands around Khalik II's wrists. He twisted outwards, the boy shrinking away in pain as he dropped his weapons. Drake then brought his knee up into the boy's stomach, taking him down in a single strike. "And that's game. Someone play Silver Scrapes for me. Nice try, Khalik II, but I think you should maybe try a different weapon, or wait until you've turned 16. Your strikes are too honest, always pushing forward. There's no misdirection." The teen coughed, wiping the spittle from his mouth as he picked up his axes. "To deceive is dishonorable." Drake shook his head, waving the teen off. "If you say so, I'll respect your view, but the results speak for themselves.
If you can't beat someone in a straight fight with your life on the line, you will need to use everything at your disposal to win. Pride and honor are all good, but only if you can wake up the next day. Not that I can really talk. I've done plenty of stupid things in the name of some lofty ideals," Drake thought, smiling nervously. Khalik II spat at the ground, still baring his teeth as he limped away, Drake waving as he did. "Okay, next," Drake called out. Khalik II stormed off, pushing past the crowd of his tribesmen, his hand nursing his stomach where he was struck. "Mother be damned, I'll break that scrawny human's neck." Khalik II coughed, wincing. If only I had the blessing of the gods already." He passed some of the other humans whom the chief had forbidden him from confronting. He couldn't understand them as they looked at him, talking to themselves, one looking at him in concern. Khalik II angrily muttered, "Have I fallen so far that a human child who has never held an axe looks at me with such pity?" His hand tensed around his axe handle at his side. "I'll bring him down. I won't let him disgrace our tribe. I won't let him disgrace Saul." What was his deal? Mad Drake tossed him again? Landon asked, looking over his shoulder at Khalik II. "He looks hurt. You shouldn't take it so personally," Charlotte told Landon, reprimanding him. "He's doing more than we are. You have to remember that. I'm not looking forward to learning how to fight if a person who's spent their whole life doing it can't even touch Drake," she mumbled. "Aw, come on. Drake wouldn't be too hard on us, right?" "Right?" Landon asked worriedly. "I don't know. You tell me." Charlotte smiled back nervously, nodding to the line that had formed for the second day. Drake was surrounded by well over 50 of the Rock Tribe's top warriors, all bereaved by his orders to stay out of the defense of their encampment due to the threat of the E-ranks that could appear at any moment. They had instead turned their frustration towards him, using him as a challenge as well as an outlet. "Too slow to adapt," Drake shouted, dropping down and sweeping the warrior's leg, finishing him with a blow to the back of the head. "You're playing to your strengths, but you aren't covering for your weaknesses, making them easier to see since you can't finish me off in one blow." The warrior groaned as he rolled to his side, struggling to get up and pick up his axe. Drake looked to the crowd. "Next," he sighed, waiting for the next challenger as he stayed attentive to his elementals on the wall. "Are there only axe wielders in this tribe? I'll have to talk to Sarah about it later when I get a chance," Drake mumbled, looking to the side where she leaned against a tent pole, watching him attentively. "She hasn't challenged me since we last fought, and I broke her weapon, but she never stops watching. I can tell she's observing to learn, but I wish she would put some clothes on." Drake sighed. The Rock tribe all had very minimal armor due to how they fought and waged war before the system came to them. Even with the system, much of their armor that they had gained was tailored to that same aesthetic. Drake wouldn't have had such a problem with it if Saul wasn't so attractive. Saul was by far the most attractive woman he had seen in some time, not counting Claire. Even despite that, she was of an entirely different race. He couldn't help but admit it. But as it stood, she was still closed off to him, only following him as her father had ordered. Drake turned again, looking at the next warrior ready to fight him, but was forced to pause, raising his hand. "Hold on, I'll be right back." Putting the fight on hold, Drake changed to his lightning endowment and moved to the south wall in an instant. What he saw wasn't anything new to him. A new group of people were staring down his elemental, but something was interesting about their leader. Mikhail Jordan, level 17. He's the highest level human I've met since coming out of the tutorial. "State your business," Drake said flatly, startling some of the man's group. Mikhail turned calmly and gauged Drake before answering evenly. "So you are Drake Wallen. You look much stronger than a level 10. Drake didn't answer, but laughed to himself at how perceptive the man was. "We're, for lack of a better term, adventurers," Mikhail finally answered. "Adventurers? This isn't some game," Drake grumbled. "That doesn't tell me much. What do you want to do here? Fight? Seek help? Maybe you're looking for directions?" Mikhail shook his head. "You misunderstand. I apologize for not being more direct. I assumed you knew by now that adventurers are parties of people who simply complete quests to benefit system-sanctioned towns." Drake raised a brow. "Is that so?" Looking Mikhail up and down, Drake tried his best to get a sense of the man. He wore what looked like cleric robes, but seemed to be more of a rogue at second glance. He held 2 knives on either side of his belt and wore bracers obviously meant for parrying. Drake shifted his gaze to the group of 5 behind him. Each one was obviously there to serve a role. "You even have a healer in your group?" Drake asked. Mikhail nodded. "We do. Could we bring this inside? It is quite cold out." "No," Drake said firmly. "I won't allow you inside these walls until I know exactly why you are here and if you are a threat to those I protect." Mikhail stiffened, feeling Drake's aura press against him, but nodded all the same. "Understandable. What is it you would like to know?" "You said you help system-sanctioned towns." "How so? If it's completing quests, I can do that myself. I'm assuming you found this place through the list that is available in the system center as well, so..." Drake looked down at Mikhail, looking for any tell on his face. "Why choose this town?" Mikhail gulped. "We all saw the notification for you killing the Guardian. I am not ignorant. I know that the Guardians are E-rank monsters. For a level 10 to bring one down, seemingly alone, you would have to have a legendary class, or..." Mikhail smiled. "You would have to be hiding your level." Drake grinned. "You are very perceptive." Chapter 19. Hired Help. "That doesn't explain why I would need you," Drake said, crossing his arms and sitting at the table he had summoned. "Yes, well," Mikhail began, "I believe your town still has several days before it completes its anchoring, correct? So I understand now why you would not know. When a town is completed, it is registered and the owner is given an according nobility rank." Drake nodded. "That I know. It's part of the quest rewards." "Yes, well, to increase that rank, you must complete quests. That is where we come in. The faster the quests are completed by affiliated adventurers, the more points you receive and the higher on the board you will go."
I have also heard that after a portion of the quests are complete, the owner of the town receives rewards as well as noble standing. Mikhail withdrew a card from his inventory and showed it to Drake. Receiving the card, Drake turned it over in his hand. First I've heard of it, Drake replied skeptically, looking it over. The card was simple, stating Mikhail's full name, level, and rank, as well as his current affiliation, which stated McMire. Do you not have an assistant to tell you? Mikhail asked, raising a brow. Ah, that's right. They are restricted from telling you until the anchoring is complete. Forgive me, it slipped my mind, he amended, bowing his head slightly. Drake tried not to show the surprise on his face, opting to stay silent. You do not have to be so defensive, Mikhail smiled. Anyone with knowledge of the system town quests knows by now that you have to have an assistant to access it after the tutorial. For regular people, it is extremely difficult to access the quest. We have to jump through several hurdles, which I, for one, think are not worth the effort. You don't want to be a leader of a town? Drake asked, now more curious as he handed back the card. Heavens no. I only lead this group because, well, we were work colleagues. I also have a very specific class that requires others to perform well. Show me. Only if you agree to allow us to stay. No go, Drake said firmly, shaking his head. You show me now, or you can turn around and leave. You've already given me information, so I'm thankful. But I have other people to think about. It seems we are at an impasse then, Mikhail sighed. Perhaps we can negotiate an arrangement. Drake pursed his lips, gauging the man once more, looking for any signs of deceit or something else. I'm listening. You have approximately 4 more days until you have anchored your crystal, if I'm not mistaken, Mikhail explained, raising 4 fingers. Allow us to help in defending it. From outside the walls, of course. Provide us with shelter during rest periods as well as food and water. If we do a sufficient job, you will allow us to stay. Drake looked over the group once more, seeing that they ranged from level 15 to 17, posing no threat to him personally. He saw no reason to reject offered help that would only go to lighten his load. I will, on the condition that you still show me your full statuses at the end of it. You've proved that you have an insightful mind, Mikhail, but that isn't enough to seal the deal here. You've come from a tutorial just like me. You must understand I have to be careful about the people I allow in, especially at this moment. I will set you up here, but you will be watched 24 hours a day by my elementals. If you are caught doing anything suspicious or trying to enter the camp, they will kill you. That is acceptable, Mikhail said, motioning to his group and standing up. You said elementals, though I only see the one. Drake smiled and snapped his fingers, 3 more forming from magic circles from the ground up. Each one was made of a different element. Mikhail's eyes momentarily bulged in surprise before going back to the observant gaze he held before. That is quite something. I believe this is going to be a very fruitful relationship, he mused, holding out his hand. We'll see about that. You sure are a talker, Drake said, taking the man's hand, only for Mikhail to flinch at the wording. Yes, so I've been told. Drake looked past them, seeing a wave of monsters in the distance cutting through the snow. Looks like you guys are up. Try not to die. I have some very delicious venison stew cooked up for today's dinner. Drake laughed, putting away the chairs and tables. Mana Cougar, level 20, F rank. The incoming group of monsters outnumbered Mikhail's group at 10 to his 6, but Mikhail didn't seem nervous at all, even at a level disadvantage. Mikhail turned his group around, already getting into position.
Looks like this is the job interview, everyone. Positions, you know your duties,
he shouted, pulling his knives from his side and taking position next to a woman in a white robe. Drake jumped back up to the wall, eager to see how the man fought with his group, as Drake had never had an opportunity to do so with his own group. He was, for better or worse, at his strongest when he was alone. He looked on with interest as he felt several people approaching the wall. Looking to the side briefly, he caught the reflection of sunlight in the deep maroon hair of Sarah. Charlotte and Landon were not far behind her. Turning back, he resumed his focus on the new group.
Drew, hold the line. Blake, find an opportunity to exploit the gaps as usual. Vicky, begin thinning their numbers before they arrive. 10 seconds, Mikhail ordered as his group began to spread out.
Drew, apparently the group's tank, roared and stood in the foremost position, his body clad in red due to some skill. Drake's eyes cycled and turned a bright blue as he looked on, trying to decipher the magic in the air as they prepped and began their defense.
Taylor, start casting.
Yorth, prep the heal over time for the melee. Mikhail continued to bark decisive orders to his group, each one moving concisely to his words.
They're used to following orders, it seems,
Drake mumbled, his hand going to his mouth thoughtfully.
There's something going on that I can't place. There's too much mana in the air for a skill or spell not to be at work. Ah, I see. He's a buffing class? Orders? No, words? Is it as long as he speaks?
Taylor began summoning a magic circle at the bottom of her feet. It reminded Drake of a classic mage performing a large area of effect spell. The other members thinned the ranks as they approached. Vicky, using a rifle instead of a bow, drew Drake's eyes as well. Vicky rattled off several rounds, taking down the first mana cougar, but it was the only one as the rest of the pack began to clash with Drew and the other melee fighters. Drake watched carefully, his finger playing towards summoning a spell should they need it, but only if they needed it. Drew forced the mana cougars to intercept him as his large frame seemed to draw their attention, his shield nearly magnetic as it slammed against 3 of the monsters. In near instant timing, a man flew from Drew's shadow, striking down one of the 3 with a long sword, bisecting the monster. Drake chuckled.
Very solid teamwork.
Drew, watch the left. Don't let them past you. Blake, swiftly find their vitals and take them down just like before, Mikhail shouted, his eyes darting around the field. Vicky, fall back to the back line. Give support until Taylor finishes the spell.
The fight had only lasted a few seconds so far, and they had already taken out 3 of the 10 mana cougars with no damage or casualties, while being out-leveled and outnumbered, impressing Drake. But the test was yet to come, as the remaining 7 monsters convened on them all at once now. Taylor's mana peaked, and the bluish magic circle suddenly turned white.
Mikhail took the change as a cue and shouted to the frontliners, "Flash freeze incoming! Jump!" And as told, the frontliners jumped into the air, leaving the mana cougars on the ground. "Lay the land to an icy waste! Flash freeze!" Taylor cried out, the ground's soft, newly fallen snow turning to clear ice that expanded outward without remorse, jagged shards erupting from the ground, piercing and shackling the mana cougars in ice. "Counterattack!" Mikhail roared, moving forward as well, capitalizing on the area of effect debuff that seized the remaining mana cougars. The group surged forward, Drew, Blake, and Mikhail essentially having free rein as the monsters struggled to break free from the ice. Taylor collapsed next to their healer, Yorth, while Vicky pressed something to her rifle and began shooting without contest.
Looks like there was nothing to worry about.
though they are a bit slower than I'd like. But with some better gear and levels, they'll be fine.
Drake nodded to himself. Who are people? Saul asked next to Drake, seeing the aftermath of the battle.
Hired help.
They seem all right, Drake answered, smiling. I think they'll be more useful than I thought, he added, tapping his chin.
Who are they?
Landon asked, rubbing his arms. Is there an echo in here? Drake scoffed. They're adventurers, apparently, hired help, and also they are going to help you guys learn how to fight as a group.
They are?
Charlotte asked, confused. Technically, yeah. Starting today, you are going to follow them around and watch how they fight. Charlotte, you especially. I want you to watch that man. Drake pointed. Mikhail. Understand how he positions his group and reads the field.
Okay,
she answered. Trust me, it's going to be important, Drake reiterated. They seem to have it handled here for now, but I want you two to stay and watch. If anything happens, the elementals will keep you safe. Don't go beyond the wall or let them over it. I have plans for them, but I still don't trust them fully. Aye, aye, sir, Landon said, lazily putting his hand to his head. I'll be back. Drake smirked. Any idea where Kalik is? Charlotte pointed behind them towards the group of tents the Rock stayed in.
We passed him over there, but that's about it.
That's good enough, Drake nodded. Sarah, are you staying here, or are you still babysitting me?
I will follow Patriarch,
she answered matter-of-factly. Drake sighed, turning to look down at Mikhail's group as they appeared to be cleaning up the area and monster corpses. Do you have military training? Drake asked Mikhail flatly. Mikhail looked up, pausing from removing a monster core. I do not. Then where did you learn how to command a group like that? It's partially my class, if I'm being blunt, but I used to be in upper management at our company. Telling people what to do comes very naturally, if I do say so myself, Mikhail smiled. Drake wasn't convinced, but it seemed the man wasn't going to give him a straight answer. I see. Your group will stay on the wall in this area. I'm leaving some students here to learn. See that they aren't harmed. My elementals will prioritize them over you without exception, Drake said. Students? There are students still? Mikhail asked. They're my students, for now at least. Drake laughed and turned away. I'll be checking in later. With a wave, Drake was off to the encampment in search of Kalik too. I'll be needing at least Charlotte, Landon, and Kalik for a solid foundation of people to protect this place. Hopefully, more people will come forward to learn by the end of the week, Drake thought as he walked through the tents. Sighing, he pushed back the sickening feeling of essentially using child soldiers. It's not like I have a choice. The system will indoctrinate them one way or another when they turn 16, and I'll just have to make it as safe as possible for them. I know I said it myself, but the reality of adjusting to this new way of life is going to be incredibly hard. Drake didn't like the idea of having kids fight, but he didn't have any other way of helping them than doing this. The others that had already been through receiving a class wouldn't be a great selection. They had already chosen classes to survive the tutorials they were placed into, each one tailored to their individual strengths. From his own tutorial, it was rare to find groups that worked as well as Mikhail's and formed a cohesive party that covered each other's weaknesses. And what Drake aimed to do was just that: create a tailored party that could operate to protect the city he planned to build and keep everyone he cared for safe. He knew well enough that he was strong, but he couldn't be everywhere 24/7.
The tutorial had proven that more than enough times already. He wouldn't make the same mistake of not being prepared for the event, as he would have to go outside the city at some point. Drake's thoughts slowly churned in his head until he eventually found the little angry ball of green he was looking for. Drake gave him a warm smile. "Hey, buddy, how's the stomach? Ready to do some learning?" he asked, placing a hand on the youth's shoulder. Kalik too growled, grabbing an axe and throwing it at Drake. Drake caught the weapon between his fingers and chuckled. "I'll take that as a yes."
Chapter 20. Anchored.
"Let go, deceiver," Kalik too growled, swinging his arms wildly. "Calm down, kid. You'll want to see this if you want to beat me at some point." Drake chuckled, holding Kalik too by the scruff of his leather armor like a kitten. "Won't listen," he barked back. "Then don't listen. Just watch and learn," Drake fired back, dropping him on his tush next to Saul and the rest of the group, who were observing. Landon glanced over, then turned his attention back to Mikhail's group. "He doesn't seem happy." "When does Kalik ever seem happy to you?" Drake laughed, looking down at the kid. "Not sure. I can't understand him, but he's always wearing a scowl, at least when he's looking at us." Landon shrugged. "That's true," Charlotte agreed. "Are we going to be able to understand everyone when we get our classes?" Drake shook his head. "Not until you become F rank a little later, and we would have to find a specific language book that I'm not sure drops anymore. I'll have to bring it up with Natto later. If it isn't around, you two will have to learn their language the hard way," he explained, giving a shrug. Saul looked over at Drake and Kalik briefly, giving an uninterested grunt before addressing Drake. "Woman here for patriarch," Saul said, motioning towards the other side of the wall. Drake turned, spotting Bridget looking on eagerly at Mikhail's group. Sighing, he moved over, honestly not looking forward to another conversation with her. "What do you want, Doc?" Drake asked. Without turning, Bridget greeted Drake, keeping her attention on the party, dealing with another wave of monsters beyond the wall. "Hello again, Mr. Wallen. I see you've adopted some more strays, and so soon." "I would hardly call them strays. They were the ones who came to find me," Drake replied. "Interesting. I would have thought people would have waited until at least the anchoring of your crystal. Quite interesting indeed."
"That man," Bridget said, pointing to Mikhail. "He is especially interesting. Do you know his class?" Drake shook his head. "Nope. I'll know soon, though. Speaking of him, he gave me the idea of how I'll vet people coming into the town, assuming there will be more." "I'm sure there will be, excluding the fact that this is a system-sanctioned area. I believe the prospect of being under the protection of one who has already killed a guardian beast would tickle the fancy of any competent persons." Bridget snickered, puffing on her cigarette. "Regardless, let me get to the point. I would like a place to conduct experiments and research." "No," Drake said flatly. "Ah, thank you for—" "What? Why?" she gasped. "After what you did at the library? Why would I give the green light for you to become a mad scientist?" Drake laughed under his breath. "I am nothing of the sort. I wish to simply see how these new infectious diseases affect monsters. Discovering how my paralytics and other concoctions interact with both the world and those that inhabit it will only prove to be useful to you." "No." "I see. Thank you for seeing it." "What? Did I not just explain how it would be beneficial?" "No, I mean, I don't have time to do that. At least not until the crystal is anchored."
How many things do you think I'm dealing with right now? I don't have the infrastructure to even consider putting up anything close to buildings or the like yet. I'm lacking personnel, guards, a way of defending this place, and not to mention a school to teach the young children who take sanctuary here at the moment. Your little experiments can wait, Drake explained, waving her off. Bridget held up a finger, wanting to open her mouth again, but instead thinned her lips and narrowed her eyes. I understand. You simply need to find administrators for this town, yes? She asked. Drake looked at her suspiciously. Yes? Bridget nodded and walked away wordlessly.
Oh, that's trouble, Drake mumbled, but shook his head and returned to where the rest of the teens were sitting. Having fun? Drake asked sarcastically. What do you think? Landon groaned, still leaning forward from where he was sitting on the wall, his head in his hands as his eyes stayed on Mikhail's group. Drake chuckled. I know it's probably boring right now, but try not to fall asleep at least. I was never one for studying either, but this will be the foundation of everything you do as a group here. I have high expectations of you three. He looked at Charlotte, who was, despite looking tired, observing in earnest. As for Khalik too, the boy was surprisingly standing next to Saul, likewise observing with clear interest. Either because he was interested in seeing other people fight, or was just infatuated with how their finely tuned teamwork seemed to allow them to dispatch the monsters with relative ease, despite being outnumbered. Looks like things are good here, Drake thought with a smile. Don't stay here too late. Remember to eat and get some rest. They'll be here for the rest of the week at least, Drake announced. Landon gave him a lazy wave, and Charlotte nodded. Drake said it once again, directing it at Khalik too, who spat in his direction. I hope finding other talented kids his age will fix his attitude, Drake sighed. I'll be returning to patrolling. Don't wait up. With that, Drake stepped back off the wall, returning to the center of the encampment where a line of people were still awaiting his return. That day went by quickly without any particularly strong monsters entering their area. Drake dispatched whatever Mikhail's group could not, also taking care of his challengers with ease, as most were simply disgruntled warriors who had their eyes either on Saul or the chance of being the next chief. The next day followed the same rhythm. Drake stayed up all night, dispatching monsters that were drawn to the presence of the crystal, then returning to Nato's side once he was done. Once dawn broke, he would fight the line of challengers who still wished to remove him from his position, all while giving them tips on their fighting as best he could. Drake was no world-class fighter by any means, but his current stats and his subtree skill, Asuran's Warbook, seemed to have accelerated his ability to fight by an enormous degree. If you were to ask him, it was almost like he had earned a skill accelerator in games that allowed him to learn more quickly. When it came to fighting, he was absorbing the information like a sponge, and each time he did it invigorated a small part of his soul. Drake continued this for 4 more days, bringing him to the final day of the anchoring. Walking from the small island over the ice bridge, as usual, Drake was met with challengers once again. All right, who's up first this time? Drake sighed, rubbing the back of his stiff neck, his breath leaving a small puff of white mist. First, Khalik too grunted. Drake eyed the teen. Again? Again, he shouted, pulling an axe from his side, but this time he pulled a knife as well, making Drake raise an eyebrow. Looks like he is teachable after all, Drake thought, eyeing the blade with a smile. Okay, let me have it, he scoffed. Khalik too didn't rush Drake this time, opting to slowly gauge him, moving his footwork meticulously. Drake simply observed, having no need to rush the fight himself. This wasn't a proving ground for himself, but for the challengers, and Drake had no intention of forcing the issue by striking first. Khalik too continued to inch closer with his blade and axe at the ready until he was only a few feet from Drake's blind side. In a quick, sudden motion, he hurled the axe forward, then took off to the side before it landed, trying to time the impact with another strike. Drake dodged the axe, letting it pass by him harmlessly as he kept sight on the teen. Khalik too continued to circle, pulling another axe from his side, this time tossing it above Drake. Ignoring the axe for now, Drake followed the teen as Khalik too made a hairpin turn, beelining for Drake with his blade lunging forward. Moving to the side, Drake dodged the thrust, grabbing Khalik too's wrist and flipping him over onto the snow below. Khalik too let out a grunt of pain as the air was pushed from his lungs, but quickly recovered. Rolling back to his feet and jumping into the air, his eyes were slightly unfocused, but he still managed to catch the axe he had thrown earlier, bringing it down with his blade in a cross slash. Drake whistled, impressed, but the boy had left himself vulnerable in his airborne position. With one swift motion, Drake allowed the blades to come down as he lowered his stance, lunging below Khalik too, his hand passing under the weapons, and with a firm thrust upwards, his palm struck the teen's chin, throwing him backwards. Khalik too hit the floor, unconscious. "Now, where did you learn all that?" Drake muttered with a smile, picking up the boy. He glanced at the crowd, their faces mirroring the same surprise and awe Drake had felt moments earlier. "All right, quick break. Need to make sure he isn't dead and all that." Drake chuckled as he quickly sprinted towards Mikhail's party by the wall. A few short seconds later, Drake arrived outside the tents he had set up for them. "Wakey, wakey! Yorth, I have a patient for you," Drake shouted at the tent. A long, drawn-out sigh came from the tent, and a man with bright, fiery red hair pulled back the flap. His blue eyes were sunken, his hair was a mess, and his clothes were unkempt. "What, did you knock him out again?" Yorth grumbled. "That I did. Kid might be an M." Drake smirked, laying Khalik too down next to the tent. "Or you're just a sadist. Every day you knock this kid out. Couldn't you go a little easier on him?" Drake shook his head. "No can do. That would be an insult to his warrior spirit." "You know who taught him the thing with the axe?" Drake asked. "Axe thing?" "Yeah, he tossed an axe as a distraction, and when I didn't bite, he used it as a weapon to attack from above." "Oh, he probably saw Blake and Mikhail fighting. They both use more indirect methods. They aren't strength-type fighters after all," Yorth guessed, laying a hand on Khalik too's head. "May the Mother guide this weary soul to their former peace. Healing drip." Drake laughed at the spell name like he did every time. Healing drip? I still don't get this system's naming. Hey, I don't name the spells, I just chant them. Right. Drake smirked. "Last day, huh?" he mused aloud. "Anyway, were there any more people showing up?" Yorth nodded. "We turned the group away, though. It was pretty obvious what they were here for." Drake frowned. "More?" Nodding, Yorth also frowned. "We took in the ones they had, but, well..." "You don't have to answer to me for doing it," Drake said, his brow furrowing. "I've seen it in the tutorial, but people doing it here. I'd like to know where they all keep coming from. Next time, keep them here before anything happens. I want to ask some questions." "Questions?" a voice asked from within the tent as Mikhail exited. "You didn't mention new slavers trying to get inside when you talked to me yesterday?" Drake scowled. "I apologize. We took care of them as we have before. I just assumed that would suffice," Mikhail said, raising his hands. "I will inform you of such things in the future, of course." Drake sighed. He wasn't mad at Mikhail.
He was just disgusted with the people who seemed to be popping up more and more lately for some reason. Slavers. They were people who specifically sought out other races, and sometimes even other humans, placing them in chains in an attempt to find easier prey or sell them off to town owners for various reasons. Drake had felt disgusted the first time he saw them the day after meeting Mikhail and his group. It was a stark contrast to their group, and it took all of Drake's willpower not to just kill the worthless group of people on the spot. But he wanted to do what he could with as little bloodshed as possible. Fortunately, most of the slavers were not the brightest bunch, and would go back on their word constantly after seeing Drake was only a level 10 and try to take advantage of him. And of course, Drake obliged, making sure they would never make the same mistake again, as well as never harm another soul. "Did you direct the rescues to the dock?" Drake asked finally. "We did." She complained as always. "There were a few beastkin, elves, and a few humans. Detestable, really." Mikhail sighed, his face scrunching up. Drake nodded, but there wasn't much he could do to prevent it. He didn't have enough influence or personnel to send out on morally righteous missions, like some sort of church or relief service. Thankfully, the crystal should anchor. Drake Wallen is the 13th to complete the anchoring of their honing crystal. The city Reunite has now been established and recognized by the system. Quest complete. Be one of the first to establish a system-sanctioned town. Quest complete. A land all your own. You've been awarded 300 nobility points. You've been awarded 500 nobility experience. You've been placed as number 1 on the nobility board. You've been designated the rank of Baron. You've received a new title, Baron. Baron. You've received a nobility title deserving of your status, plus 3% experience gain to all affiliated persons. You've received a new title, Catalyst of the Capital. Catalyst of the Capital. You've gained great renown in your new world and are an incredible prospect. Plus 2% to experience gain of all affiliated persons, plus 5% to health, mana, and stamina regeneration while inside town influence. You've been registered as the owner of the town Reunite. You've received a standard system center. You may choose from a list of system-authorized buildings. You've received a ticket to the World Summit, time 1. Speak of the devil, Drake shrugged. Chapter 21. Time to Reunite. Hudson exited the car, surprised to see a familiar white building beyond the gate still intact. Well, I'll be. Maybe this damn system does have a sense of humor. Leaving this mudball of nanny backwards silliness all in one piece. "Sir?" one of the escorts asked. "Nothing important. Let's get going." Hudson walked past the gate, an entourage of men and women in black suits escorting him the entire way until he reached the well-manicured lawn with patches of snow beginning to cover it here and there. Eventually reaching the few steps leading to the entrance of the large building. "The secretary is awaiting you inside, sir." Hudson waved off the escort and opened the door, going down the familiar hallways and scoffing at the past leaders painted on the walls. After a few moments, he reached the main audience room that had 2 guards equipped head to toe in armor that looked like they were from the Middle Ages. "Where in the Sam hell are your standard suits and ties, boys? Get lost in the laundry?" Hudson chuckled. Both men remained silent as they used one arm each to slowly swing open the double doors they were guarding. The inside was revealed, and Hudson stared back at an older man who barely resembled his longtime superior. "The rank up seemed to have done you good, Mr. Secretary," Hudson whistled. The man with slicked back silver-gray hair, a well-trimmed beard, and a finely tailored suit at the large table, stood up with a smile, extending his hand. "Ah, Agent Hudson, you don't know how pleased I was to hear that you survived the tutorial. How was it?" "Barely got out by the skin of my teeth, but ran into some stubborn idiot that was able to finish the whole tutorial himself." The secretary raised a brow. "You can lose the accent, son. You aren't undercover anymore. You are obviously being reassigned." Shaking Hudson's hand and fixing his suit, the man sat back down.
Now, you mentioned someone helped you. Do you think they would be an asset to our operation?
Hudson took the chair across the table, clearing his throat. "I don't think you should consider him anything in particular, sir. He doesn't go by conventional means, and I highly doubt he would listen to any authority figure after how much power he gained during his time in the tutorial." "What's this man's name, Agent?" "You have seen it already on the announcements. Drake Wallen," Hudson explained. A look of surprise washed over the secretary's face as he recalled the announcement. "You mean the level 10? He asked, pressing a button at the desk. "No, sir. He is far beyond level 10. I believe he had reached level 25 by the end of our respective tutorial. He must be using—" Hudson was cut off by the door behind him opening once again, along with the gasping of the secretary. "Level 25? You must be lying to me, Agent. We've only confirmed a few of being past level 20. Even the other species we have recruited into the service rarely go beyond level 15. The secretary looked back at Hudson seriously. "Is that man a threat?" Hudson unconsciously let out a laugh before covering his mouth. "Oh, no, sir. As long as you don't provoke him, I don't believe he would hurt anyone. As far as I'm aware, he has already begun establishing his own town. I was invited to join it as well." Behind him, a woman with a tiger-like tail and ears walked in holding a folder and handed it to the secretary. The secretary thanked her, placing the folder on the desk and opening it. "Drake Wallen. It seems we do not know of his family's whereabouts, but he has a family member named Atticus Wallen, who is also establishing a town. We have almost no information on him either, but the run-ins we have had with Atticus have been nothing but detrimental." "Meaning, Mr. Secretary?" Hudson asked. "Oh, haven't you heard, Hudson? It's no longer just Mr. Secretary. Commander-in-Chief hasn't returned, making me the highest standing official, so I've been sworn in. But don't worry, you can still call me whatever you like. You've earned that. Now, Mr. Wallen's brother, Atticus, has been gathering fanatics as far as we can tell." The secretary flipped through the pages before continuing. "He has also been burning and killing anything that is not human, and even some humans have not avoided his murderous gaze, it seems. He is a priority one. If we can turn his brother, Drake, to a more favorable position for us, it would be a big win. Can I trust you to make first contact with him?" The sound of a cold, familiar voice echoed in their heads as they all momentarily paused to listen. Drake Wallen is the 13th to complete the anchoring of their honing crystal. The city Reunite has now been established and recognized by the system. "I'll be damned. Idjit did it again." Hudson exhaled sharply, standing from his seat. "Sir, I wouldn't have it any other way. I'm sure I can turn that stubborn bastard to our side." "Claire, we're moving. You all packed up?" A woman turned around, wearing a priest's gown with a leather-twined necklace around her neck and a small black ring dangling from it. "Yes, I'm ready whenever. I want to make good time getting to town. Now that it's established, I'm sure there everyone will be gathering. I don't want to be the last to make it," Claire responded, gripping the ring. "It's already been a week. I'm worried he might be up to no good." The man across from her smirked. "Lucky guy to have you worry like that. Afraid he's going after other women?" Claire growled and scowled at the man, Charles. "He wouldn't do that. No, I'm afraid he might end up getting himself killed. He's nothing if not a trouble magnet." Charles raised his hands. "Geez, I was just joking. That tutorial of yours made you awful serious there, Claire." Claire sighed. "You don't know the half of it. It was a living hell. At least until Drake found me. That's why I need to get back to him as fast as possible. I know he will help everyone from our hometown like he did in the tutorial. I just know it." She continued to play around with the ring on her necklace, images of Drake before they parted racing through her mind. Charles placed more supplies into his inventory, looking at Claire with a lonely smile before turning to the rest of the group, shouting for them to get ready as well. Claire got up with the rest. She looked out into the distance before double-checking the location of where the system map they had gotten from the center marked Drake's town. "He better not be hanging out with other girls. He wouldn't," she grumbled, putting the necklace back under her priest's gown. Drake Wallen is the 13th to complete the anchoring of their honing crystal. The city Reunite has now been established and recognized by the system. "Oh, would you look at that? Has it been a week already? Wonder what kind of town he'll build," Bjorn shouted with a smile. "What happened, mister?" Bjorn looked down at the boy, ruffling his hair. "Oh, don't you worry. Just an old friend being himself. We're gonna get to where he is, and he and I are gonna make sure you all are taken care of. All right, lil' bro?" The boy nodded, giving Bjorn a smile. Looking back at the group he had gathered, Bjorn was reminded of the tutorial again, and how he helped to build Shigure's camp. The many orphaned children pulled at his heart and were something he wouldn't allow himself to ignore. He knew Drake would feel the same way. But there was only one problem. He opened his status, glancing at it briefly. Keeper of the Bridge, level 28. Bjorn had fought off many monsters, as well as people with more devious intentions along the way to Drake's town. If he were alone, he would have easily been able to forego the fighting and run. But now, he had a group that was only growing in size as he traveled, which didn't allow him the luxury to avoid fighting. The closer he moved to level 30, the more his mind seemed to twist, as if the willpower he had before was slowly eroding away. The dreams he feared to find when he closed his eyes came more and more frequently. He just hoped that by the time he arrived, he would still be himself. Looking back at the group, he raised his hand and gave them a wave with a smile. "Let's keep going, yeah? I know a guy who makes food to die for once we get there," he shouted. "He still owes me all the food he promised." A small girl with broken glasses grumbled next to him. Bjorn laughed dryly. "For all the people to run into on the way there, I didn't expect to find you, Sherry." "Hey, I'm here too, man." Bjorn turned, surprised. "Tom, geez, Drake wasn't kidding. I really couldn't notice you sneaking up behind me. What the hell, bro?" Tom sniffled, rubbing his nose. "Yeah, well, as long as we get there sometime soon. You can talk to him about it." "But why?" Tom shouted, kneeling down. "Why do I have to get stuck with carrying her?" Pointing with his thumb at Sherry, he grumbled as she climbed up on his back. "No one said you had to do that, bro." Bjorn laughed. "What? She told me you told her I had to do it?" Tom yelled. Sherry snickered and gave them both a victory sign with her hands. "Tom is a good boy. He listens to everything I say without question." Sherry smiled, patting him on the head. "I'm not a dog," Bjorn scoffed. "Then why is your tail wagging?" I don't have a fucking tail. Drake Wallen is the 13th to complete the anchoring of their honing crystal. The city Reunite has now been established and recognized by the system. It's been a week already, has it? Around the man, many people in white cloaks kneeled in reverence. What shall we do about this man, Emperor? Another man asked, raising his head. See to it that we send some missionaries to spread the word of the sun to my dear brother. Atticus smiled. Maybe a familiar face will make him more welcoming? I will send her right away. There has been contact again with the new government on the border of the town. Would you like to speak with them, my lord? Atticus waved off the man. No, deal with them as per usual. I have too much to do if we are to clean this dirtied world. Simple matters of birds flying too close to the sun should not be too difficult for you, I imagine. Yes, it will be done. Praise the sun. All hail the grand sun mage. Praise the sun! Praise the emperor! Shouted the crowd in unison. Atticus smiled once more, looking over the convenient list the system had provided them, detailing the locations of system-sanctioned towns and the levels of their respective owners. May they be cleansed, he muttered, his eyes thinning into crescents. Chapter 22. System-Sanctioned Buildings. Wow, that's a lot of notifications. I wonder if it's going to be like this from now on? And these title buffs. I don't know if I should be happy or annoyed about the experience gains for everyone. Drake wondered aloud. Drake tried to scroll through some of the notifications while he could, Yorth pausing from healing Khalik II only for a moment as he heard the announcements. Oh, has it been a week already? Congratulations, Mr. Wallen. I knew you were a good bet. Look at those town buffs, Yorth said briefly, then went back to Khalik II, making sure the boy was healing properly. Mikhail also gave his congratulations. I see that you are now officially a town owner. I assume this means that our contract is complete? He asked, holding out a hand. Drake clasped his hand, giving it a firm shake. That is, now your status, and we can seal the deal. I also have to speak with Nato about all of this. But before Drake could finish his thought, a thunderous boom sounded out from the island where the crystal was housed. A shockwave rippled outward through the air and across the water. Drake braced against the shock, throwing up a wall of earth to protect himself and the others. The next moment, he dismissed the spell, the wall crumbling as he attempted to sprint to the island, unsure of what happened to Nato. However, he was soon stopped by the snickering of a familiar voice behind him. Concerned, are we, ape? Drake turned around, finding Nato awake and fine, a small grin on her face. What was that? Are you okay? He asked. I am perfectly fine, better than fine. The pairing was successful, she smiled, vanishing from view and appearing behind him. That was the establishing of the sphere of influence from the crystal. Drake whipped around once more, irritated, and grabbed her by the cheeks. So you can teleport now? My face! My face! Enough, you dolt! Nato whimpered until Drake released her. She immediately started rubbing her pinched cheeks. Yes, I may move anywhere at any time now within the territory. It covers several dozen acres at the moment and will expand with your increase of influence, level, rank, and nobility. I will say that it is impressive that you are a baron from the start. Surviving a tutorial sponsored by a primordial has done wonders. Now, she said, fixing her robe and disheveled hair, have you selected the buildings you wish to receive? Drake scoffed, crossing his arms. I just got the notifications. I haven't had time to do anything, and I still have to make sure that boom didn't leave anyone hurt. Fine, Nato said, snapping her fingers, several light blue windows appearing in front of her. Of the 407 residences within Reunite, None have received any life-threatening injuries. Waving her hand, more screens came up as she pushed and pressed them in quick succession. I have also placed several bare minimum defenses, monster deterrents, and gateways for incoming screening of visitors. Will that suffice? Yeah. Since when did you get so useful? Drake asked, his face scrunched in confusion. I have always been useful, and now I have the means to defend myself and this place. With the integration into the town, I have gained access to my true functions, she shouted back incredulously. Meaning? I now have my own stats and levels. Drake raised a brow, inspecting Nato. Nato, Administrative Assistant, level 27. You're level 27? Drake gasped, his mouth cracking open. Nato stuck her chest out and turned her nose up, impressed with herself. That I am, peon. My level is based on your level, and I gain a portion of your status as well as improvements based on the territory's growth. Right, Drake chuckled, exacerbated. Well then, let's look at the rewards, I guess. He sighed, glancing over to Mikhail. We'll finish up your contract when this is all done, all right? Just sit tight for me. Yorth, make sure Kalik 2 is looked after, will you? Yorth gave a sarcastic salute in response, making Drake laugh before he turned and went off with Nato in tow. Now, what should I pick? I got a system center for the reward already, and now I get to select 2 new buildings. There are a bunch of things to select from. A bank, school, some manufacturing processing facilities. A church? Drake said aloud. Nato hopped up on his shoulder as they walked through the Now town, looking down at the notifications as well. I would recommend the bank as well as the church, she offered. Any reason? We don't really need a bank, do we? We have inventories. It isn't like stuff can be stolen. Nato shook her head. That is incorrect. There are specific thief classes that may do just that, though we haven't encountered any as of yet. It is also a good idea to have a bank on the planet as a means of forming beneficial relationships with the bankers. They are all over the multiverse, after all. What do you mean, all over the multiverse? Are you saying it is run by a race that is spread throughout? Drake asked. Nodding, Nato began explaining. Yes, you may have a bit of trouble accepting them at first, but they are a good relationship to have in the long run, that I can assure you. And the church? Why pick it over any of the others? It will benefit the town greatly in the short term and overall, especially with your little army building project. But that is all I can say for now until you choose. Information on these buildings is limited until then. However, I can say that the other buildings from the selection can also be easily purchased elsewhere, as well as manufactured here. Based on the races I have seen within the town, I can say for certain that the races on Earth are of quite the variety, and you will find talent wherever you need it. Drake pursed his lips, looking over the buildings, but wasn't able to glean any more information than what Nato had provided. Okay, let's go with that. But what about other things in the town? What else can you take care of as far as infrastructure? The doc found some people willing to learn craftsman classes, but it will take a while before they are ready. I will be able to plan and help with the architecture, which will be nearly effortless. I cannot do anything physically at the moment, especially without any workers on hand to help, but teaching them how to build the structures I assume you need is of no concern. We may even use some of the nearby monsters to help with this. Monsters, huh? Yes, there are slimes that we may use for waste disposal. We also seem to have a thriving low-tier monster population that will do well for food and easy domestication. Do not forget that you also have the seeds you received from the tutorial, she reminded. Okay, food is taken care of. We'll have to wait on some infrastructure until the craftsmen are trained up. What about water? Drake asked, turning to go to a more open area. Water may be a problem for now, as the only source is the lake. Until we get a steady supply of monster cores, we will not be able to power any sort of mana devices to produce a reservoir on the scale we will need. Thankfully, we have a bottomless pit we can use for now, she smiled. What bottomless? Hey, I'm not just someone you can just… Whatever, fine, so water is covered in the short term. Drake sighed. Can you select some people to make a basic water tower for now then? Done. Drake nodded, looking out at the snow covering the grounds in the open plains as he selected the system center building within his inventory. I'll have to look at the noble list later. This comes first, I guess. Selecting to place the building, Drake saw a surreal outline marked in green on the ground in front of him, making his eyes widen. What the… This building is huge, he exclaimed. Yes, well, it certainly has to be. It houses several facilities within it, as well as it doubles as what you would call a quest hub. For the most part, this is where you will gain access to general quests and also submit them. It is staffed by constructs and is protected under the system. It will be quite useful, she mused. Yeah, we'll see about that, Drake said sarcastically. Here we go. Mentally confirming that he wanted to place the building, a small window popped up, prompting him to confirm. You wish to permanently place this system center in this location. Confirm? Yes. No, Drake confirmed, and saw a large mana fluctuation where he placed the building. The snow melted instantly, along with the grass and other debris clearing before his eyes. With a whistle, he saw the building manifest in a way akin to something being 3D printed from the ground up. Beginning with the foundation, then the building structure, next the walls, roof, and other supporting structures. That was a trip to watch. Is that normal? Drake asked, thumbing to the freshly made building. Nato nodded. Quite interesting, is it not? Let's go meet the neighbors then? He smirked. Walking up to the door to the establishment, a board above the door lettered in gold read, Reunite System Center. Nifty, Drake smirked, opening the door. Walking in, he was greeted by the smell of newly lacquered wood and a new building smell, accompanied by the sound of a small chime announcing him. Looking around the building reminded him of the system center in the city he had entered before leaving on his quest. There were counters in front of him, with a lobby area to his left and right with comfortable chairs and tables. There was also a second floor here, which was not in the center of the city, along with several doors that led off outside the immediate lobby. At the counters, there were people already, as well as several suits of armor at the door to his left and right as he entered. Drake frowned. You didn't mention there would be guards here? Should I be concerned? No, as long as you do not cause a ruckus, they will do nothing, Nato informed. Can I beat them? Drake asked, eyeing the suit of armor, his hand on his chin. I think not, Nato balked. They are the equivalent of a B-rank vessel. You would stand no… I said no, Drake. What? I'm just joking. Kinda. Drake smiled, lowering his raised fist. I was just wondering how strong a B-rank is, he mumbled. Ignoring Nato chewing him out on his shoulder, Drake walked up to the counter, ready to check out what he could do in the center compared to the one in the city. Welcome. How may I help? The woman at the counter began before breaking out in a cold sweat as she saw Drake. Hey, Drake said, his eyes thinning. Don't I know you? The woman at the counter looked away, droplets of sweat beating down her face so profusely it was like it was raining inside the building. I think not. We have never met before. Drake eyed the woman, looking her over closely. She quickly struck him as a beautiful woman of Asian descent. The image of one of his favorite K-pop stars flashed in his head. Wait, I remember. You're that fucking bitch who tased me, Drake shouted, pointing his finger at her in surprise. Turning and biting her thumb, she yelped, "Shit!"
Chapter 23. New Residents.
Isn't this just fate, don't you think? Drake laughed mirthfully. Who would have guessed I'd find you here? You remember me, right? He asked, staring the woman down.
I don't know what you're talking about, sir. I've only just been assigned here and only—
Don't try to bullshit me. My thigh still has the burn marks from that lousy fucking taser. I want to speak to your goddamn manager or whoever is in charge. The woman threw her hands up.
Please, no, I need to be here. I got too many strikes during the introductions and this is my last chance. You can't do this or I'll be decommissioned, she pleaded.
Ain't my fucking problem. You reap what you sow.
Why are you even complaining? It was just a little shock. You'll never become the kind of person I thought you could if you complain about every little thing, she shouted, firing back with a scowl.
What the hell would you know about it?
I know you're a worthless little weeb, just like I thought. How did you even survive the tutorial anyway?
I survived by sheer grit and resourcefulness. No thanks to you not helping me even the slightest bit, Drake spat back.
Ha! I'm sure you just got lucky.
All right, that's it. Nato, what the hell do I have to do to make this annoying, entitled sack of shit disappear? Drake asked. The woman behind the counter huffed and turned to Nato on Drake's shoulder, her face paling once more as her angry confidence waned like a melting cheese wheel.
Why do you have a territorial construct? She asked nervously. He, Nato snickered, got lucky. As the one in charge of the sanctioned area, you can simply dismiss her if you want. The system will replace her on its own. No, he can't. He would have to own the anchoring crystal to be able to do that.
Did you not hear me, harlot? That is what I just said. He is the owner of said crystal. It seems you have bet against the wrong horse. Nato laughed, bringing her sleeve to cover her mouth.
You're enjoying this more than I am, I think, Drake chuckled.
I may be. Standard constructs are moved around more than a military child from back in your old world, so they will tend to pick up personality quirks, and she seems to be no different. They require a firm readjustment from time to time, and witnessing the memories of how she treated you, it seems only fair. The woman turned from her expression of fear to one of confusion.
You act like you are so strong. If I remember, that tutorial was sponsored by a primordial. You couldn't have made it out without being at least—
What? Without being at least the same? Drake said, interrupting her.
No, I was going to say extremely lucky.
Oh, Drake said in a lackluster tone. Well, in a way, I guess I was. But just so you know, I'm also one of those primordials, so how about you show a little respect? Maybe I won't snuff you then. Drake grinned. The woman began laughing. Okay, now I know you're pulling my leg. You? A primordial? Ha! Okay, guys. She laughed, looking around at the rest of the constructs behind the counter. Good joke, guys. This isn't really that guy from the tutorial I talked to, right? You guys got me good. How did you even find out about him? Was it Jerry? It was Jerry, wasn't it? Drake held up his status screen, turning it for the woman to see. Her face passed through the 5 stages of grief, in a matter of a few blinks of her eyes. The next moment, Drake saw her hop over the counter and hit the floor, bowing and wailing.
"Please, I beg you, don't send me back. I beg you," she cried. "I'll do anything. Please, Drake. No, Mr. Wallen. No, sir. No, my lord, your majesty. Anything, please name it. Just don't decommission me."
Drake looked down at the woman and cringed. Looking around, he saw the expressions of the other constructs become sympathetic, with hushed whispers passing around the large lobby. Wait, how did I turn into the bad guy here? Am I a bully here? I'm not, right? Drake asked, beginning to feel grossed out by the woman's pitiful display. Scratching the back of his head, he sighed. Holy crap, lady, get up, will you? You're grossing me out so much, I feel bad. Just don't do it again. The woman shot up straight with a smile, her tears completely gone in a heartbeat. Yes, sir. Never again will I look down on a cringe-worthy low-life— Hey, Drake said in a serious tone. I allowed you to be insulting once. There won't be a second time. Pointing at her, he let out his full aura, every construct in the area dropping to the floor instantly, including the woman, as his eyes flashed with power. I won't warn you again. Releasing his aura, the room came alive again, coughing and gasps being heard throughout as they all rose to their feet, some cursing and looking at the woman with sneers and scowls. Yes, I apologize. Old habits and all that. You are too lenient, Nato muttered. Drake sighed. I want to be where I can. I've had to make a lot of hard decisions recently. There's no reason to kill someone just for insulting me. A fine decision, the woman said, suddenly becoming more amenable than ever before. No one asked you. Drake sighed, then let out a brief chuckle, knowing she had only made 180 on her attitude after finding out how powerful he had become for an F rank. He still had 2 other buildings to place and check out, so Drake waved her off, just wanting to hurry things along. Your ass-kissing can wait until later. What exactly is the difference in this center compared to the ones we saw in the city? Drake asked tersely. Yes, she nodded with a bit of hesitation, beginning to explain. The major difference is that here you are able to access a larger number of quests, including more significantly rewarding ones. She coughed, clearing her throat. As the one in charge of this town, upon each quest completion done via this center, you will receive a slight compensation in the form of noble points as well as mana coins in a bulk sum as a tax for operations. If you choose, you can set up a point system specific to the town for personal use. You may ask your assistant for further information, and she will delegate the process. Drake nodded along, liking the idea of obtaining a small amount from the center, but the fact also tied into his own plan for the future. The woman continued. As a noble, you will have access to the multiverse-approved buildings store. With each rank, you will gain access to more specific and limited buildings. That piqued Drake's interest instantly. Show me the store. A blue screen popped up behind the counter, and she flipped it around for him. The selection he saw was scarce, to say the least, but there was a specific building he spotted that put a smile on his face. Spirit Fox of Delight's Auction House. The Spirit Fox is a clan of wealthy merchants known for their robust trade routes throughout the multiverse. They are one of the only businesses so versed in auction dealings that their clan's wealth rivals that of many dragon families. Requirement: Baron rank or higher. Limit, 1 per planet. Drake grinned. One of a kind, huh? His grin quickly dissipated after seeing the price tag for the building. Purchase price, 50 E-grade mana coins. Talega, are they trying to rob me? Or do they just know we have just that amount? Drake grimaced. He began running through the pros and cons of the auction house in his head. Drake had no problem having the only one on the planet. It would drive significant traffic to his town, and his plan of building a strong infrastructure in the way of a town and army was underway already. He also had no problem fighting anyone who tried to take it from him, but he suspected most would not. There would generally be more benefit in coming to town with a non-aggressive mindset. Drake's town was already growing in the way of utility buildings from the quest, and he planned to expand it more as well as strengthen his citizens by leaps and bounds. The point system that the woman had mentioned also sparked a few ideas in his head for a great way to disseminate money to everyone. In his mind, many things were falling into place quickly. Okay, he finally nodded. We're gonna snag this baby before someone else does. Snag which? Nato asked. Oh, don't worry about it. Nato gave him a bombastic side eye, knowing his words were something she had to worry about greatly. Speaking of getting things, where exactly are my monster cores, Drake? Drake had already handed the woman the cores as she exchanged them. He quickly pressed the purchase button, whistling as he willfully ignored her. Okay, all set then. Looks like 3 buildings to go before we can start planning some more things. Drake smiled, then looked to the woman. I'll be back to check out the quests and such later. Remember, no more chances. He left the woman with an icy glare before turning and exiting the center, Nato still yelling into his ear as he walked. I get it. Enough already. You're going to have to wait for those stones. I spent it all, he yelled back. What do you mean you spent it all? Those were mine, she screamed. No, those were mine, and you said to hold on to them. They were mine by extension. Do you not wish for the all-powerful and knowing me to continue on her journey of greatness? I must reach E rank. Drake waved her off. Please, there will be more E ranks. I don't think there's a shortage of them around here for some reason. Maybe they're attracted to me or something, he thought aloud. By the way, how strong are our defenses now with you paired? Nato huffed, crossing her arms. They would be insurmountably better if I had the aforementioned cores. Okay, stop sulking. I promise I won't spend any more cores without asking you. Doubtful, Nato sighed. Regardless, they should be able to deter any low to mid F rank without a problem, but E ranks will still be a problem. Drake nodded. That's actually impressive. That frees up a lot of manpower then. Good stuff, Nato. All right, next is... I guess let's look at the bank? Preparing to take the building out of his inventory, Drake spotted a familiar figure walking towards him. Well, that free time didn't last long. Approaching him was Saul. Every day since he came here, she would follow him, observing him. Today she was wearing the same leather armor, but also wore a fur-like cloak this time, leaving more to the imagination. Unfortunately, it only proved to show how desirable her figure was, as it accented her curves and made Drake think about what was underneath. Shaking his head to free himself from his thoughts, he waved to her. Little late today, aren't you? Saul crossed her arms. I don't have to babysit the patriarch all hours of the day, she glowered. Drake gave a slight smirk, amazed at how well he could understand her now that he had been in the town for a week. Every passing day, He seemed to be getting more and more accustomed to whatever language the orcs spoke natively, increasing the fluency in what they were saying to the point where Saul and Ravul no longer sounded like they were struggling to speak English. "Aw, but I thought you liked following me around," Drake teased.
I am fulfilling my duty to my father, nothing more.
"You may have won the duel, but that only ties us in the most basic sense." She scowled.
Always the doting daughter, huh?
"Where is Ravul lately anyway?" Drake asked. "He is currently doing as you asked, gathering the warriors and collecting the stones they will need. He has mentioned that thanks to the doctor you have brought, things are moving smoothly. The people she has found to fill in the, what do you call it, administrative positions? Anyway, they have helped greatly." Drake grimaced. "Don't owe her too much. She's a psycho." Saul raised a brow. "She seems fairly sane to me." Drake chuckled nervously. Right." He turned away, cutting the conversation. He had a number of things to get to today, as well as prepping for something, and needed to gather several people before that. Selecting the bank from his inventory, Drake again saw the greenish outline of the large building. "Wow, this reminds me of those banks you see in Roman shows and movies. Those columns are huge." Drake whistled. "All right, let's put you right next to the center." Drake placed down the building, and a moment later, it was constructed from the ground up in the same manner as the center. Waiting a few minutes for it to finish, Drake again stole some glances at Saul next to him. "Has your weapon been replaced yet, Sarah?" Drake finally asked. Saul nodded, pulling the weapon from her inventory. A massive, obsidian-colored cleaver rested on her shoulder, the handle curved into a sharp, serrated edge around her hand, reddish stripes cascading down from handle to blade. "The materials you provided the warsmith proved of good quality. This weapon is leaps stronger than my last," she explained, trailing off slightly. "Thank you." Drake blinked, surprised to hear her say thank you for the first time. "Oh, that's not good. She's cute when she's embarrassed," Drake thought, scratching his cheek. A swift slap came to the side of Drake's head from his shoulder.
"Ape!" Nato spat. Drake rubbed his head out of habit. "What?"
I know what you were thinking. How long have I been around you?
"I don't know," Drake shrugged, turning to the now finished bank. "Either way, building's finished, so no time to talk," he shouted, deflecting. "You coming with Sarah?" Saul nodded, stowing her weapon and following Drake in. Once inside, Drake whistled once more, taking in the building structure. They had passed through several columns to enter, and were greeted by a large colored glass door, a gold figurehead above them. Inside, the bank looked straight out of Harry Potter, which made Drake's skin crawl as his aura leaked out. "Goblins," he growled, looking around at the green men and women in suits, some wearing glasses and hats as they wrote and counted mana coins. He felt a tap on the top of his head from Nato a moment later.
I understand your contention, but please relax, she said, motioning to the sides of the doors. There are even stronger guards here than at the system center. Do not be a fool and stir up trouble. It will do no one any good.
Before long, a goblin walked up to them, bowing at the waist. "Greetings. I take it you are the one in charge of this fine new town? I am Balder, the head of this branch," Balder addressed, seemingly unfazed by Drake's glare and aura crashing down on him. "Yeah," Drake said tersely, as he attempted to identify the goblin. Zoin fin 1 level asterisk and 2. The goblin smiled, forcing Drake to click his tongue. I see that you have met the lower forms of our race. For that, I apologize. We are high mountain goblins. We specialize in keeping currency, and trust is our top priority, Balder said, his eyes flashing. Mr. Wallen. Little late for that, Drake grumbled. Be that as it may, I hope to have a blossoming partnership with you and your town. Please feel free to call on me whenever you are here, Mr. Wallen. I will leave no stone unturned to provide our best service, Balder explained, bowing once more. Now, have you come to make a deposit? Drake frowned, still feeling disgust in his throat as he looked at the goblin. His eyes turned to the massive gold statues on either side of the door briefly, each one standing stoically with huge halberds in their grips. I might as well, Drake finally said, sighing and letting his aura dissipate. May I only deposit coins, or is there a safety deposit box? Why, of course. We offer a very healthy 2% interest per year on all cash accounts and boast the most secure vaults in the multiverse. It would be an honor to begin housing your wealth here at our humble branch, Mr. Wallen. Little bastard is making me feel bad for being so rude, Drake thought, frowning. Fine, I have some loose skill stones I need to place away since they are clogging up my inventory. 2% interest, huh? That's pretty low, isn't it? Drake asked. While it may be low for some of the lower races, for a blooming person such as yourself who will live for, if I may, quite a long time, the compound interest on all deposits will be immense. If I do say so myself, Balder grinned. You have a point, I suppose, Drake nodded, looking over to Saul, who looked like her brain had checked out long ago. I'll open an account then. Should I make one for the town as well? I will need a shared account for the future. Certainly, that would not be a problem, but you will need to fill out some paperwork as well as have the parties sharing the account present as well. You have a town-affiliated center card, I presume? Balder asked. No, I didn't know it was necessary. I'll have to come back later then and scare the living shit out of a construct. Drake smirked, thinking of the woman who didn't think to mention he could also get his card while he was there. A fine idea, Mr. Wallen. I look forward to seeing you once more. May your days be bountiful for both you and I. Balder grinned, revealing a luminescent glass-like fang. Drake nodded but raised a brow, feeling his shoulder becoming damp as he turned, seeing Nato drooling. What the hell? Nato wiped her mouth, her cheeks turning rosy. I do not know what came over me. His tooth, it's a monster core, a very high-ranked one. I could not help myself. She laughed embarrassedly. Drake used his magic to air-dry his hoodie's sleeve as he walked out of the bank. Waiting outside, there was already a large crowd. Mikhail's party walked to the center as they glanced and waved to Drake before going in. They took no time getting here, Drake scoffed. Moving a small bit away, he walked with Saul and Nato ready to place the last and final building for now, the auction house. But before he could, he noticed something flying at him at high speed from above through his aura sense. Drake! A loud voice shouted from above, one that Drake had come to know well over the last couple of days. What hit him from above like a falling meteor from the sky, in a rainbow assortment of colors, her arms tightly winding around his neck, was an avian girl. Hey, Drake, listen, guess what? She asked, rapid fire, squeezing him and Nato together until Nato merged with Drake to escape. A moment later, with a pop, she exited his other side and hopped down to the floor. Blasted wretch! You could have killed me, Nato spat. Drake laughed awkwardly. Yes, Quetz? What is it this time? The girl clung to Drake and received a scathing glare from both Nato and Saul was Quetz. She was a girl Drake had saved from slavers who had come to his town earlier. When Drake found her, she was very different. She had been abused to the point that she was despondent. The feathers that adorned her head-like hair, forearms, and legs had turned a dark, lifeless gray, or at least what remained of them after being repeatedly plucked. Her eyes were a listless, pale gray. Feeling nothing but disgust for the slavers, Drake had quickly remedied the situation, freeing her and appropriately dealing with the slavers. Ketz wouldn't respond to anyone until Drake had finally freed her, snapping off the restraints. She had been through something extremely traumatizing, which resulted in her current behavior. Ketz had instantly turned into the clingy little sister that Drake never had. Drake looked down at her, unable to help smiling at how she had changed from that day. Her feathers had returned and were now a bright rainbow of colors, and vibrant, lustrous eyes of deep violet. Drake had found out very early that her race was quite unique in that her feathers would change with her emotions. He had seen her change to a fire red and serene blue, much like Drake when he changed endowments, which only served to strengthen the attachment she had for him. Ketz smiled ear to ear, hugging him more tightly.
I turned 16 today. That means we get to be together more, right? Right?
Oh? Drake said, surprised. He had thought she was much younger based on her personality, but he was happily surprised to hear she was around as old as Charlotte, Kalik too, and Landon, making her the fourth person he would have to train up. Before he could answer, Saul made the mistake of grabbing Ketz again, sparking her peculiar personality. That is enough from you, girl. Do you not realize who you are embracing? Saul growled. Ketz's feathers instantly turned scarlet red as she began flailing.
Don't touch me! Get your hands off me! The only one who's allowed to touch me is Drake. I won't let you touch me anymore. Get away! Get away!
She screamed. Drake quickly gripped Saul's arm gently, his face showing a sorrowful expression. It's all right, Sarah. I know she's going a bit overboard, but let it slide for now, okay? Saul frowned, but released the struggling girl, who instantly ran to Drake once more, crying as she clung to him. Drake looked over at Saul, giving her a smile. Thank you. She's just been through a lot, he said in a soft tone, the image of Claire when he first met her flashing in his mind. Saul could only look at him with a frown. She will never grow to be strong if you do nothing but coddle her. Whatever she has been through, she must overcome on her own, patriarch. Drake stroked the back of Ketz's head, his face turning grim. I know, and she will. In time, but right now, I'll let her be a little selfish. Pushing Ketz a small bit away from him, he looked at her in the eyes, wiping her tears away. You'll get strong all on your own. I know you will. You're a strong girl, right? He said softly. Ketz didn't respond, but nodded, burying herself back into Drake's chest. He sighed, looking down to see Nato still scowling. What? He asked. You keep picking them up one after the other. Do you not think you should slow down? She sneered, looking at him. Come on. Ketz is like a little sister. She's just being a little selfish like any kid would be. Certainly you realize Charlotte and Janie are of the same age, do you not? They most certainly do not act in such a way. Drake coughed. They're just mature for their age. Anyway, he said, raising his voice, let's get this last building done before we get everyone else together. Ketz, can you go get Charlotte and the others for me?
I'll be a few minutes. Ketz grumbled for a few moments before her feathers turned a light green of envy as she separated from Drake, looking at Nato and Saul before she flew off into the distance. The group watched as she took off, Drake sighing. I hope all children aren't like that.
Moron, Nato muttered.
Yeah, Drake said, rolling his eyes. On to the auction house. I'll have to do the System Center card registration with everyone else later. Now, let's see. He selected the Spirit Fox of Delight's auction house, a familiar green outline popping up on the ground. Spacing it a small distance away from the bank, he confirmed his selection, and the process of its manifestation began. Once complete, the building wowed Drake, even more than the bank had. The establishment was certainly something right out of a fantasy movie. It was in an Oriental style, with large wooden pillars made from something Drake didn't recognize. They were varnished in a deep brown with golden spirals that wrapped around them, with small but detailed foxes almost dancing on them. Its roof was made of deep green shingles, and an unexpected tree on top that reminded Drake of the sakura trees that he had seen in anime, surrounded by an intricate fence. It's even falling endlessly, Drake whistled, looking up at the tree as its petals gently came to the floor around the establishment, only to suddenly disappear as he reached for one. Now that is cool. Nato rapped on his leg. Let us get this over with, shall we? Drake laughed. Someone is in a bad mood all of a sudden. Of course, you spent all of my E-rank cores on this dinky building, she shouted, raising her hands into the air. Laughing, Drake walked up to the building, the bright red doors swinging open steadily as he approached with Nato and Saul. Automatic doors? That's a first, Drake mused. Walking in, they were hit with an oppressive aura, sending a chill down their spines as Drake braced himself, keeping himself up by sheer will. Saul fell, and Nato quickly merged herself with Drake from the floor. Struggling to look up, he remembered a pressure like this before, forcing him into a cold sweat. Mirfira? Drake screamed in his head. His eyes met the one responsible for the pressure. A woman holding a smoking pipe in one hand, an oriental dress draping over her. A sensual smile on her face as she looked back at him with golden eyes that hummed with power. My, it's about time. Chapter 24. Setting Out. What is this? Drake eked out through clenched teeth. Ara, my. Still able to speak? The woman smiled, releasing the pressure as she took a puff from her pipe. After hearing what had happened in that woman's tutorial, I was expecting someone miraculous, but to withstand an A-rank aura, even if I was only playing around, is quite impressive. The woman walked forward with a sway that made Drake unable to look away, even as he heard Saul cough and gasp next to him. Unable to hold out after the aura was released, he fell to his knees, kneeling, only for the woman to lift his head up with her slender finger. Drake sneered, staring up at her. Her face was flawless. Golden locks just as vibrant as her eyes flowed over her shoulders, and the smell of flowers hit Drake's senses. On top of her head were two golden fox ears playfully flicking back and forth, and from behind her, a similarly colored set of tails wagged back and forth slowly. My, you are quite something, aren't you? She cooed, her eyes running up and down Drake's body. Would you sell yourself to me? I could always use a strapping young man in my arsenal. Drake heard Saul growl between her coughs as he smirked back at the woman. Sorry, but as a man who knows his worth, you couldn't afford me. The woman stood up straight,
smiling back as she produced a stone in her hand. The stone contained what Drake could only describe as beauty manifested. The colors contained inside the glass container danced with one another in an entrancing spell he couldn't tear his eyes from. And apparently neither could Nato, as the sound of her popping out of him rang in his ear as she screamed.
Yes, take him. You may take him, certainly. The stone will be sufficient payment.
Nato stammered with desperation, nodding her head furiously. What? What even is that? Drake asked.
Fool,
Nato snapped.
that is an S-rank monster core.
You could buy universes with that stone, and still have enough left over to live several lives. Oh, come on. I'm worth at least 2 of those stupid stones, Drake sneered, finally able to move properly enough to help Saul up. Shall I offer 2 cores then? The woman offered. No, Drake spat, surprised he could get a word in over Nato. Looking to his side, he saw the little squirrel on the floor. She had passed out, gurgling after seeing the 2nd core produced from the woman's hand. Drake scooped up the hopeless little garbage disposal and sighed. What do you want? Drake asked the woman. And who even the hell are you? I want you, of course. My name is Talia. I'm a collector of sorts, she smiled. No, what do you really want? Talia pouted, stowing her cores. You are certainly no fun. I want nothing from you, little Wallen. I was simply teasing the newest owner of one of my auction houses. Going a bit overboard, don't you think? Are you even allowed to do that? Talia's ears and tails went stiff before she coughed. Of course, I am the franchise owner. Regardless, it is only us here for now. The connection to the other branches has yet to be established. Connection? Drake asked, trying to stir Nato awake. I suppose you haven't been explained anything yet. Accompany me to the back room, and I shall give you all the details you will need. Yeah, no, hard pass. You seem like someone who would take advantage of me. Drake's off-the-cuff comment forced Talia to stumble as she began to walk toward the back. She looked over her shoulder, with tears barely forming in her eyes. Why would you say that? She huffed. I only teased you a little. Drake crossed his arms, looking uninterested. Fine. The connection I speak of is the subspaces made by having the sub-auction houses established on this planet. Each sponsored auction house of the Spirit Fox is connected with the larger house that auctions goods from all over the multiverse. Anything and everything can be sold and bought here for a price. The house allows you to have access to that market for 5% of anything sold or purchased here, she explained. Happy? So snippy, Drake chuckled. Sub-auction houses? Are you saying that I can place other auction locations up? As long as you own the anchoring crystal of the location or have the permission of the owner, yes. I do suggest that you do it sparingly, she enunciated. Why's that? She crossed her arms and tapped her pipe against one, lips pursing like she was deciding whether or not she should answer. That is because, although you may not directly receive a cut of the sales, your city will receive more traffic if there are fewer locations to access the auction from. Have you not considered this yet? My, you may not be as special as I thought, she teased. Drake nodded, ignoring her jab. I see. Do I have access to the auction right now? And how are you here? I understand the other buildings I have placed also have people in them somehow. Talia gave a humorless laugh. Your assistant seems to be sleeping on the job, little Wallen. The spaces within the system buildings are subspaces, much like the tutorial you were in. They are created independently once you enter the door. You enter and step through into the space that is the building. Once you step out, you are transported back to your planet. While you are here, you'll see other people of every species and rank. But rest assured, they will not be able to harm or coerce you in any way. That I guarantee. Of course, only you can do that, right? Drake jabbed. Yes, Talia answered, her eye twitching. I mean, no, of course not. Then, can I access it right now? Drake asked again. Unfortunately, not at the moment. The next time you enter, you will have access. For now, we are dealing with some rather troublesome people, but I wish to greet you personally. The air around Talia changed, her playful attitude vanishing as her aura began to bubble up in the room. Once more, I am Talia Del Rey, owner of the Spirit Fox of Delight, of the proud Spirit Fox race and Renmai clan at your service. Little Wallen. She smiled. And as a congratulation for being the one who has purchased our store on this planet, I wish to offer you a welcoming gift. It's not something devious, is it? Drake asked, recoiling. No, why would you think that? Talia pouted. You are taking your playing too far, Little Wallen. No, I wish to offer you something you are looking for. There are more than just items being sold at our establishment, after all. Talia waved her hand, and a small piece of paper that resembled the mana map he had received for his anchoring crystal appeared. And this is? Drake asked. It is the location of your family. Well, at least your mother, Talia replied tersely. Drake moved forward and gave the fox woman a heartfelt embrace, which truly surprised her, causing her to yelp. Thank you, really. I don't know how to repay this, Drake said softly, releasing her. Talia's face softened before her playful smile returned. Oh my. You should know better than to suddenly embrace a woman in front of another, she cooed, looking over at Saul with slight pity. But I am not finished. I have heard through the grapevine that you are also fostering the first generation on your planet. As a token of goodwill, I have gathered a few trinkets that have been gathering dust. Talia waved her hand again, conjuring a wooden box with a golden fox on the cover. Drake accepted it, cracking it open to see 4 brilliantly shining stones. Main class stone, wind, gunman, skill stone, phantom, rare. Main class stone, key user, skill stone, rend, rare. You're simply giving me these? I can't accept these. There are 2 epic stones here. Besides, I don't need this many, Drake said, gawking at them. You will take them, as you may find use for them yet. I have a feeling there will be quite the event waiting for you in the future, Talia mused, pulling from her pipe. Now, off you go before you sour my mood any more with your teasing, Little Wallen. Drake scoffed. Sure, I have some business to discuss with you regarding plans I've developed now that you've informed me of the sub-houses. Can I rely on you being available in the future? Talia bowed slightly. Why, of course. I will always be within reach of you, Little Wallen. Drake shivered at her wording, but nodded all the same. Suddenly, he felt a pull on his hoodie from behind. Turning around, he saw Saul urging him with her eyes and nodding to the door, surprising him. Patriarch, let us depart from this place, she said softly. Sure, Drake answered, allowing her to lead him out. They both exited the auction house, Talia seeing them off with a wave as they passed through the door, a mischievous grin on her face. The awkward tension rose as Drake tried to shake Nato awake in his arms as a desperate play for a lifeline. That woman was dangerous, Saul growled. Drake gave a nervous grin. I don't think she was that bad. She was pretty cool. Saul stopped looking Drake in the eyes. She was most definitely bad. She was trying to seduce the patriarch. On top of it, she was of normal warmth. No, I meant that she was an all right person. She did give us a few really good skill stones and class stones. I do not understand, Saul shouted in anger. She was a deceiver, trying to use her tricks to find our weaknesses. Drake chuckled to himself, impressed with Saul's mental gymnastics. She really doesn't like her, huh? Don't think about it too much. She's apparently A rank, and she can't do anything to us or even come here for another 10 years or more. Besides, now I have more important matters to address, Drake explained, looking down at the map Talia provided. Let's go find the kids and see if Khalik too is awake. We're going to have to find out who is coming with us. Coming with us? Saul asked, tilting her head. Going with us where? Hey, look! Ket's gathered them all just like you asked, Drake, Ketz chirped, raising a hand. I see that, Ketz. That's a good girl, thank you, Drake praised, patting her on the head. Nato had since woken up and was sitting on Drake's shoulder, pouting. You could have at least taken one stone. It is not like you needed your chastity or something, she grumbled. Excuse me? Are you really suggesting I give myself up to a woman who's probably older than our planet, just so you can get your hands on a monster core? Drake derided. Yes, certainly. It was a good deal, Nato shouted, raising her arms in the air. What is she talking about? Charlotte asked, completely confused. Nothing, Drake replied. I am talking about Drake not wanting to give up his body for something that would have allowed us to buy an entire universe, not to mention something I could have used to rank up to at least B rank, Nato explained, scowling at Drake. What? Charlotte stammered, looking between the pair and then Saul, frowning next to them. Harlot, Saul mumbled. Sounds like you had a good time without us, Londine laughed. It was not fun, Drake sighed. Okay, maybe a little fun, he admitted. But that isn't the point. Khalik, Charlotte, Londine, Ketz. Drake looked for Janny, but she had apparently decided to stay with the baby again. He didn't fault her, but instead was impressed at her devotion to taking care of him. We'll have to catch Janey up later. Does she have all the things she needs for the baby? Drake asked first. She said you gave her enough baby supplies to last a lifetime and several more babies, so I think we're fine. Charlotte giggled. Drake nodded. Good then. You four will be accompanying me and Sarah on a little trip. Trip? They all asked at once. That's right. In a week's time, when Landon turns 16, we will each have you go through your class change, register you for your System Center cards, and train you to break through to F rank on the way to pick up several important people. Ketz has a question. Ketz has a question. Ketz asked, raising a feathered arm. Who's the important people? Drake smiled. My family. And a big Cyclops dude I owe a favor to. But mostly my family. Chapter 25. Setting Out. Part 2. Having given everyone a week to prepare, Drake had taken to his administrative duties in full force. Having the time to actually set up walls and the like, now that there weren't monsters actively trying to invade, it was a simple task that took only a few minutes the next day. Saul had surprisingly not slept that day, following him around more actively than ever after his announcement of departure, which he had no problem with. In fact, he was enjoying the company even if she didn't get a single one of his jokes. You know, if you keep this up, you're going to have to undergo re-education, Drake grumbled, placing the last 20-foot jet-black earthen wall. I do not understand. How can a man be fly if they are not flying? Your statement confuses me, Patriarch, she replied, scrunching her eyes in confusion. Drake slapped his forehead, a red mark forming from the several times he had done so already this morning. No, he isn't flying. It's another way of saying he is cool. But would he not be sick if he were cool? It seems unhealthy, Saul answered matter-of-factly. No, Susmariosep. Are you doing this on purpose? Are you trolling me? I am a full-blooded orc. I am most certainly not a troll. All right, that's it. The first thing I'm doing when we get back is figuring out how to get my computer to work again. Then I swear you're going to watch 10 years worth of superhero movies and TV shows. And yes, I'm talking about Ben 10 and the Teen Titans. And I mean the good Teen Titans, not that live-action garbage. Why would you put her through such a thing? Nato muttered. Hey, Beast Boy is a treasure, and I won't hear otherwise. Surprising you say that, considering the thing you have for Raven. That's private. Not to mention this and that are completely separate things. Drake could feel Nato roll her eyes. Are you talking to the small girl again? Saul finally asked. No. I'm yelling at her for blasphemy, Drake spat. Just as Drake was getting to the peak of his heated debate with Nato, while Saul stared with confusion, Mikhail approached, interrupting him. I see you are lively as ever this morning, Lord Valen, he greeted. Stop with that Lord Valen crap. What's up? I thought you and your party were going questing, Drake replied, waving off his formal greeting. Yes, we still plan to, as it were, but I wanted to check with you first. As we agreed, I have come to reveal my status to you before we depart. Oh, I almost forgot about that. But before that, I have a favor to ask. Mikhail raised a brow. Yes? What would that be? I'm going to be requiring skill stones soon. Within the week, actually. I plan to gather them myself, but if you come across any rare stones, particularly the elemental ones, fire, water, earth, lightning, etc., you know the ones, I'm sure. I'll make it worth your time. Drake smirked. With pleasure. We have no use for them outside of selling them and bartering, so I will make it a point to bring them to you first. And might I say that it was a pleasant surprise to find you acquired an auction house. I had no idea there was even one available. Yeah, neither did I, and I have big plans for it. That reminds me, if you encounter anyone else who doesn't give you any trouble, pass the word along that there is one here. I plan on having a large in-city auction by the end of the month. I'm putting up quite a few interesting things, Drake chuckled. Mikhail nodded. I see. I'll be sure to inform anyone we come across. Is there anything further? For now, that's it. I appreciate all your help so far with keeping the monsters more manageable, Drake said, extending a hand. I doubt you needed it, so I should be the one thanking you for allowing us to stay. Mikhail smiled back, shaking his hand. Oh, you'll have your uses in the future, so let's call it an even trade. But now that the formalities are out of the way, let's take a peek at your status. I have a few guesses as to what your class is, but... Drake trailed off, waiting for the blue screen in front of Mikhail to turn around. Mikhail Jordan. Race. Human. F rank. Class. Rare Angelic Talker. Level 19. Vit. 127. Strect. 90. 10. Dex. 223. 40. Int. 368. 15 plus 5%. Wistons. 142. 5 plus 5%. End. 130. 25%. Free point.
32. Titles: First Blood, 2 versus 1, 1 versus Many, Slug Slayer, Slug Deterrent, Living on the Edge, Rounded, Crustacean Crusher, Crustacean Exterminator, Leader of Few, Murder, Loyal Dog, Speaker of the Word. Drake looked over Mikhail's stats, which, for all things considered, were not that impressive when compared to his own. But he still held a rare class, which gave Drake some more perspective on other classes' stat growth. And his eyes stopped on a particular title: Murderer. Nothing crazy, but this title. How did you get it? Drake asked flatly. Mikhail grimaced, then sighed, obviously not wanting to speak on it, but knew he had no way of getting out of it. In our tutorial, as I'm sure it was the same for yours, there was competition for items, experience, quests, and the like. Our party faced off against another party that wouldn't allow us to leave after completing a quest. They wouldn't let you leave? Drake asked. Yes, they refused to allow us to back down. With the tutorial allowing for people to kill others, they were simply not satisfied just with the loot we had received. They wanted everything else we had. I'm neither proud nor ashamed of what I had to do. But it was an unpleasant experience I do not wish to relive again. Drake gave Mikhail a sympathetic look. I can understand that. I'm sorry for having you deal with some of the slavers. Mikhail shook his head. It is within reason to not allow people of that character to leave. Although it does leave a foul taste in my mouth, it wouldn't sit right with me allowing them to just walk free. After some of the people we have saved and seeing what was done to them, it is only right. Then I'll be calling on your help in the future. Maybe not for vanquishing the wicked so much as something more. Uplifting for the both of us. Mikhail raised a brow, unsure how to take the statement, but nodded expectantly. I see. I will be on my way then, Mr. Vallon. Until next time. Mikhail gave a slight bow and walked into the distance. Why does everyone address me so stiffly? It's getting on my nerves, Drake sighed. How else would they address you? Certainly you realize many of them are simply being polite to a person who could end their life on a whim, Nato balked. I think that's more offensive than anything. What kind of person do they think I am? Drake thought. Most of them have either witnessed or at least heard of you killing one of the 4 major quest beasts already, or seen you kill swaths of monsters. I might also add, some have seen you kill slavers in cold blood with a smile. I was not smiling. If you wish to believe so, Drake frowned. Fine, I get it. Now, can I get back to finishing this makeshift wall? And where is your father, Sarah? I still need to talk to him about us leaving. I want to make sure everything is in order so I can finish up our preparations. Saul pointed in the direction Mikhail had left. There was a group of people walking towards them. Father is there. It would seem he has brought the people you have requested, she replied. Ah, good. The man has perfect timing, Drake smiled, seeing the older orc man followed by a group. Ervul had quickly become an irreplaceable person for Drake. It was still awkward for him when Ervul called him his son, but outside of the still uncomfortable marriage situation, Ervul had completed everything Drake hadn't had the time to do over the past week, from organizing the orc warriors, keeping them in check, to many of the figurehead tasks Drake simply didn't have the time or the experience to perform. In a sense, Ervul was the head of Reunite, and Drake was the big stick. Right now, Ervul was very much the leader in practice, while Drake was learning the ropes. Greetings, Patriarch. The warriors of the Rack are at your disposal,
Urvul greeted, placing his fists together and bowing. The other warriors greeted Drake but did not show him the same respect, only dipping their heads. Drake didn't mind. He knew very well that he had been placed in charge far too quickly and that it would be a slow process. But Urvul growled, looking back at the young warriors, many of them recoiling under his gaze. Some fixed their greetings, showing the same respect Urvul had used, but of course, there were still a few stubborn ones. Drake raised one hand placidly. "It's all right. Leave them be for now. Children will rebel for a time, after all. Well, maybe not all children. My kids behave just fine." Drake smirked. "What? You are calling Rack warriors mere children?" Some of the warriors scowled back at Drake, visibly upset by his remark. "What? Aren't you just children throwing tantrums? I thought power and strength were the only things that mattered here. And all of you have eaten dirt in our fights," Drake scoffed. The only one who even came close was a child himself, Khalik. He looked over his shoulder at Saul. "And Sarah, but I'll skip that part. Don't want to bruise their egos too badly." The group stirred in anger, baring their tusks at Drake, but he simply smiled, keeping his casual expression. "Do you want to grow stronger? Or, better yet, would you like to prove that you are better than mere children?" Drake offered. Urvul gave a confused look at his words, unsure where he was going with the conversation. The warriors began to mutter amongst themselves, reluctant to play along with Drake's game. "What do you mean by that, Patriarch?" Urvul finally asked for the warriors. Drake grinned, holding up a finger. 1 month, or let's just go with 15 days. I will take the children under my wing and go out to find my family. In that time, you are to protect this town and grow as strong as you can. Your group has an average level of around 15, and the children are just now coming into their base classes. I will give them the minimal amount of help to grow while they are with me, only offering them their advanced classes, skill stones, and some guidance. The warsmith in our town was given materials, Drake continued to explain. Each of you may choose any number of weapons and armor from what they create, free of charge on me. And when we return, you will fight them. Laughs and scoffs came from the warriors. Patriarch, Urvul began, exacerbated. You are taking this too far. They are just young children, and there are over 30 warriors here. I know, Drake nodded. If you are able to beat them, I will step down from my leadership position. The warriors began to grin and slap each other's shoulders. Easy. It will be like taking meat from a horned Garda. A particular warrior stepped out from the rest, staring down Drake in a way he hadn't been looked at since the tutorial by Shigure. And what about Saul? The man asked. Drake glared back. What about her? Will you revoke your marriage as well? Hagur, Urvul snapped. Drake wasn't sure what to say. Saul was her own person. He never intended to take the marriage seriously if she didn't have feelings for him. Drake saw her as attractive, but he would never allow someone to treat her like an object that could be passed around. She is not a toy or prize to be given or taken, Drake said in a low voice. I don't know who you are or what your relationship to her is, Hagar, but you are overstepping. Drake recognized the man now. He was the orc who had rushed him when he first arrived here and left the chief's tent. The man, however, didn't back down, repeating his question. Saul is the chieftain's daughter. She was to be wed to the strongest orc of the Rack tribe. Your competition shall you lose. When you lose, shall no longer be you. Drake felt his anger beginning to come to a slow boil, but before he could respond, Saul stepped forward, surprising him.
I will stand by the patriarch, and I trust that the younger generation will win against you. I have seen how he has incorporated and nurtured them with the fighters that have joined our tribe. You are too far dug in your way of thinking, Hagar. We are one people under him now. It is not just orc lives that matter. And if by some chance those children are beaten, you will still not have proven you are the strongest. You have not once bested me or my bonded husband.
Drake blinked blankly at her, unsure how to respond to her addressing him as her husband for the first time. He had expected her to be upset, but to stand with him? He was taken aback. Saul's ears began to pinken slightly, apparently feeling Drake's gaze. My father's word is law. He has matched me with the man who has bested me, and I will not break that bond, she added, trailing off into a whisper as she clutched her fur cloak around her. Daughter, Ravul muttered dotingly, then turned back to Hagar, scowling. You have overstepped your rights here, as the patriarch said. You must first overcome this trial he has placed on you and the rest of you. Once done, the patriarch has never turned down a duel. Become stronger, for both you and the tribe, he roared. Clicks of tongues and grumbles passed over the warrior group before Ravul dismissed them, staying behind. Patriarch, no, son, do you feel it was wise to antagonize the warriors so? Ravul asked, concerned. I do. I need them worked up to go out and take care of the monsters in the area while I'm preparing, and once I'm gone. My presence alone is a deterrent, but what happens when I'm not here? There needs to be strong people in place for when I inevitably have to leave for whatever reason. And Drake glanced at Saul. If Sarah is going to be stuck at my hip for the foreseeable future, she won't be enough to protect this place. Drake looked at the backs of the orc warriors as his mind turned. There is also the issue of, in the coming month, I plan on holding an event. Event? Ravul asked. Yeah, I still have to talk to the owner of the auction house to see if it is possible, but there will be a significant influx of people, and for that, we will need something like a police force and skilled people to keep track of the increase in visitors, Drake explained. I haven't had time to speak with the personnel the doc found. Is there anyone in that group who could help? Ravul crossed his arms, thinking for a moment. I believe there are a few who you would call good at desk work, as I believe you referred to it, but I am unsure as to how much they would be able to handle on their own. Perfect. Have them meet me at the auction house in 2 hours. I also need to finalize something with you, so please come as well, Ravul. Ravul shook his head. I have told you already, it is father. You have captured my daughter's heart. It is plain to see. It is only right that you do so, he shouted, giving a hearty laugh. That won't happen anytime soon, Drake muttered, scratching the back of his head. Oh, how am I going to explain this to Claire? Drake thought worriedly. Father!
Saul growled. I was simply stating facts. He has benefited the tribe, as you have said. It was only right to defend him. Ravul gave another loud chortle. Ah, to be young. You are too earnest, my shining star. So much so you do not even realize it yourself. Saul scowled, puffing out her cheeks, turning her head so that Drake couldn't see her reddening face. But unfortunately for her rose-colored ear tips betrayed her as they poked through her dark red braided hair. I'm not poking this with a 10-foot pole, Drake laughed inwardly.
Then I will be on my way, Ravul said, giving a small bow. May the mother bless your hunt. Drake gave a polite nod back, waiting for Ravul to be out of earshot before turning to Saul. Are you sure about this? I didn't enjoy the way that man spoke to you, but he did have a point that you have a right to leave, so you choose to do so if I am forced from being patriarch, Drake offered. Saul frowned. What do you take Rak women for? When I lost the sacred duel, it was my choice to be bound to you despite being commanded by my father the chieftain. It is my life to give to whom I wish. If it is for a stronger tribe, I will do anything. Drake was astonished. Looking at the determination in her eyes, he was confused. What was driving her to keep her word and do this for someone she barely knew or liked? What had happened in her life that made her give up her own freedoms and wants for her tribe? He struggled to ask the question, knowing it wasn't his business. The words on the tip of his tongue, as curiosity and wanting to understand her, began winning out. Drake, are you not forgetting something? Nato said inside his head, breaking him out of his trance. What? He stuttered in his head. I know you like to make googly eyes at beautiful women, but since yesterday, have you not forgotten about the last building you received? She asked, redirecting the question.
Drake flinched with a nervous smile on his face. I'm not the biggest fan of religious places, is all. My mom tried to get me to go to church ever since I was a kid, and it just never stuck. It's probably why I never got into it in the first place, now that I think about it. Well, this is very different. Get your monkey ass into gear and place it. These deities are real, and the benefits of having a church will help the town immensely, as I have told you. Now cease your flirting and get to it. You have more to do before you finish the day, do you not? She shrieked. Drake grimaced. When did you become my mother? He muttered. Saul looked at him, raising a brow. Not you. Drake chuckled wearily. I have more to finish up before I meet back up with Ravul. How about you go check up on the kids for me? I think Khalik might be needing someone to hold him back still. Khalik too? Saul asked. Yeah, him and the others. I told them to stay out of the system center until everyone is ready to make their class changes and decisions, but he wants to rush, so I've had to ask some people to keep an eye out for him. Kid's a real handful, Drake sighed. Saul narrowed her eyes but nodded. I will be but a moment, she said, insinuating that he should not get into trouble while she was gone. Bye-bye, Drake waved placidly. Since when did all the women around me think I was some kind of master troublemaker? He frowned. Since I was unfortunately latched to you by an assistant pact, Nato jeered. No one asked you, squirrel. Chapter 26, Church and Legacy. Drake looked at the item in his inventory, his face slowly curving into a deep frown. System-sanctioned church contains the great races of the multiverse. Those who wish to offer tribute may do so here. I can just do this later, right? Yeah, let's go check up on that water tower, or maybe plant those seeds. Ow! Drake yelped, his ear being tugged. No, you do not! Nato shouted at him, her hand on her hip. You will place that church. It is very important not only for the town, but for you, she said earnestly. For me? Drake asked suddenly, feeling that there was more to what she was doing than just wanting something beneficial for the town. I cannot say, but the priests inside will be able to explain, she said, suddenly downtrodden. I am sorry I cannot be of more help on this matter, but until you have access to certain buildings, I am limited in what I can speak on.
Drake let out a sigh. Well, I guess that means I really have to do it then. I can definitely say I'm not looking forward to this, he grumbled, moving a ways away from the other buildings. He quickly found an open space and confirmed the church's location. He crossed his arms and frowned as he waited for the building to finish materializing. A long, drawn-out sigh escaped his lips as he watched the church slowly build itself from the ground up. It was a massive structure, expanded wide with grand medieval-like architecture. The biggest difference he could find was that the gargoyles he had expected on the top of the columns were replaced with dragons, horses with horns, fierce-looking human heads with 3 eyes, and many more heads he didn't recognize. Great decor, Drake muttered. Makes for a real homey vibe.
Make haste and enter already,
Nato instructed, taking a seat on his shoulder. Sighing once more, he reluctantly complied, walking up the small flight of stairs where 2 ostentatious doors greeted him, covered in intricate designs and colors. Grabbing the handles, he swung them open, greeted by the sound of low, ringing bells and a mysterious, melodic hum. What Drake noticed next were the people in priest robes, well, beast men and women in robes. They might even be demons of some kind. I shouldn't make assumptions about how many races we have now, Drake thought, looking at their spiraled horns on either side of their heads. Immediately, the clergy noticed him, one in a large cap, walking up to him. "Greetings, Lord Wallen," the man said, bowing slightly. "It is a pleasure to meet you. How may this humble servant be of assistance?" Drake was still taken aback, looking at the inner structure of the building. Rows and rows of statues littered the walls with small, different-colored pyres in front of them. The higher and further back the statues went, the larger the statue and fire. "It would seem it is your first time in our humble church. May I offer an explanation, as I am sure your assistant was barred from doing so?" The man gave a small smile, exposing his flat teeth, his eyes curving into crescents, only showing the square, goat-like pupils. "Go for it," Drake replied casually, surveying the rest of the building and observing the other clergymen. Then, with pleasure, he bowed. "My name is Pythanuel. I am a B-rank dysanthrope. Once again, it is an honor to meet you. The multiverse has been quite a buzz." "Wait, isn't that—" "I'm pretty sure that word means something entirely different," Drake thought in passing. Pythanuel continued. "This is a system-sanctioned church widely available to all worlds and town owners in the multiverse. The more proper name that is used is the Church of the Higher Races. This is a facility joined and backed by the system. As you may have noticed, there are only clergy here and no guards as there are in other buildings I am sure you have visited." Drake nodded. "This building is protected much more adamantly by the system due to its nature." Pythanuel smiled. "Its nature, huh?" Drake asked, following Pythanuel as he began walking towards the back. "Yes, this is a place of worship, in a sense. In the future, I am sure you will meet other races of higher rank here once it is connected to the rest of the churches. But fear not, as no one will be allowed to interfere with you whilst here." As he spoke, his hand slowly reached for Drake's arm, but was stopped just before coming in contact with him. Drake's brow rose, seeing the intervention by the system. Smiling, Pythanuel continued. "As you may have noticed, there are many statues here, with many more being added and removed daily," Pythanuel explained, pointing to a statue that began shifting. The statue began to glow as if being heated from the inside, as it broke down into a blob of a gray, clay-like pile, then suddenly reformed into another statue with great detail like before. The face depicted an entirely different person. Drake whistled, seeing it firsthand. The lower statues represent the lower races of the multiverse. Each statue forms and reforms based on the strongest or highest current level and rank in each respective race. The statues closer to the bottom change quite frequently as it stands. The higher you go, the more powerful and long-lived the person, making them change quite infrequently. Drake followed along, nodding as Pythanuel explained. But Drake suddenly spotted a familiar face at the top of the row that he recognized, his blood boiling over. Myrphera. Drake growled inwardly. Pythanuel noticed Drake's gaze and smiled, speaking up. Ah, one of the strongest in the multiverse, the dragon matriarch Myrphera. You have a keen eye, my lord. The last and highest row is reserved for the primordials of the multiverse. Drake scowled at the statue. It makes that bitch look better than she actually is. Doesn't capture her flabby old ass, he grumbled. Pythanuel didn't seem to hear Drake or simply ignored it and continued. There are many other strong leaders here too, whom one may offer tribute. There is the undead lord, the queen of the Kirans, the insect queen of the Grand Swarm, and many more. Then, he paused, directing Drake to a statue behind him. Drake was stricken with awe, feeling a sort of uncanny connection with it. It was a man standing tall, arms crossed, with familiar tattoos on his face, trailing all the way down his body on his exposed torso. His face held a fierce, sharp, stoic expression. The Grand War King of the Asurans, Han Kol Asura. Drake stared at the man, unable to break his gaze. His body temperature rose as he felt his mana and aura stir. He was strong. He was the pinnacle, Drake thought, able to feel some sort of unspoken strength coming from the statue. I'd like to fight him someday, Drake said absent-mindedly. Drake, Nato said lightly, pain in her eyes. Unfortunately, no one has seen him in centuries, Pythanuel said, looking up at the statue as well. Some say he was captured due to the bounty placed on him. Bounty? Due to his great strength and the fierce battle hunger of the Asurans, a bounty placed on them and several other races. Their race dwindled to a handful as they were slowly hunted down and outnumbered. But it is said that each Asuran would decimate armies with a smile before their life was finally taken, almost making the bounty on their heads a paltry sum in comparison to the loss of soldiers and life. Hunted? Who placed these bounties? Drake asked, feeling his anger tick upwards. Many of the other primordials. It's said that they feared the races such as Asurans, Titans, and those few others who only hungered for more power. Their reasoning was that these races would upset the balance of the multiverse if left alone. Drake's grip tightened, a bead of blood escaping his fingers. For such a reason like that, they committed genocide? Drake shouted. Drake never knew another Asuran. He had no attachment to them as a people, but for some reason, his body roared. His heart demanded recompense, demanded vengeance. For the glory of your bloodline, bring glorious victory. A voice shouted in the back of his head. The pride of your race stands on your shoulders. Fight! Only the next battle, the next triumphant victory matters. Mark history with the blood of the defeated. Burn your story into the soul of the universe, next to the likes of the war gods of the past. Drake fell to his knees, the voice overpowering him as his hand went to his mouth, almost retching. Drake! Nato called out next to him.
I'm all right, Drake lied, through ragged breaths.
Interesting, Pythanuel murmured. I suppose that confirms that you are also an Asuran, he said, his eyes thinning. You face quite the troublesome situation then. Drake looked up from the ground, his breath still coming in heaves. The aforementioned bounty will extend to you as well, regardless that you have changed into an Asuran and were not born one. How do you know I wasn't born one? Drake eked out through his teeth. Pythanuel looked back at the statue of Han. Han is the last known surviving Asuran. All known Asuran legendary stones have also been kept under strict supervision throughout the multiverse for centuries. But word has it you were in the Dragon Matriarch's tutorial, so it begs the question why she has allowed you to receive one, he said, trailing off for a moment in thought.
Back to the point. The church here allows anyone willing to offer tribute to the strongest races for a temporary buff. The tribute may be anything: stones, cores, coins, weapons, items, blood, corpses. Drake had already felt nauseous, so he was unable to feel his stomach turn over once again at the thought of anyone offering anything to anyone that would put bounties on entire races, let alone the dragon bitch. But if nothing else, he was curious. Drake looked at the pyre of flames before the statue of the Asuran, burning in pure, colorful gold. What would be a good offering? Drake finally asked, feeling himself become level-headed after a time. It is hard to say, Pythanuel mused. While in most cases, the larger the offering, the better, and most do so in the form of monster cores or coins due to the offering being partially given to the patron. But there are cases when the relation to the patron statue affects the offering and buff. Drake, Nato said from his side, eyes serious, I think you should just pray to him. He looked at her, trying to find any hint of joking, but failed to. Drake pursed his lips. I've never been good at offering prayer, so I'm not sure what to say, he mumbled, scratching his cheek. May I then suggest giving a drop of blood and simply asking a question? Pythanuel smiled. Drake looked at the goat man suspiciously, but couldn't find a reason not to follow the suggestion. Well, it's better than offering an item or cores, I guess. He placed his hand over the fire, summoning a small needle of ice in the other. But just as he was about to prick himself, he was stopped by the fluctuation of mana in the air that put him and every one of the clergymen inside on their asses. In front of him, the statue of Han Cole vibrated, filling the building with raw, unadulterated, dense mana. It began to heat up, much like the statue Drake had seen before, turning a vibrant orange. The pyre in front of the statue blew and whipped erratically in response. Drake could hear the jumbled sounds that didn't translate to words coming from Pythanuel as his body shook at the event. It can't be, Pythanuel stammered. The statue began to reform from the lump of clay it had shrunk to, structuring itself once again from the ground up. Drake's jaw hung open in disbelief as he watched it finish. The statue wore familiar pants and wrap-like sandals, a hoodie that covered an obviously well-defined body, and a mask with elongated canines holding a sword over its face. Why am I up there? Drake asked, flabbergasted. Unusually, Nato looked crestfallen rather than cynical, her face a mixture of trepidation and sympathy. The first to reply to him was Pythanuel. It pains me to say this, Lord Wallen, but it would seem that Han Cole Asura is no more. If I may. Nato's hand touched Drake's shoulder as he interrupted the man. This must mean that you are the last Asuran alive in the multiverse.
which also announces to the multiverse that you are an Asuran, Drake," she said solemnly.
Drake looked over at her and smiled. "What's with the long face? You're acting like one of my family members just died." Before he could finish his sarcastic remark, something he had never felt before assailed him. Anger. Primordial anger. Something inside him seethed and roared with such rage that he felt his blood would evaporate if it had not been inside his body to contain it. His jaw clenched with such force that his teeth screamed in protest at the pressure. Drake's body tensed as he fought against the raw emotion and desire to act out in retribution. The power of the aura and mana that leaked from his body uncontrollably was enough to scare and incapacitate the surrounding clergymen. Even Pythanuel took a step back, a bead of sweat rolling down the side of his face. Drake screamed out in agony as he lurched backward on the church floor.
Vengeance, vengeance. Blood must be paid. War. It is your duty to take glorious retribution for this insult in a mountain of corpses. Your line will not rest until you have taken their heads.
"Drake, Drake," Nato shouted. "You have to breathe."
Still bucking and screaming in searing pain, Drake twisted and curled on the floor, the phantom-like voices echoing in his head, until a single, deep voice overpowered them. Silence. The voice cut through the echoes, bringing a halt to the pain and pounding of his head as he gasped for breath. His eyes suddenly went wide as the voice continued to speak. "Become strong and find me. I await you when you have grown, finding who you are." The voice trailed off, becoming distant as Drake was bombarded with notifications. Title earned, race representative. Title earned, the last Asuran. Title earned, strength of a race. Title earned, legacy holder. New legacy quest. Ghosts of the past. Reach level 30 and enter the trials of the war general. Reward. Chapter 27. An eye for an eye. Drake righted himself unsteadily on the floor, his body drenched in sweat as he coughed, trying his best to breathe despite the spittle trailing from his mouth.
What is happening to me?"
he croaked, wiping his mouth. He felt Nato's hand on his back but didn't turn, still unsure of what was going on.
"I am sorry, Drake. I could not tell you due to my restrictions, but now that this has happened. You see, after you became an Asuran, you were fated to be the last." You knew?" Drake stammered. "I am cognizant of nearly everything in the multiverse due to being an assistant, but restrictions placed on me due to my rank prevent me from telling you too much. I am truly sorry. I can only advise you to be careful and reach level 30 as fast as possible. If you are unable to before the protection on this system is removed, and C-rank entities and higher are allowed to interact with it, then you, as well as this planet, will be placed in insurmountable danger. So much so that I am certain you will not be able to survive it." Drake gripped the hem of his clothes. He knew Nato didn't mean to scare him, but he also could tell she was tiptoeing around the truth of something. "Damned system restrictions," he cursed inwardly. "Won't you tell me the rest?" he asked, finally able to steady his breathing. "I cannot. The punishment from the system is not a trivial matter for us at the moment. Certainly, even the punishment of the dragon matriarch will not be lenient, but the punishment that would befall us?
It is not something we could withstand at our current rank. I am sorry, she admitted reluctantly. Drake bit his bottom lip, trying to think of any questions that Nato would be allowed to answer. The quest, Drake began, then eyed the leaning Pythanuel, who looked over at him with interest. Drake stopped himself from asking for now, instead standing up and dusting himself off.
I've caused you some trouble. Sorry about that, he said, giving a wry grin.
Nothing of the sort, Lord Wallen. I look forward to seeing how you will place your mark on this universe, Pythanuel said with a buck-toothed smile. Drake gave a quick nod and turned away. Nato hopped on his shoulder, looking concerned but staying silent. I still have questions, Nato, he whispered. Nato nodded, merging with him. The quest. It said I was a legacy. What does it mean by that? He asked in his mind. A legacy, Nato repeated, seemingly mulling over the words for a moment. A legacy would mean you have been entrusted with the last will of a high-ranking being. But why the leader of the Asurans would do so is beyond me. If anything, it is only putting you in more danger. How so? Drake questioned, leaving the church. A legacy entails a chain of quests that are extremely dangerous and well beyond the required level of said quests. There is little information on them as it stands, and even less that I can tell you, she said softly, trailing off. But there is always a substantial reward for finishing the quest line. What a primordial could offer, I can only imagine. Drake wasn't satisfied with the answer, but he couldn't think of anything else to ask if she was already restricted from answering. Drake? What? There is a matter that needs your attention, she said. Drake raised a brow, hearing the venom seep into her voice. Make your way to the north gate. Without questioning it, he nodded and headed that way. His mind was still going in circles as he tried to process what had just happened to him and how it would affect him in the future. As he walked, he opened his status briefly, wanting to examine the new titles he received. Race Representative. You are now the strongest in your race and, as such, are the face of your species. You now gain 10% of all offerings given in tribute to you.
Your deity statue now blesses worshippers with an overall increase of 10 to all stats for 24 hours. Increases based on rank and nobility rank. The Last Asuran. Your race has been beaten and hunted. You are the last known remnant of your honorable heritage and must survive the storm until the former prestige of your bloodline has been restored. Plus 100 to all stats. Increased potency of reproduction. Strength of a race. Last of your prideful line, the road you must take is long and perilous. Blessed by the last war god of the era, you shall reign supreme. Channeling the strength of the proud Asuran line, your strength and prowess grows by leaps and bounds. Plus 100 FP given per level. Legacy holder locked. Drake whistled as he saw the descriptions. He wasn't exactly a fan of some of the foreboding wording of the titles, but the status increases were very much welcomed. They were the largest increase he had gotten in a while. Of course, the best one is probably locked, but if nothing else, I can't complain about the stats, he sighed, scratching his cheek. Drake, you will need to hurry. It is growing too much for the guard to deal with at the moment, Nato said urgently. He snapped out of his thoughts, his hair turning to a vibrant yellow as he stepped forward. Traversing the distance in mere seconds, he arrived at the north gate he had just made this morning. What hit his ears was the shrill screaming of a group on the other side, followed by a worried voice.
What the fuck do you mean I have to wait to go in? What's a filthy lesser race even doing at a gate to a city? You should be in fucking shackles just like the rest. Sir, please calm down and wait a moment. The patriarch will be here quickly.
Rivel, Drake thought, now recognizing the voice. Walking through the open gate, Drake saw the man, shouting incredulously at Rivel, who was holding up his hands, trying to de-escalate. Rivel turned around, noticing Drake exit the town.
Patriarch, he said with relief.
What's going on here, Rivel? Drake asked.
This man here would like to enter our town, but, he said, looking behind the man. Drake understood immediately as he saw the long line of chained people behind him. The man scowled, looking Drake up and down. Who the hell are you? Let me the fuck in already. I was told there was an auction house here and I want to sell my wares. The man smiled snidely. Drake's brow twitched at hearing the man treat these people as objects. Flashes of the tutorial came to his mind. He saw in the people's faces the same dismal expressions, those same expressions that he had seen of the captured humans when the goblins paraded them around. Claire, Drake thought, as the face of someone he loved passed through his mind. He studied the line of people for one more brief moment. They were in rags, obviously stripped down and emaciated on purpose to keep them weak. But there was a pair of beastmen down the line who were in an even more miserable state. A girl, about the age of Charlotte, had her eyes wrapped in bloody bandages. Next to her was a boy of around the same age, his mouth wrapped shut. But even despite his weakened state, his eyes were fierce as they caught Drake's. Drake looked at the man, or better named, slave trader. This guy has far too many people to have been able to do this alone, he thought, identifying the man. Kermit Slate, level 11. Drake spat inwardly, seeing his level, then identified some of the slaves. Maribel Dune, level 13. Charles Dunster, level 12. Clotho Pagos, level 10. Atropos Pagos, level 10. Many of the people he's holding are equal to or above his level. He has to be in league with other people. I just can't see him being able to fight well enough to capture these people, Drake thought, once again looking over the somewhat portly man. What is it you plan to do, Drake? Nato asked. I plan on getting some information out of him. It seems Mikhail is thinking ahead. You were? Well, you would be correct, Drake said in a light tone. My, these people seem a bit malnourished, though, he said, spreading out his arms, then pointing to the pair he saw earlier. Especially these two, they seem rather ragged. You can't hope to auction such damaged goods. The man scoffed at the jab. They'll sell just fine. I've sold worse to those lunatics at Purity. Those two will sell well, I guarantee it. The girl has an epic class, and the boy has a rare class after all, he said, defending himself. I see, Drake said, looking back at the pair, noticing now that they were some type of dog or wolf people. The girl's ears twitched at Drake's every word, her shoulders shaking. The boy, however, began glaring more at him, moving to cover the girl. These are the only ones you have? Drake asked leadingly, feigning his enthusiasm. The man guffawed. Of course not. Drake hummed with interest, but not from the prospect of buying other slaves, as the man seemed to have assumed. What exactly was done to these two? Drake asked. Them? The man said, smiling, clearly assuming Drake was cut from the same cloth. The girl kept giving us defiant glares, so we fixed that, he said with pride. We let the boy keep his, just because it reminds him what might happen if he should try anything. But he kept yapping so, the man grinned. We took out his tongue. He guffawed.
Drake's eyes turned to points from unbridled anger, but due to what he had just gone through himself, he somehow held back his growl and walked closer to the pair. The boy saw the emotion in Drake's face and went stiff as a board, but held his ground. Drake placed his hand on the boy's neck, his hand tracing the metal collar that seemed to be imbued with a spell. Then he looked at the girl, surprised to see her somehow looking at him, following his face through her bandages.
Can she see me? I see. She has a mana sensing skill, or is it a part of her epic class? It is unusual, but certain mana sensing skills can manifest as a second sight. There is also the possibility that she is naturally gifted. Do you remember when you first awakened to your own magic sight? Think of it as a stronger version of such, a truly remarkable skill, Nato informed.
You've both been through a lot, haven't you? Drake whispered, his fierce gaze turning soft and sorrowful. What did you say? You gonna let me in now, damn it, or buy them? The man spat, suddenly growing impatient. Drake ignored him, looking at the pair. Who is he to you? The girl, Atropos, hesitated but whispered, My brother. He's my brother. Drake leaned back, his decision made. You said we? Where are you from? I'd love to see your full inventory, Drake said, not turning. Oh, that's great to hear. But our slaves are expensive after all, the man said, pinching his fingers together greedily. Drake summoned the few hundred F-grade coins he had on his person, manifesting a handful of rare skill stones as well, which he threw on the ground for the man to see. Oh, the man awed with glee, running and dropping to a knee to inspect the stones and coins. Where? What is the name of the town? Drake asked again, still only looking at the pair. Yes, of course. It's a town to the north, Sandal, he said jubilantly, his hand reaching for the treasure on the ground, only to freeze. I see, Drake said icily, his aura bubbling as both his hands went to the collars of the brother and sister. Then I'll have to give them a visit, won't I? The man, still frozen, began to sweat and choke, his face a twisted emotion of fear and confusion. He looked upwards at Drake's back, only to see him turn, in his hands the broken collars snapping with mana. The same collars that were supposed to be around the siblings' necks. The man tried to gasp for air that wouldn't come, his face beginning to pale as his eyes found Drake's face. He became stricken with a level of fear he had never felt before. Not in his life, nor the tutorial that was filled with horrors, life and death struggles and monsters. What stood in front of him was raw fury that sent him into a pit of despair. In Drake's eyes, the man could see exactly what Drake was thinking. Drake wasn't looking at him like he was a human or a monster. No. Drake looked at the man as if he were less than dirt, some sort of bug or annoyance that needed to be crushed. Drake's voice finally reached the choking man. Don't go dying just yet, he said. You've caught me in a very bad mood, and, well, I can't have you dying without suffering just as much as they have. To do this to children. The man couldn't understand what was happening. His vision had suddenly turned pitch black. Then a sudden pain struck his eyes as his hands went to his face, feeling a warm liquid. He tried to scream, but his voice failed him. The man gasped, his breath returning as he retched forward, his mouth cracking wide open only to feel a searing heat that quickly turned to a frigid cold. He tried to scream again, but he couldn't open his mouth now. His hands moved to his mouth, feeling a cold, glass-like material there instead of his mouth. Suffer in regret, but don't worry.
You won't have to wait long until I send your disgusting friends to meet you. Chapter 28. Children are expensive. Eula! The man called out, his voice muffled as she stared hazily at the fire. Eula, can't you hear your own father when he's speaking to you, girl? Eula jerked awake, turning to the voice.
Oh, father, what is it? She asked.
Eula's father, Horeb, looked back at her with a sorrowful gaze. Regret was obvious in his eyes as he took in their situation. She, just like him, had a spiked mana collar around her neck, and were placed in a shabby, rickety building with a single furnace inside. Eula was in front of the anvil, her hand holding a smithing hammer limply as her eyes tried to keep their focus. You haven't eaten in days. They haven't fed us but expect us to forge weapons and armor for them like damned slaves, Horeb growled, bringing his daughter into a hug. Eula hardly had the strength left to return the gesture, letting the hammer slip from her hand as she leaned into her father.
It's all right, father. I like making things. It's the only thing I'm good for, she whispered.
Eula felt her father shudder at her words, and she knew he was crying silently. They both had been through so much since coming out of the tutorial, and she knew he blamed himself for it. She wanted to console him, to do something to give him peace of mind, but all she knew was how to make equipment. Before she could find a way to comfort him, the door creaked open. A dark, chocolate-skinned girl in a maid outfit peered in cautiously. Her hair was a silver gunmetal that went down to her shoulders in two ribboned ponytails that parted around her elongated ears at the end. Eula turned around slowly at the sound, a faint smile creasing his lips.
Tanya, she murmured. Eula, Horeb, they are treating you all like dogs.
She grimaced, pulling a bag from behind her back.
Here, I managed to sneak these out of the house. You have to eat and keep your strength up, she murmured.
Horeb turned, rubbing his eyes before putting on a large grin. Thank you, dear girl. But won't this get you in trouble? Tanya shook her head.
I don't care what that old fat bastard does. He can't hurt me anyway.
She shivered.
He won't hurt his damned precious doll.
She gritted her teeth, only to lose her strength as she exhaled, with tears welling up in the corners of her eyes.
If only my sister were here. If only someone would take us all away.
Eula weakly took the bag and handed it to her father, turning back to Tanya, and slowly wrapped her arms around her, even though the young elf girl was taller than she was as a dwarf, despite herself being an anomaly among dwarves. The hug was awkward, but her concern was conveyed well enough that Tanya began to sob in her arms.
I want to leave. I want to see my sister again. I want to see the forest, the brook from our home. I want to go home, she wailed.
Eula closed her eyes, silently holding Tanya as she sobbed, unable to comfort her more or offer words of encouragement. The situation was just that abysmal for them. But she was sure that everyone in the town who had been captured and forced into slavery here felt the same way. They wanted to live. They wanted to be free. Drake looked down at the pile of ash, unsettled with himself at how readily he was able to kill another person. But he steeled himself, knowing it wouldn't be the last with more people like this out there. Rivel. Rivel seemed to come back to life, his previous frozen and shocked self shaking awake.
Yes, Patriarch?
He asked, righting himself. Free the rest of them and have them brought to the dock. Once you have, do the usual, Drake ordered, turning back around with a sigh.
He looked at the siblings that he had freed himself, the brother looking at him with a mixed expression, and the sister somehow following him even without the use of her eyes. "I'm sorry you had to go through suffering of that degree by people who used to be just like me," he said solemnly. "I will make it up to you and anyone else trapped in that town, but I have somewhere to go first. If you wish to take back your life and punish those who did this, you are free to stay here and follow me." Drake would go to the town of Sandal, but first he needed to make sure his own family was safe. In a month, yes, in a month, he would bring his family back to this town and go to Sandal to finish this before the coming events took place. The boy, Clotho, looked visibly shaken, unsure of what he was hearing. "They should be able to understand me. The girl answered me before. Maybe reality just hasn't set in for them." Claire was like that at first too, wasn't she? Drake thought, remembering his girlfriend. She was indeed. It took her weeks to begin opening up even after gaining closure, Nato affirmed. The girl, Atropos, moved in front of her brother, surprising both Drake and Clotho as she went into a half bow. "Thank you. We will not forget this debt," she said, her shoulders shaking. Her brother saw her and followed suit, bowing shortly at the waist. Drake walked over, gently raising both their heads. "You don't have to thank me. Just get better," he said, then thought of what the man said about their classes. A twinge of pain hit his stomach, but he forced himself, knowing he needed talented people. "If you want to thank me, I will be leaving in a week's time to train other young people to become strong and defend themselves. You are welcome to join." The siblings turned to each other, Drake only able to see the uncertainty in Clotho's face as Atropos's was covered in bandages. Drake smiled softly before speaking. "Don't worry about deciding right now. First, we're going to get you fixed up and fed." "Revul!" he shouted, the previous chief turning around from removing a collar. "Yes?" he answered. "What may I help with now?" "Did the two you were going to meet me with... Where are they now?" Drake asked. "They should be at the auction house, Patriarch. I came to the gate due to the... man shouting." "Nato, we will need to assign guards and set up a system for handling new visitors. I don't want something like this happening again. Revul has more important things to do than play guard at a gate." "It will be set up by the end of the day. I will see to it that there will be no need for anyone else to stand guard. I will be able to deal with it myself. I unfortunately did not have time earlier. We are still dealing with a lack of personnel and basic infrastructure, so it will be some time before everything is in place, even with my abilities to speed things up," she explained. "I am reluctant to say this, but we may need to source from other towns. But if the quality of people are to the degree we have seen from most so far, I am afraid it will take some time to fill the gaps." Drake sighed. He agreed with her. It wasn't looking the best for the human race at the moment. They had met some good people, which was a given. Mikhail's and a few other adventuring parties were a perfect example. But the outliers, these slave traders, were a glaring, ugly stain on the human race's record. "Good. I'll meet them there now. You two," Drake instructed. "Come with me as well. Can you walk?" Yes, I should be able to manage, Patriarch," Atropos stammered. Drake scratched the back of his head. "No need to call me that. My name is Drake. Now let's get you two to the auction house so we can get some warm food in your bellies." "And?" Talia asked, leaning her arms over the table, a faintly smoking pipe in hand. Drake stood at the other end of the table, his usual playful expression flat. "I would like to host an in-town auction in about a month, and would like to know if it would be possible to have it hosted inside the auction.
You have security and systems in place already, Drake explained.
Talia bobbed her pipe, humming as she did.
It is possible. But to ask for a favor so soon... You know how to make a merchant's heart flutter, little Wallen.
Drake's lip twitched as he sighed, feeling overly mentally exhausted for the first time since exiting the tutorial. It's not like I was trying to, and I don't plan for it to be unfavorable for your company. I know the items we will be auctioning will be pennies compared to what you can normally auction, so I planned on having the Spirit Fox take 70% profit of everything sold. This auction is to bring in visitors and spread the word, not to make an immediate profit.
My, quite the offer. I will accept, but do understand, little Wallen, I do not normally do this. You are a special case, she hummed.
Is that because I'm the last of my race? Drake responded slightly louder and angrier than he intended. Talia's brows rose, then returned to normal as she gave a more curious expression. She took another brief puff from her pipe before she spoke again.
Yes, you are correct. It would seem you are in a foul mood after what has happened. All I can offer is my sincere apologies. But, she said, her eyes turning to a fierce canine gaze, do not mistake my understanding as a reason to disrespect me.
Drake's head immediately tilted downward, feeling the full brunt of her intense gaze and aura, despite using all of his strength to defy the skills. He stayed silent as he tried his best to fight back in defiance until he heard a sigh, the pressure and force dissipating.
You may not believe me, but not everyone is out to get you. And not every primordial or strong race was part of the hunt, may I remind you. Some of us are descendants of such races, albeit distantly related.
She frowned. A tinge of regret hit Drake, this time willingly bowing his head slightly.
I'm sorry.
I'm just trying to process it all. And there seems to be no end to the disappointment of my own, no, previous race, he lamented. It is no matter, but do remember that even if I am forgiving, or do favor you, she smirked, others within the auction may not and will not tolerate the disrespect. You would do well to learn some etiquette. Shall I teach you? She grinned and gave a slight lick of her lips. Drake raised his head, almost regretting his apology as he ignored her. That reminds me, I picked up some wolf-like children a few minutes ago. Is this why you gave me those stones earlier? He asked. Talia frowned, her ears folding down along with her pouting lips. Is that so? It is possible, she replied. Does she have a skill or class that can see the future? Drake wondered. And what of the children? Talia asked. They were hurt badly, Drake responded, a pit of disgust hitting his stomach as he remembered the injuries the children had. I don't have the means to heal them. I wanted to know if you know of an item or something to help them recover. How severe are the wounds? She asked back, matter-of-factly. One had both their eyes taken, and the other lost his tongue. I see. There are some items I can point you to, but I will be unable to help you with this. You will have to purchase them like everyone else, she said. If what Drake said of the wolf children bothered her, she didn't show it. That's fine. What are the items? You will need either a health potion, one grade above the children's rank, or you could purchase a monster core endowed with a major healing spell. For a spell that would be powerful enough to replace lost limbs for F ranks, I assume, an E-grade core should suffice. Other items would be sufficient, but unfortunately, they are well beyond your means of purchase at the moment. Drake was curious about the other items, but he had gotten his answer and wanted to hurry and purchase the items if he could. The children were still waiting outside with the two administrators Ravul had brought. He hadn't gotten their names as he quickly went inside. "Thank you." He turned, ready to leave the private room she had brought him into, but she stopped him. "Little Wallen," she called to his back, "do not dwell on the shortcomings of your past race, or what you must do to correct their choices. The euphoric power and strength that come with the system twists and mutates many new races into undeniable pursuers of power and reprehensible evil. Feel not responsible. You are not responsible." Drake snickered, imagining Nato nodding her head. "Thanks. Maybe you aren't so bad after all, Talia." He smiled, leaving the room. "Ada, what a tease." She smirked back. Drake had gone through the private room's doors, guards on either side of the exit. Both men wore ethereal-like glowing armor with a faint hum of mana circulating through them. With even a brief inspection, Drake could see the subtle movement of ambient mana around them. The guards didn't greet him, just eyed him indifferently as he left. Giving a wave of his hand, Drake said his farewell to the men, extending the goodbye with a smile. "Good work, you two. See you soon." The guards were no fun and kept their indifferent expressions, so Drake moved on quickly to the auction floor, while thinking they resembled King's guards from his own world. Dismissing the absent-minded thoughts, he walked down the stairs from the private rooms, the sound of loud chattering and yells filling his ears. He had passed through here before, but now that he wasn't pressed to meet the owner of the Spirit Fox, he could look around appreciating the ambiance. The building was filled to the brim with people of all races and extremely powerful people. The multiverse was vast indeed. Seeing what he could only assume were multiple high ranks idling around in the auction house, not only as guards, but as customers, had put it into perspective for Drake. Despite his strength, he truly was still at the bottom. Even with his large stat pool and titles, he was still in his infancy as a mana vessel. While no one could technically interact physically while here, and guards were posted everywhere to prevent any coercion or fights, the pressure given off by the multiple B and C ranks made Drake shiver in excitement and trepidation. He had to force his will to challenge and fight down with excruciating effort as he panned the surroundings, unable to accurately identify many of the patrons. It was exhausting in many ways. But Drake wasn't the only one amazed. The auction house was now open to his city, and his citizens had, of course, entered to trade, only to be taken aback by the sheer size of the building and the crowds that filled it. He felt the eyes of some following him as he walked through the building. Well, I guess I should expect this from now on, considering I have a huge bounty placed on my head. My only saving grace is that there doesn't seem to be anyone as strong as Talia here, and definitely no S ranks, Drake thought, weaving through the crowd, trying to find an open terminal. Many of the patrons whispered in hushed tones as he passed, but he had grown accustomed already to it. Things like, "Hey, fresh meat. I can't wait to see you outside the auction." But not all of them were threatening. Surprisingly, there were quite a few who seemed to look at him in reverence or awe, which he assumed was from him being a primordial race rather than himself. Drake sighed, finally able to find a free personal terminal to access. The auction house provided several ways to trade. There were the auction floors, where unique and incredibly expensive items were sold actively through a bidding system curated by the Spirit Fox's auctioneers. Then there were the bartering sections, where men and women, gowned in lavish, expensive, or torn, beggar-like clothing, sold their items themselves, haggling for the best possible price. Finally, there were the auction lists, which reminded him a lot of a certain website from his old world. Here you could find items ad nauseum, listed at flat or biddable prices with a buyout price.
Drake didn't have time to sit through the cycles of the auctioneers, and he assumed an E-grade or F-grade item wouldn't make the cut for the main floor. He also didn't think it was best to go haggling right now, so he opted to go the standard purchasing route for now, panning through the lists and looking for the items that Talia had mentioned. With a bit of searching, Drake found the items but balked at the price. "Why am I always being ripped off?" Drake shouted. Imbued Core, Healing of the Light Mother, Medium, E-grade, 20 E-grade mana coins or 2,000 F-grade mana coins. An imbued E-rank monster core containing a medium E-rank strength healing spell. This spell is potent enough to replace missing limbs and heal entities of E-rank or lower to full health with one charge. Contains 3 charges. Can be used during combat. Item will be destroyed after charges are depleted. Drake gritted his teeth and then sighed as he looked at the price. I guess Jacqueline's healing was actually really strong. Drake chuckled. The purchase price was extremely expensive. The money in the multiverse seemed to be relatively straightforward for the lower grade coins. 1 E-grade mana coin being 100 F-grade coins. Luckily for Drake, he still had plenty of F-grade cores that he could exchange for coins, but even this amount was steep, nearly clearing him out. And this wasn't the end of it, as he searched for another item he would need for the kids soon enough. Language Book of the Myriad Races, S-grade, 5 A-grade mana coins. Scoffing at the price, Drake spat at the ground. It's not like I didn't expect it, but come on. He had assumed the S-grade item would be extremely expensive, but due to it being so cheap during the tutorial, he held out hope it would at least be affordable. Unfortunately, his hopes were dashed away in an instant. Drake resigned himself and hit the purchase button for the healing core, making a mental note to come back later when he had more time to search the lists for items he could give the children. The item appeared in front of him in a mote of light, much like Drops had, and Drake put it into his inventory. But before closing out the list, he did look for one last thing. Language Book of Humans, F-grade. 1 E-grade mana coin, or 100 F-grade mana coins. He bit his lip, but it was a necessary expense for the children if they wanted to communicate on this trip effectively. Drake also managed to find language books for Orc, Avian, and several other races that were within the town currently, which he was sure would be needed eventually, if not sooner. Just as he was about to press the purchase button, he was stopped. "Don't buy those here," a feminine voice said behind him. Drake stopped, turning to the voice to find a woman concealed by a hoodie that looked strikingly similar to a hard punk rock hoodie. The hood was up, so he could only see golden irises glowing underneath, and 2 jet-black horns poked out from the top that gave him pause. They look just like Mirfira's, but a different color, he thought, then looked closer. The horns were painted. Nearly the entirety of the horns seemed to be covered in some sort of black paint, except for the base, for whatever reason. Whether they were slowly growing and she had forgotten to repaint them, or it had worn down, he didn't care. He looked back with a scowl. "What's it to you?" he growled. The girl flinched and recoiled. "What's your problem? I just didn't want you spending money like that. You can buy those basic things at the system center for cheap. The basic necessities being sold here are just scams to get newly inducted races to spend boatloads of money." She scoffed, turning around. "Asshole." The girl walked away, leaving Drake feeling indignant. After a moment, he let out an exhausted breath, feeling bad for judging her because of his interaction with Mirfira. "Not everyone of the same race is bad, Drake," he mumbled to himself. The girl melded into the crowd, but not before he got a better look at her clothing. She was wearing a punk rock checkered skirt with patches here and there of things Drake didn't recognize. Animals, faces, figures, and writings he could only remotely make out. The miniskirt had a small hole for a tail that swayed back and forth behind her, the pristine white scales reminding him of the dragon matriarch. She also wore high stockings of the same checkered pattern as her skirt, with high platform rocker boots. The girl's outfit left Drake feeling confused. I didn't think there would be that kind of thing outside of Earth. He tried to identify her before she left, but was surprised to find he couldn't, meaning she was at a much higher level and rank than him, or held an obscuring item like he did. Shaking his head, realizing he might have just made another enemy of someone due to his quick temper, he sighed, deleting his cart from the terminal and leaving the floor, making for the door. Ignoring the jeers and whispers that the crowd sent towards him on his way out, he tried to mentally calculate what he would need for the children on this trip. His face went pale, and his eyes hazy at the numbers simply going up and up. I'll have to kill everything in the area and more. Hopefully there's some E-ranks around. Drake laughed wearily. Chapter 29. Competition. Exiting the auction house door felt surreal. Going from inside back outside was exactly like exiting any other building, except for the noise and buzz of the building instantaneously being silenced as he stepped out. Drake was both amazed and bewildered by the streamlined travel between the separate spaces. The Spirit Fox should have technically been on a different planet in a different galaxy, but he felt no traveling sickness or even inclination that he had moved spaces outside the noise he had mentioned before. Pushing his curiosity to the back of his mind, he looked at the 4 people waiting for him outside. Clotho and Atropos were outside with the 2 administrators that Ravul had brought to watch the siblings while he went inside. Atropos turned her head first, her tail wagging slowly. She's very perceptive, huh? How was everything out here? Drake asked. Business as usual, sir, a man with glasses answered. Drake turned his head, looking at the man, Hammond, and nodded. Good. You 2 are the helping administrators, huh? He asked. That would be correct, a woman next to Hammond answered. Well, Drake said lazily, we'll get to what I need from you 2 in a moment. First, I want to take care of them. Bending down to eye level, he looked at the siblings. So, who's first? Drake asked. Clotho's furred ears and tail stood on end, and he slid over to get in front of his sister. Don't trust me just yet? Smart boy. Drake grinned, patting him on the head, only to have his hand slapped away. Drake didn't take it personally, though, and just gave a soft smile. I guess that means you're up then. He pulled the imbued core from his inventory. Normally, cores were a dull violet color, almost opaque, but this imbued core was more like a closed container holding a milky white-like light, and small engravings he didn't understand ran over the surface. Take off your bandages, Drake instructed. Clotho hesitated at first, but urged on by his sister from behind, he reluctantly unwrapped his mouth, slowly revealing the sorry state of it. His mouth had been slashed horizontally and was now crusted over with blood, the area a sickly purple red, obviously swollen as well as infected. Drake looked at the wound, feeling the bubbling rage he had before, which he forced to settle down. Taking a deep breath, he sighed before touching the stone to Clotho's head. In an instant, a white aura wrapped around the boy, small balls of light dancing in the air like fairies out of a fantasy tale. Clotho looked at the lights in wonder and amazement, his sister turning her head as if following them despite being blinded, her mouth parting open in awe.
After a few moments, the lights faded, and Drake placed his hand in front of Clotho's face, drenching him in warm water from head to toe. The boy howled, as if he had been bathed in acid, swiping at the water and shaking his head and body. Clotho looked back up at Drake, his eyes pointed daggers, while Drake's were curved crescents from his wide grin. "All fixed now," Drake said, pointing to Clotho's mouth. The blood and gunk from before had been washed away, leaving a pristine jawline that made even Drake envious of the boy's looks. "Can you speak now?" he asked. Clotho's eyes lit up as he must have suddenly realized his mouth had been fixed, but refused to speak, instead just nodding. Drake felt a bit disappointed that Clotho didn't jump for joy, but he was happy that he was healed all the same. "Now, your turn," Drake said, looking behind Clotho at Atropos. She flinched briefly at being addressed, but nodded slowly as her previously wagging tail slumped. Atropos began slowly unwrapping her bandages, eliciting 2 gasps from the administrators behind Drake. Her wounds were worse than Clotho's, the discoloration on her face making even Drake grimace. To do this to a child, and even a young girl. He fumed internally, feeling his hand grip the core tightly. Wasting no time, Drake pressed the core to her head lightly, the same dazzling lights suddenly blinking into existence around her. Clotho looked on, his face cracking the perpetual scowl he had been wearing since Drake met him. They watched together as Atropos's face visibly healed. Her cheeks returned to a healthy, milky complexion, the scars slowly receding as if they were never there in the first place. After a few more moments, the lights disappeared, and Drake splashed her in warm water, cleaning the blood from her body. "How do you feel?" Drake asked pensively. Atropos's eyes struggled to open even after the blood was washed away, understandably apprehensive after having them closed for so long. Some visible effort and scrunching of her face later, they slowly opened. Her eyelids fluttered, taking in the world around her, that her gaze drifted to her brother. He teared up as he eked out a difficult grunt and wrapped his arms around her. Instantly, she teared up as well, looking over to Drake with eyes that could have competed with the most priceless sapphires and won. Thank you. I do not know how to ever repay this," she said through sobs. Drake stood up, giving a soft smile. "Let's get some food and meet the rest of the gang. What do you say?" The crisp snap of something being bitten into sounded right beside him. Drake looked over, seeing Nato breaking a chip in half as she looked at him with half-open lids. "It never ceases to amaze me how soft you are with younger apes. Or puppies, I suppose, is more apt," she said derisively, then shook her head as she raised her hands in a shrug. "Where have you been? Stealing food from the kids again?" Drake chuckled, spotting the bag of chips in her hand. "Steal? Hardly. I am simply liberating the extra bags from the storage within the common rooms of the house." Drake shook his head, giving a wave of his hand. "Come on, let's go. We need to get you guys fed and changed." He nodded to the 2 administrators. "Sorry, but you 2 are tagging along with me for now." Nato pointed forward from Drake's shoulder, chip in hand.
"I also require some of your time as well, so I will be here for a time. Onward, my below-average steed."
Sighing, Drake gave a half grin. "You just want to grab more snacks, huh?"
"I admit to nothing." "Janie, where did you put my hair tie?" Charlotte asked, searching through the beds. "It isn't on your bed?" Janie shouted from the other side of the tent, sitting on a makeshift couch as she held the baby. Charlotte sighed. "No, Mom, it's not. That's why I asked," she said, flustered. "Who's your mom? That's totes insulting, you know." Brody and Sid snickered from in front of the TV that was set up in the large tent. "It doesn't matter. It won't make you any prettier," Brody prodded,
the audible clicking of buttons coming from his controller.
Yeah, I don't know what's so special about that guy anyway. He can just throw some magic around, Sid added, his face producing a jealous snide as he furiously pressed on his own controller. The sound of two loud thwacks resounded in the tent, the two boys yelping and holding the back of their heads.
"Who said I'm doing this for anyone?" Charlotte said embarrassedly, her face turning red.
"And Sid, you should know better. Didn't he save you and Janie first?" she chided.
"Whatever," Sid groaned, rubbing the back of his scalp.
"Charlotte," Janie giggled, "if you aren't cleaning up for anyone, why did you assume they were talking about Drake? Seem pretty shook to me, girl." I,
Charlotte stammered, unable to refute her. Charlotte already knew it would never happen. She wasn't ignorant of how Drake treated her and the other people, let alone the girls he had saved.
She had seen how he went out of his way to help the near countless people who began filling the town. Looking over to the mirror in their tent, seeing the face of the teenager staring back, auburn hair cut at her shoulders, small freckles lining her cheeks, and bluish hazel eyes, she lamented knowing she could never compete with Saul. Charlotte was by no means below average, but for some reason, Saul was nearing otherworldly even as a different species. Preoccupied with her thoughts, she failed to notice the sound of the approaching footsteps and the flap of the tent swinging open. "Yo, troublemakers, enjoying the games and no school?" the familiar voice said, bringing all the people in the tent's attention to them. Charlotte looked to the entrance to see Drake standing there with a smile, but she felt something was off. She had seen him make enough expressions in the past weeks to begin to understand when Drake was putting on a front, or at least what she considered to be a mask. He would grin and joke, but there was no heart in it, and his eyes were left empty. She hadn't brought it up to him, instead worrying silently. "Drake!" Brody shouted, getting up after pausing the game. "Sup, kiddo? Don't get too used to games every day. You might be going back to school soon." Drake grinned.
"What?"
Brody groaned. "What do you mean?" Charlotte was also curious.
"Yeah, what do you mean, school? I thought they would just be indefinitely closed. Do we even have proper teachers?" she asked.
Drake scoffed. "It's in the planning stage for now. Just look forward to it," he said. "Who looks forward to school?" Sid grumbled from his seat on the floor. "Still not warmed up to me, Sid? Or is it because Nato keeps stealing all the goodies I give you guys?" Drake asked, raising his brows.
"I deny that statement fervently," Nato snapped, entering the tent. Charlotte giggled at the pair's usual antics, but was truly curious about what he had meant by school possibly being a thing again. Unfortunately, she pushed it to the back of her mind as she saw 4 more people enter the tent. Behind Drake, there were 2 humans she wasn't acquainted with. Both were wearing casual clothes instead of the usual armor most people wore nowadays, as well as glasses, giving them an office worker or intellectual aesthetic. Next to them were 2 beastkin she had never seen, in t-shirts that she could only think were picked out by Drake. Both held a skewer of meat in one hand. The girl wore a pink shirt with the word "Opie" on them, which Charlotte had no idea what it translated to, and the boy wore a blue shirt with the words "Kusogaki" across the chest, which she had no idea the meaning of. Both of the beastkin seemed to be young, and she had to reluctantly admit, extremely good-looking. The 2 had striking features despite being young. The boy had the piercing yellow eyes of a predator that seemed to look right through her as he panned the room, going from one person to the next. It almost seemed like he was scanning for threats and gauging who he could kill if it came to it. The girl, surprisingly, had her eyes closed, but if anything,
it made her more mysteriously demure. Her small frame and dainty features made Charlotte sulk internally in slight jealousy. They both had hair a shade of white, but the boy had flecks of a deeper blue compared to the girl, who had pure white. Each of their wolf-like ears donned the same colors of white and bluish white, respectively. Charlotte looked on, mesmerized at the pair as her eyes went from their ears, which sometimes twitched, to their long tails. The boys hung still, while the girls swayed somewhat energetically as she kept her head turned to Drake, ignoring the rest of them.
More people. He brought more people, and why is it always more girls? First Ketz and now her? And why do they always have to be so pretty? Charlotte thought. Drake noticed the gazes of the kids and began introducing them. These are 2 kids from the batch I just helped. This is Clotho, and this is Atropos, Drake said, introducing the 2. They're beastkin, as you can tell, and siblings.
Actually, we are twins,
Atropos amended, to the surprise of the kids in the room. Charlotte's eyes widened, looking at the girl. Hearing her voice, she felt a chill run down her spine. She can speak English? That would mean she has a language skill, right? So she's already completed her quest then, and has a class? She can't be that much older than me. Charlotte looked at the extremely unnerving blinking prompted in the peripheral of her vision. Welcome to the system. Please navigate to your nearest system center. Reward. Basic class quest of your choice. Introduction booklet. On the day she had turned 16, she had started hearing the system, as Drake called it, speak to her. The loud ringing nearly popped her eardrums. Since then, she had talked to Drake and was told to wait until they were ready to depart before going forward with the quest. She knew Khalik II also had this happen and was placed under watch so that he didn't rush the process, only to be calmed down after Saul told him to wait. Is that so? I wouldn't have guessed. Good to know. Drake chuckled, breaking Charlotte out of her idle thoughts. Drake placed a hand on Atropos's head, then one on Clotho's, only to have him growl lightly with an elongated canine flashing, but he at least didn't swat away Drake's hand this time. Drake didn't seem to mind, holding his smile. All right, Drake addressed. Mother. He grinned, looking at Janie as she scowled back at him. Please get them settled in here. They've been through a lot. So let them sleep if possible, and don't press them for too many details. Janie grumbled as she patted the baby's back lightly as he cooed in her arms, but nodded. Charlotte, on the other hand, looked at him worriedly. Are you going somewhere? Kind of. I have some boring leader stuff to take care of with these other 2. Then I have to go do more boring stuff with the mobile garbage disposal, he answered, the sound of Natto kicking his shin ringing through the tent. You will be leaving Drake? Atropos asked, her expression turning to something approaching frightened. Drake ruffled her hair lightly. Sorry, but duty calls for now. Think about what I said, all right? And try to get some rest and eat up, he consoled, then looked at Charlotte. Everything all right here, or do you need me to expand the tent more? And sorry for springing this on you all, but I wanted them to have a warm welcome. He then noticed 2 people were missing. Where are Ketz and Londine? He asked. Londine went out to run. He said not having his skateboard anymore was making him antsy. Ketz, I'm not sure. We still can't understand her because we don't have language skills, Charlotte answered. And don't worry about it, she added, despite her internal thoughts begging him to stop picking up more and more rivals. Drake nodded, his face still showing how he was regretful about putting more burden on them as he dropped more food, games, and candy for them all. Hope this lasts a little bit, Drake said, offering them up in consolidation, holding back a drooling and starry-eyed Nato by the scruff of her kimono. Waving goodbye, he and the two others, with Nato grumbling in Drake's grip, left. Charlotte sighed but steeled herself to do what she promised, walking up to Atropos and Clotho with an extended hand. "It's nice to meet you two. I'm Charlotte." Clotho looked at her confused, and Atropos's head turned from the exit where Drake had gone to look at her before sniffing the air. Charlotte gave a confused look, her head turning to Janie, but she was just as confused, giving a small shrug. "Is there something wrong?" she asked. "You reek of arousal," Atropos said in a soft voice, her brows furrowing deeply. "Do you wish to claim Lord Drake?" Charlotte's face turned bright red as she gave a silent scream of existential embarrassment. Chapter 30. Voting Season. Drake glared at the large boulder with a deep, hateful scowl, pouring his mana slowly into it to condense the black earth into something even more sturdy. After leaving the kids, he had been pulled around most of the day by Nato and the other administrators, Hammond and Blair. "I feel like I have no freedom anymore," he grumbled. "Quiet! Less complaining and more rock-making," Nato yelled from his shoulder. "Do you want this town to grow or do you not? We need building materials, and seeing as we have a lack of skilled craftsmen and non-combat professions, this is the least you can do." Drake turned his head. "Can't I just go and chop down some trees or something?" Nato huffed. "Do you remember how difficult of a time you had with mining?" she reminded. "Yeah, and?" "To chop down mana-infused trees would be much harder than that. The system differentiates when one is intentionally gathering, crafting, or simply destroying material in a crass manner. Not only that," she continued, holding up a finger, "even if it did allow you to gather these trees, there would be a limit in how we could process them at the moment." "The craftsman?" Drake assumed. Nato nodded. "Currently, we have less than 5 skilled craftsmen outside of the Rax Warsmith. One, technically, is not a craftsman, but a basic earth mage with an architect profession. There are also some other skilled ones, but their professions deal with supplementing their main classes. We simply have no non-combat classes currently." She looked at him, deflated and with slight worry. "I am not sure how to tell you this, Drake, but it would seem your iteration of tutorials seems to have been more bloody than normal, meaning combat classes seem to be the majority. Even if there were a large portion of your population that chose to be non-combat classes, I assume they were either killed or did not make it through the tutorial for some reason or another." "Well, I thought you could teach the citizens most of that stuff," Drake asked, taking a break to move to a new spot and beginning to form a new boulder of stone. Nato shook her head. "While I can guide them for the most basic of construction and deal with some infrastructure, with the town features I have access to, this is not the same as truly being a craftsman or allowing them to begin a profession or a non-combat class. Only the system can provide such things." Drake hummed. "So you're still pretty useless." Nato smacked him in the back of the head. "I will transform this town into a properly functioning world capital. It is the lack of personnel, not my administrative ability. Even without more fools to do the hard labor, I can still provide a wealth of manpower on my own," she screamed, defending herself. "By the time you come back, you will not recognize what this sorry mudhole has become," she huffed. "Yeah, I already don't recognize my wallet," Drake laughed wryly, thinking back to their time signing the bank contracts with the other 2 administrators. After leaving the kids, Nato had forced him to immediately open his account, dumping all of the resources he did not absolutely need into it. The account was for the town as a whole, meaning that the future contribution point system, town budget, war expenses, and anything else pertaining to the growth of the city would be pulled from it. As the head administrator for the town and Drake's direct assistant, Nato had been made the second highest authority for the account, Hammond and Blair falling under her supervision, as well as having to receive her approval for taking and placing anything into the account. Drake had to hold back his laughter for the first time in a while as he watched Nato lord over the two grown adults as a less than 1-year-old construct, her nose stuck in the air haughtily. Do not forget that you will need far more for the production that we seek. The amount of resources it will demand will exceed anything you can produce at the moment, even with your abilities, Nato explained, pointing to the next location for Drake to travel to within the town. What do you mean? Drake asked, confused. I can gather quite a lot of stuff. There are simply too many people we need to nurture. You have your hands full simply providing for the small number of children you have hand-picked, do you not? Imagine doing the same for hundreds, no, thousands of others. I will admit, it may not be to the same degree for each individual, but the point still stands. Drake paused, giving it some thought, his ability to visualize the amount of wealth and resources he would need escaping him, even making his head feel as if it was splitting, while his stomach began to hurt. I see your point. Kinda. But if it is going to grow to that extent, how are we ever going to provide that type of support for the town? It's not like I can spend all of my time just farming materials. There's the hordes in a few months, which should bag us some stuff. Then there was the mention of a dungeon that might get me some cool titles and maybe some rare skill stones for rewards, but... Nato gave a chuckle, raising her head high. Leave such things to me. Certainly this is my moment to shine bright like a diamond, she chortled, only to cough embarrassedly at her wording. I mean to say, it is part of my modus operandi to take care of your town, while you are away shooting things with your flashy lights. They arrived in front of a makeshift water tower made of roughly put-together wood, as the sound of the system resounded in Drake's ears. Suisei Yuki, the Witch of the North, is the 97th to complete the anchoring of their honing crystal. The city Yuki no Kuni has now been established and recognized by the system. Brett Neudachnik, the Golden Key Holder, is the 98th to complete the anchoring of their honing crystal. The city Uruk has now been established and recognized by the system. Pablo Cortez, the Slave King of the Wandering Isle, is the 99th to complete the anchoring of their honing crystal. The city The Wandering Isle has now been established and recognized by the system. Valor Alvea, the Life Giver, is the 100th to complete the anchoring of their honing crystal. The city Avalon has now been established and recognized by the system. 100th. System established locations have been detected. Activating worldwide event. New system event. The fight for the top. With the establishment of cities within your world passing its beginnings, you will now have to select a leader to represent you in the coming fight against the aggressors of the opposing world. You will have 40 days to prepare and form alliances to choose a representative. That was more notifications than usual, Drake said, digging a finger into his ear. He had gotten used to hearing the announcements for the towns over the past weeks. They would typically come in groups, as most needed only a day to 3 days for their anchoring of crystals. The longer the time to anchor, the stronger the person and the tutorial they came from. This last batch had been the same length as Drake's, meaning they were quite strong by default. Drake wasn't surprised to see the system notification requesting an election of a representative.
He had heard a bit about it from Nato while in the tutorial, as well as a bit more in detail once they had established the town. What he didn't expect was for it to happen so soon. It seemed that many of the people, well, maybe other races, based on the majority of names he saw, had their priorities straight. Nearly 70% of the names he saw were more fantasy in nature, which didn't bode well for the humans, as it meant they were snatching up land at a faster rate than the humans, or the humans had different priorities after coming back. Drake pursed his lips, wondering what the hell they were doing. As far as he knew, humans had given in to their more base desires, capturing other races and enslaving them, going after wealth through stealing from others. He had not heard of anywhere yet that was even remotely normal. Not that Drake was entirely normal. His town was growing steadily, but the majority of his citizens so far had been orcs and beastkin, with only a small majority being humans. Was it just the nature of things now? The other races came from worlds that lacked the same technology that humans were familiar with, and Drake thought it might have benefited them more in this world, where they had to fight tooth and nail for anything and everything. But he digressed. So, looks like we have 40 days. I honestly don't think that's enough time to do anything substantial, Drake mused. Nato nodded. Yes, I am inclined to agree. Certainly, a short amount of time for the first meeting of the town lords. I assume that there will not be a definite conclusion for the first vote. Your world is vast, very vast. Just looking at the number of races in your town, I would venture that the system merged at least 4 planets together at a minimum. So I do not believe that anyone would have time to make contact with very many other towns. And without the use of teleporters at this time, there will be no way to communicate efficiently. Teleporters? Drake asked. Yes, after you have reached a higher nobility rank, town teleporters will become available. But that will not happen until a world capital has been established, which may take years and will only be available to a few capital cities. For other towns and cities, you will have to bear the timely travel of being on foot. Drake listened casually as he jumped up to the edge of the water tower, beginning to pour water into the large tank. The system really doesn't want to make things easy, does it? For me, that won't really be a problem. But for pure mage or healer classes, that's going to make traveling take forever, Drake mumbled. So what's after this? You will need to plant the man-eating seeds. Our food stores are somewhat low for the number of citizens we have. We can hunt and give merit points for bringing in extra food, skill stones, cores, and the like, once I have set up the system for it and talked to the other lower constructs from the center, she sneered. But until then, it is better to plant a tree early, as they say. I assume you are going out soon as well? Certainly, you will need a mountain of monster cores and skill stones for your little army. Drake nodded, finishing up filling the tower as it began to creak and wobble. It would be best if you minded the monsters you find. Bringing back any slimes you encounter will be greatly appreciated. Mind the monsters? You mean capture monsters? I understand the slimes, but why others? Drake asked. Then a light bulb went off as he realized. You mean the dungeon anchor? He surmised. Certainly. Right now you have only one, so we will have to use it wisely. But once you have advanced a bit further in nobility rank, the center's shop will open up the option of basic ones you can use for entry-level mana vessels starting their journey. It is possible to buy specific ones from the auction, but they come at a horrendous upcharge. Drake's head tilted in thought, then nodded in agreement. I'll keep an eye out. I still haven't had a chance to scout the area very well, so I'm not exactly sure what the level range of monsters is around us.
On the way here, some temperatures even reached 30.
I'm going to have to map out the area going out to where Talia's map shows for the kids. As they discussed a little more of their plans going forward, the sounds of an argument became louder and louder below them. Looking down, he saw Saul dragging a disgruntled Khalik II.
Saul, just let me take the blessing of the gods already. Then I can free you from that unworthy human.
Khalik II spat, growling as he held his braid that she held in her grip. You have heard the patriarch. You must wait with the others until they are ready. He has a plan to help all of you grow. Maybe even stronger than him and myself, Khalik II. Must you dishonor yourself by throwing dirt at him when he is not even here? I thought you were taught better. Your skill as a hunter may be sharp as a newly made war axe, but your eye for the perspective of your surroundings is as dull as ever, Saul reprimanded. When will you learn that being a genius fighter does not mean there are no people above you? Have you not fought with him every day since he arrived and not won once? She added, eliciting a frown from the young man.
It is only because he has the blessing and I do not. If it was a fair fight, there would be no contest. He fights like a wild pack animal separated from the group.
Drake smiled as he heard them go back and forth, surprised Saul was defending him so adamantly despite always being so short with him. It was true what she said. Khalik II was incredibly gifted at fighting. If Drake hadn't already gone through the tutorial and spent a month practicing with the people of Shigure's camp, he would be no match. But that was just it. He was gifted, if only in the vacuum of the rack. Khalik II had fought with vigor and precision, aiming for Drake's vitals and weak points as if he were an animal to be hunted. But in a fight with another person or monster, he was average. Khalik II fell for feints and anything that even came close to misdirection in the fight. It looked like the argument below was heating up once again as Drake was lost in thought. I guess it's time to humble the kid again. I need him to be competitive for the group, but if he takes it too far, it's going to only slow everyone down as a whole, Drake muttered, hopping down from the tower. He fell right behind Saul with a light thud accompanied by the crunch of snow beneath him, forcing them to turn around at the sound. Patriarch? Saul said, surprised, her eyes going from him to the top of the tower in understanding. Deceiver, Khalik II growled. Drake smiled back at the scowling teen. I've heard you've been talking smack, kid. Khalik II stared back at Drake, not recoiling in the slightest. You only have the advantage of the blessing. If I had it as well, I would have no problem in besting you, he said. Think so? Drake asked evenly. Without a doubt, by the bountiful mother, he shouted back. Drake sighed and nodded. Then I'll allow you to get your class, on one condition. Khalik II's face brightened in surprise, but soon his eyes thinned, hearing Drake's words. Name it, Khalik II answered after some thought. If you lose, you must do what I say until you reach your second-class advancement. No more questions, no more arguments, no more whining. Drake held out his hand, only for Khalik II to look at it questioningly. It's how we seal the deal, a promise between people, or men, I guess, in this situation, Drake explained. You shake it with your own hand. Khalik II looked at him suspiciously, but finally grabbed the hand as firmly as he could, making Drake smile at the attempt. It is a deal as you say then. Good, Drake smiled. Then let's go get this boy his class, shall we? He said, turning to Saul. They began moving to the system center, Nato on Drake's shoulder, looking bored as she swiped away at screens, sometimes vanishing for a few moments only to pop back on his shoulder, eating something a little bit later. After a short while, a concerned Saul moved closer to Drake, dropping her voice to a whisper. "Patriarch, are you sure it is wise to allow him to gain a class before the others? I've known Khalik too since he was a babe. He is headstrong because of his skill with an axe, but he looks down on others, and this will only further fuel that in him, I fear." Drake gave her a placating wave. "I understand that, but there's nothing to worry about. I'll be letting him know exactly the distance he has to travel before he can call himself strong. We've all been frogs at the bottom of wells until recently. Even I've been humbled as of late, seeing Talia and the dragon bitch," he said, grumbling as he trailed off. Nato looked at him suspiciously as Saul retreated a few steps behind him. "You are doing this because you want to take your frustrations out on a kid," she whispered, looking at Drake in disbelief. Drake tripped a few steps before righting himself. "She knows me too well," he thought, giving a wry smile. Of course not. I'm just going to teach him a lesson by rewarding him a bit. I think letting him hold on to his class first won't be a problem. Once he understands, he will be a little less of a problem child, probably." Nato bristled, biting into a potato chip as she turned her head away, leaving Drake to his own devices while she went back to looking at blue screens. Drake wondered exactly what she was looking at, but he would have to ask later. There was Khalik too to take care of first. Not to mention the announcements from before still made him question where he stood on the scale of power on this new planet. Some of the other lords had titles attached to their names, like Drake, leaving him feeling a deep eagerness in the back of his mind that he tried desperately to suppress. Damned Asuran blood. It's going to get me into a lot of trouble, and the desire to fight is only getting worse, Drake grumbled to himself. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the bustling system center. It had garnered far more traffic than Drake thought was possible, but he quickly understood what was happening when they entered. People were purchasing and selling things left and right to the constructs. It would seem that the lady who had helped him had not helped him as much as he thought again. The system center also doubled as a basic shop, it appeared. People buying small books that Drake could see were language and profession books, as well as some basic skill stones. There were also people gleefully looking at the new coins they had exchanged their monster cores for, some walking away with what looked like basic tools for trades. Carpenter tools, looms, and other somewhat large pieces of equipment could be seen disappearing into thin air as well. Well, I don't need anything like skill stones. I have a mountain worth of the common and uncommon ones. But I'll have to see if there are any rare stones here when I come back. Khalik too looked for an open line feverishly once they had entered, finally deciding to get in line behind a few people as Drake and Saul followed suit. Waiting in line allowed Drake to see a little of the comings and goings of the center. Many humans that he knew and helped get here passed in and out as they nodded to him briefly. He was happy to see they were growing accustomed to the system, but he also saw many other races, the beastkin, orcs, avians, and even some light-skinned elves mingled in the lobby as they waited to be helped. These people, however, didn't really acknowledge Drake. He did not directly help them outside of the orcs. The orcs and Mikhail's group had been the ones helping some of them as Drake dealt with the monsters during the anchoring and his administrative duties, although they were sparse compared to Arvul's and Nato's duties. After a bit more waiting, they finally reached the counter to a familiar face. "Hello. What do you—" the woman began, then spotted Drake and cringed as she fixed her attire and coughed. How may I help you today?" Drake gave her a cold look. "Behaving?" "Of course," she replied nervously. Drake left Khalik too to get helped by her, planning to come back later to grill her about not informing him of the basic shop contained in the center. "I wish to receive the blessing of the gods,"
Kalik too said enthusiastically. The construct woman tilted her head, then righted as her eyes lit in understanding. Ah, you are receiving your basic class, I assume? Kalik too nodded. Then please accept the prompt, she said tersely. Kalik too's eyes went distant for a moment, a clear sign he was looking at a screen in front of him that Drake and Saul couldn't see. Soon, his eyes turned back to normal. Now what must I do? He asked. Now select the class you wish to start as, and the quest to advance will be provided after you have confirmed it, she said, slightly irritated. Drake gave a clear of his throat, the construct woman quickly fixing her attitude. The basic equipment that was provided in the tutorial will not be provided for you. Unfortunately, that was a benefit of the tutorial goers. But I assume that should not be a problem for you? She asked, looking at Drake. Drake nodded. He had already prepared some basic equipment for all the kids, asking the warsmith to make some basic, non-grade equipment for each of them, specific to what he wanted for their advanced classes. He hadn't done this for Atropos and Clotho yet, as they had just joined the town, and he was not sure if they would join them on their travel to his family or not. What will you pick? Drake asked. Kalik too ignored him, his eyes going distant again before they returned, and he smiled. It is done. I have finally received the blessing, he shouted, gripping his hands tightly. Then shall we? Drake asked, handing Kalik two newly made bearded axes. They were non-grade but nearly as good damage-wise as an early F-grade common weapon. Kalik two's face beamed at the weapons, but quickly turned to a scowl as he snatched them from him, then stormed out of the center. Drake scoffed, glad he had guessed correctly. He assumed that Kalik two would choose the warrior class based on his fighting style, and it looks like he was right after the youth took the weapons. But that would be the only gift he would receive from Drake for some time. Now that he had gotten a class, his life was going to get harder. Much, much harder, as reality was a harsh mistress. Nato saw the look in Drake's eyes and sighed as she disappeared, not wanting to deal with the mess. Saul looked concerned but followed Drake outside to where Kalik too was waiting, a small group of younger orcs forming around him. They were congratulating him on receiving his class, slapping him on his arms, and looking in awe at the new weapons he held. Watching the scene, Drake gave a soft smile but soon turned serious. All right, let's see it then. Mighty warrior. No more excuses. You have your blessing, and it's time to put your money where your mouth is. Kalik too turned from the group, frowning deeply as they stepped back a good distance. Saul also waited behind Drake on the steps of the center, looking on with a scrunched face. She knew how strong Drake was. She had fought him when he arrived, and her only concern was if Kalik too would be okay. Today is the day I will remove you from Saul's side. I will protect the rock, not some foreigner, he shouted, pointing one of his axes at Drake. Talk is cheap, Drake said evenly. Kalik too growled back as he dashed forward. Drake stood there unmoving, not even changing to an endowment as he watched in slow motion as the teen rushed him. He had no intention of doing anything but showing their difference in strength to the boy, and waited there patiently for him to swing his axe, empowered with the basic heavy blow skill. The weapon glowed red as the skill activated around it, Kalik too smiling as the blade inched closer to Drake's neck. But to Kalik too's surprise, when the axe slammed against Drake, it was not Drake's neck that was damaged, but the axe in his hand. Kalik too's eyes followed the broken blade, spinning in the air comically as his mouth gaped in disbelief. Drake still stood there unmoving and indifferent. Kalik too's head turned with the blade as he touched back down on the ground from his leap. His head snapped back to Drake, furious anger in his eyes. But I have the blessing.
You may have one as well, but I am a prodigy, a genius. The elders told me this every day, that I would be a great warrior, that I would be the one to become chief and protect the tribe. Me! He screamed, gripping his remaining axe so hard his green skin turned a pale gray. You may in the future, but reality is harsh, and the system is even harsher, Drake said softly, staring back at the teen. You remind me of a bright-eyed kid I met in the tutorial who was just like you. Your words mean nothing. You deceived Saul and the chief, but your lies will not work on me. I will win. Khalik too sneered, rushing Drake again with frustration deep in his eyes. Drake sighed. His words wouldn't reach Khalik too, it seemed, so he would have to show him. It's better you learn this here, instead of where you might actually die. Then with an ominous tone, Drake muttered, "Marked." Khalik too stiffened, looking around, confused at the unfamiliar feeling stopping his blitz. That is called a skill, just like your heavy blow, but it marks an opponent for me, allowing me to track and deal more damage to them, Drake explained. To the death. You've increased line in the sand to proficiency 2. Drake used another skill, freezing Khalik 2 in place this time as the young orc felt the brunt of the skill sending a chill down his spine and putting his hair on end. Walking forward, Drake could hear the sound of Khalik 2's teeth chattering increase with each of his steps. You may be a good hunter, but you haven't faced death. You haven't had to struggle for days without rest, not knowing if you would see the sun come up the next day. You haven't experienced the feeling of numbness that comes with moving forward, even though you know death might be right around the corner. Drake unloaded on the boy, his aura and his mana presence laid bare. This is the wall you are going to have to overcome if you want to beat me. Looking down, Drake frowned. The boy had already passed out. Drake surveyed the area and saw that everyone in the audience had fallen unconscious as well, the only one struggling to stand being Saul. Ah, I might have overdone it. Drake chuckled wryly, sticking his tongue out. Chapter 31. Is this what they call alone time? What did you do?
Nato screamed, shooing away the alerted orcs in the vicinity. She had quickly drafted some of the lower-level warriors of the Rak tribe to act as a first response team in the town ever since they had started spreading word of the auction. They were called low-level, but still well above any of the humans that had come and gone, as they stood at around level 15 to 17, whereas the average human and other races that seemed to reach them were anywhere between 10 and 15, with a sparse handful above that. I didn't do nothing, Drake said innocently as he helped Saul up. I knew. You were up to something, and you went and put the whole town on alert by producing your full aura, just to scare a child. Have you no decency or respect for my time? She yelled incredulously. Drake scoffed. I scared more than just one kid. He laughed, only to duck as a dagger flew over his head. He chuckled nervously as he walked over to the still unconscious Khalik 2. Drake swiftly nudged the teen with his foot. You still alive? He asked, knowing very well he was still of the living. To face what is your most hated weakness is the first step to real strength, Drake said, putting his hands into his hoodie pocket. And your weakness? Arrogance. Khalik too growled, but refrained from saying anything, turning around in the direction of the tents this time, obediently following Drake's order. Where is that saying from? Nato asked. I don't know. Sun Tzu? Maybe Abraham Lincoln? Honestly, I saw it in the comment section of a YouTube video, and the internet doesn't lie. Nato shook her head and sighed.
I should have known better. What? Drake asked. Without answering, Nato vanished out of sight, presumably going back to doing administrative duties, leaving behind a handful of recovering onlookers from Drake's release of aura. Drake turned to Saul, her face still recovering the light green skin tone it normally held. Sorry about that. I kind of lost control of it there, trying to teach him a lesson, he apologized. Saul answered after a few steadying breaths. I did not think you had grown so much stronger since we fought, she said, but then realization dawned on her as her brows scrunched into a frown. Or were you going easy on me? Drake scratched the side of his cheek. I wouldn't say I went easy. I might not have given it my all, though, he admitted. I didn't know at the time whether or not there were more people or monsters around. I might be strong, but I still don't know how strong everyone else in the world is. It's why I'm working so hard and am so pressed to make the kids strong. He had been thinking of more and more ways to make everyone here stronger. Drake wasn't sure just how dangerous their new world was, and after hearing what had happened in various tutorials, including the one with his brother, he was at least sure that no one here except a scarce few were ready for it. This wasn't even mentioning the other world they would have to go to war with in just a few short years. It was an immense headache for him when he thought about it. Going from his current goal of finding his family and gathering his scattered party members to freeing the slaves in Sandal, all the way to the upgrading of the planet through the Cardinal Beast quest. Then there was the issue of increasing his own rank and level. During this next month, it would be rough for his progress stat-wise. He would have to pause his own advancement to focus on nurturing the kids while searching for his family. Not to mention the fact that there were fewer and fewer E-rank monsters roaming around. That didn't necessarily mean that he wouldn't improve at all. He had plans for a few things to do while they went through the process of teaching and helping the kids. Looking back over to Saul, he saw that her face was still plastered in a scowl at him when an idea popped into his head. "Let me make it up to you," he suddenly said, Saul's face showing a crack in its anger. What?" she replied warily. "I have to plant some food for us first, but after that, I'm going to map a pathway for the kids and learn more about the monsters in the area." While anchoring the crystal, the monsters were in a wild dash to get here, and that didn't really give us a good idea of the ecosystems of monsters around us. I want to properly map it out while looking for resources that we might be able to capitalize on. What do you say? Saul crossed her arms, tightening her grip around her fur coat as she looked at him thoughtfully for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. "I am bound by duty to watch over you as ordered by my father, so I will accompany you," she said, blushing. Drake's eyes widened. That's bad. Did I just make a mistake asking her like that? I didn't know that shade of red looked so good on green, he thought absent-mindedly. Previously being an artist, Drake thought he was familiar with most color combinations possible for complexions, but he was pleasantly surprised seeing that this mix of colors was so tantalizing to the eyes. "Good," Drake nodded before walking out of the area. After a bit of casual walking, Drake and Saul had moved to an area where Nato had popped in for a moment and directed them to, so that Drake could plant the man-eating fruit seeds. Man-eating fruit tree, F grade. An exotic plant found on various planets of the multiverse. They bear fruit depending on what they are fed. The fruit tree can be planted in any environment and will adapt to their surroundings as long as they have access to nutrition in the form of fresh meat. Warning: these plants are naturally highly aggressive to all living beings. Drake blanched at the description, smiling grimly as he sighed, not enjoying the thought of the trouble he was about to deal with. He looked around, finding a spot that he thought was fine to plant the trees. "Back up a bit, Sarah. I'm honestly not sure what is going to happen when I plant these," he he said. Saul tilted her head. You are planting something you are unsure is safe? She asked disapprovingly. Drake gave a wry chuckle. Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained? He shrugged, pulling the seeds from his inventory. With a flourish of his hand, Drake conjured multiple magic circles of red, green, brown, and blue. First, he melted the snow with warm air from his fire and wind magic, then tilled the soil by imbuing his earth magic into the ground, churning the earth until it was a desirable-looking mulch. While placing seeds into the small mounds he had made one by one, he conjured a ball of water above his head, which squirted a small amount of refreshing water after each one was planted. He did this until he was finished with several long rows. He clapped his hands together, pleased with his work. All right, should be about done. Wonder if I should do the other seedlings I picked up. Do regular plants from before the system still grow?